Discord, yes. Period. Uh-huh.
So
Really?
Yes, dude. I think I think the best way for you, I don't want to sit here and argue about what we do or how we do it. I think you getting a third person point of view would probably be the best method for this. Like open a mod mail and be like, hey, are you guys okay with the way the Flat Earthers mod their channel? Or maybe give some cowbell. Say, hey, here's an example where they muted somebody for no reason or something like that. And see, and once you get feedback from them, and the feedback we've gotten too, that maybe it'll say it will defuse this sort of, I'm not saying you're doing this, but it's kind of like this victim status. That you think the mods are here shutting the conversation down. That they're the ones to blame for why you can't talk about this topic. Or I could say, if you don't want to do that, another option would be compete in the marketplace of ideas. Make your own Flat Earth channel and compete with us. And if our mods, if the way we mod is so bad, then just by the pure action alone, your version should win, and you would be the next Flat Earth channel.
Now, just to back up what Chris said there.
Logical thing.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah?
Yeah, go ahead.
You go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, just to back up what Chris said, we are subjected to a lot of abuse levied at us, heavy abuse, right? But we still try to make sure that you get the point. We absorb that. I mean, I was called a motherfucker, excuse the expression, ladies and gentlemen, for posting an image of satellites. And the satellite was asking the question whether or not that could be in space. But I was a motherfucker for posting that. You see what I mean? And that's an insult that I don't like. So I had to ask the guy, why did he do that? It was we're talking about satellites, so you're measuring MFs. What's going on here? That's not necessary. You see what I mean? But we try to keep it as clean as possible, even though sometimes
you posted an image of a satellite.
I posted an image of a supposed satellite. Okay, that's supposed to be going to space. It's in the side chat there, and then I was called an MF for that. That's silly, isn't it? And the image itself.
I hope you're all right. I hope you're all right.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you doing well? You're doing well?
I'm doing very well, thank you very much. Yeah, the image itself questions the validity of whether or not this piece of equipment could be operating in space. The way it's been configured and the way it's been made, the materials, that's what the image does, you see. And that does challenge the Globers because they have to start explaining.
Yeah, but that's not what the ban was about, right? It was about someone calling you a bad word.
Oh, yeah, well, that's
right. Listen, we got to end this right now. We're not going to talk about moderation or hurt feelings or how it went down. We can discuss the Earth, though. So, Rusty, you mentioned in the side chat star rotation. So there are two places in the sky where the stars appear to rotate around those two particular points. What's the problem?
Yes.
What about it?
It would immediately say that at least the thing that is like the stars stuff are rotating around us in a spherical way.
Not spherical, circles, points of rotation. You're talking about circles.
Yeah, they don't go in spheres. It goes in circles, dude. Dude, it goes in circles, not spheres. Who told you that?
Okay, so you agree then. I mean, I agree with you 100%. I think that the Earth is definitely stationary and that we observe two places in the sky where the stars apparently rotate around. 100%. What does that have to do with the nature of the surface of the Earth?
Well, if you travel about the surface of the Earth and you look at the sky, and like I'm just like using that example, right? And that. You will see different stars and different
You did this yesterday, Rusty.
Yeah, I know.
And the day before. This is like the third time you've done this on different days.
I mean,
is
this the only thing that you can point to? But what does this have to do with the surface of the Earth being flat or convex? I'm sorry.
It's pretty clear that you can't observe the things that you see in the sky without.
Why not? I do. I look up at it. No. See, the Earth is measured to be flat, and I can see 2 apparent rotation points. What are you talking about? You think they're interconnected somehow? Explain to me how they would be interconnected in your evidence for that.
It's pretty fucking clear that they are interconnected.
No, it isn't. Because the Earth, the surface of the Earth is measurably flat. And we have 2 points of rotation.
You can keep that information in your head.
No, it's not information in my head. I've gone out and done this, right? I've measured the surface of the Earth. You could too. You want to measure the surface of the Earth? Just to be sure. You don't even have to just point to the sky and say, because I see circular patterns in the sky, the Earth is a ball? How do you get there? I mean, well, isn't that what you're saying? The only way that we could see 2 circular rotations in the sky is if the Earth is a ball, and that makes no sense. They're not even connected.
Rusty, in the side chat, just for you, see the 2 white images where there's 2 guys arguing over 6 and 9? There's a left-hand one and a right-hand one. Listen carefully. Don't get excited. I want you to look at the ground beneath the gentleman in the left-hand image.
I'm not talking
the right-hand
to you.
image.
I'm not talking.
Why are you cussing? Whoa.
Right. Telling me to shut up is not going to help you in any way, shape, or form. In the 2 images, have a look at the ground beneath the gentleman in the left-hand image and have a look at the ground beneath the gentleman in the right-hand image. One of them is curved, one of them is flat. Notice how the thing in the sky has not changed. It's not going to prove the shape of the ground. So you jumping up and down and pointing at the moon or the stars or whatever celestial you like ain't going to prove the shape of the ground. So as long as you comprehend that, you're good.
The image that you were talking about, which one exactly is it? Who posted it?
It's 58 minutes after the hour, posted by Matrix.
Yeah, maybe he has Matrix blocked.
The guy who is pointing up at a 9 or a 6.
Yeah, the ground is curved under one of the pictures, and the other picture, the ground is flat. And guess what? That doesn't change what's on the ceiling.
I mean,
do you get that part?
I get that part, yes.
All right, so we don't have to talk about the sky, is what he's saying. We don't have to talk about that part. We have to talk about the curved, non-curving Earth that you live on.
Is that really what you think? Like, is that...
Bro, your incredulity doesn't play here. It's obvious that you somehow have been duped into thinking that what happens in the sky has anything to do with the geometry of the ground. Now, I'm sorry, I don't know how to help you with that. We've done everything that we can. We've even given you visual aid. It's still not working, so I'm at a loss.
Let me ask you this question, okay? You are in the Northern Hemisphere. You see Polaris, right? Are you in the Northern Hemisphere?
Yeah, I see Polaris.
Yeah, you can see Polaris. You move back because the fucking picture that you sent me is not fucking accurate to reality.
Where do you want me to move back to?
What? You move back to the equator.
Oh, no, that's too far for me. No, I'm not going that far.
Sorry, the equator is in the sky, and when you're referring to hemispheres, that's the celestial sphere that you're talking about. Yeah.
The equator
there's no equator. It's in the sky. It's not on the ground.
It's in the fucking sky?
Yes, Russ. It's in the sky.
You're fucking trolling. All right.
Well, how do you know? How do you know when you're at the equator? You said walk backwards to the equator. Okay. How do you know when you're there?
You know when it doesn't matter in this case. All right.
Oh, now it doesn't matter. Okay, so now the equator doesn't matter. You brought it up, and now it doesn't matter. Interesting.
If you're honest, you wouldn't.
You
would say it doesn't really matter that much.
Okay, so we have to talk about the equator then. So listen, Rusty, does the ground curve at roughly 8 inches per mile squared? Okay, can you show me the measurement of that?
No, I don't have to.
Oh, okay. So this is going to go. So you make the claim, but you go, I don't have to prove it. Well, that's the funny thing, because nobody here has proven it. Every glober that's come in never proved it, never even shown a measurement. So you claiming that is I can dismiss this without any evidence, right? A claim made without evidence can be dismissed without any evidence. So I dismiss your claim. Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah, you can dismiss my claim as much as I dismiss the claim that the Earth is flat.
Oh, no, it's not a claim. We have the measurements, right? The measurements?
No, you
have those.
So Rusty, what you've got here, Rusty, what you've got here is, on one hand, you've got people putting forward a claim. It is flat. They are backing it with evidence, and you're dismissing evidence. On your side of it, you're making a claim, and you're not putting any evidence forward.
What evidence, mate?
What evidence are you putting forward so we can dismiss something?
Hey, this is a 24 flat Earth.
What evidence are you putting forward?
Ladies, please.
24/7 flat Earth server. You should put the fucking evidence forward. Right?
You're the one who believes you live on a fucking ball-tard. So what evidence have you got to back up said claim?
I got him. Here's your evidence. I'm going to give you the evidence, Rusty. Rusty, here's the evidence.
Give it to me.
The evidence that the Earth is flat is there's no curve measured.
Great evidence, my friend.
Thank you.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Exactly. Where is the curve? Exactly. Where is the curve? Where is the curve, Rusty? Where's the curve, Rusty?
No, where's the flatness?
No worries. No worries.
Give me evidence. Give me evidence. No, give me evidence of the flatness.
No,
you make the claim.
It's already flat. It's already flat. We don't have to prove it's flat. It's already flat.
You are in a channel that is called 24/7 Flat Earth.
In the side chat, Rusty.
Give me in the side
chat, Rusty. You can do this, Rusty. In the side chat, there's an image of the flatness of the South Australian coastline. Above that is a 21 miles, no curvature over a lake. So tell us where the curve is in that.
I'm only seeing a fucking
You're only seeing a fucking meltdown. That's what we're seeing.
Yeah. No, I'm seeing like a shore that is eroded down. Oh,
it's flat, bro.
That's flat then.
Yeah, that's flat all the way across.
That's right.
Yeah, from where that's taken to the other end is about 100 miles. That's a little bit beyond your curvature rate.
Okay, so you have a brain that cannot comprehend anything else than...
No. You have a brain that can't comprehend. If you're on a ball, Rusty, the horizon should be a very particular, measurable place. We see well beyond that. So your curvature rate, this is you coping. All you've got is a coping mechanism now.
No, the horizon...
So, have a look at the picture, Rusty. Have a look at the picture that Jin just posted up. Danyang Kushan Grand Bridge. Where's the curvature in that? So what? So where's the curvature?
It's a curvature.
Where?
You cannot measure it if you are close to the fucking...
Where? Look at the image. If there was a ball-tard, you'd be able to circle the curvature. So maybe that's what we need to do. Because instead of eating crayons, you can use them for their intended purpose. Copy that image that Jin just posted up. Draw a fucking circle around the curvature. Obviously, your words are failing you. Maybe images might help. Copy the image, draw a circle around the curvature. And you can do the same for my image too. Maybe it might make it easier for us to understand your nothingness.
Well, I think he just said that you can't measure it from the surface. Is that what you said? Is that what he said?
Yeah, I heard that.
He said you can't measure it. You can't actually measure it from the surface. So what you have to do is you have to go to the moon and then look at the Earth and then measure it. Is that right?
Well, that'd only be an angular size. You'd still have to...
Yeah, but can't you measure the distance you're flying in a spaceship with some kind of space measuring device?
Oh, yeah. leave a long trail behind you. Just let some, have a spool of twine or something.
And then, like, every 1,000 feet, put a bow on it, and then you count how many bows there are, and that the exact distance. Then you should be able to calculate and measure the curve of the Earth. Then, if you know the distance you are away from it, and then you have the angular size. How's that sound, Globers? Globers.
I know you don't wanna. You have your own shit.
Rusty, this is sad and pathetic now, dude. You've obviously lost, and now it's name calling and STFU, right? So you can reset tomorrow, maybe. You've lost today. It's okay. It's okay. But you've lost today.
I do have a question for him, though, if you don't mind. Like, if he wants to answer. So, I was just wondering, since they've already given us size and dimension of the Earth, like a radius value of 3,959 miles, circumference of 25,000 miles. So, if they didn't measure it, right, then how did they get it? How'd they get that value if not from measurement?
You should know it.
They went to the moon, remember? And then they looked back and they said that's how big it is.
Yeah, because orbital mechanics requires a radius of Earth. So to get to the moon, you need orbital mechanics. So what they actually did was they just said, screw it. We don't know anything. We're just going to shoot a rocket up in the air and hopefully we'll land on the moon. And they did it on the first try. And then they had a string or however they measured it because they were able to look back and go, oh, we traveled this far because that's how far we went. And then they could tell you the exact size. Does that sound about right, Globers? Because they didn't have a radius to start with. They had to go to the moon to see how big the Earth was so that they can fly around it the next time.
Do you flat earthers actually have like a diameter of how big the Earth is?
Yeah, Earth's
Why would we have a diameter?
Earth's not a diameter.
Well,
Do you know what a diameter is? Tell us.
Yeah.
What's the definition of a diameter?
Definition, I don't fucking know, but
why are you using words that you do not know the definition of?
How am I gonna repeat the definition? It's a
Did I just fucking
line
hear?
between a center of a fucking sphere. I don't fucking know.
That's a radius, Rusty. Okay, see, Rusty, what I think the problem is that just try to colloquially English. Yeah, just colloquially
radius
describe
is
what,
half the diameter.
What you're asking.
It doesn't even fucking matter.
What you're asking, yeah, it does.
Discussion?
You asked for something you didn't even know what it was.
What did I ask for?
You asked for the diameter of flat Earth, and you didn't even know
that was some. Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
Just say dimensions. What are the dimensions?
He said, "What's the diameter?"
I know, but his English, he said, he doesn't know the technical terms. So
if you have a
dimensions.
If you have a circle, right?
Sorry, we don't
circle.
Am I gonna?
Yeah, who here said the Earth was a circle, bro? Who here said the Earth is a circle?
Yeah, that's the thing that I was actually going to ask for a long time. Do you guys actually? I know, Peter.
Just say dimensions. That includes radius, diameter, or if it's a square, the size of a square. It's the generic word for what you're asking.
Yes. Okay. So what are the dimensions of?
No, we don't know.
The model that you have for the flat.
We don't know.
We don't know. That's a quick answer. So that's why I'm trying to help you.
No, that's what I expected. That's why I wasn't asking.
Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It was different a couple of years ago. Now you don't have shit.
No, there was no different. Who were you talking to? You weren't talking to me.
Not to you.
I'm sorry. Do you think all flat earthers get up, meet up together, and we all discuss a model and what we think that the Earth is ultimately shaped like, and that we're all the same? Are you trying to stereotype us? Is that it?
We whiteboard out, and then we all agree, and then we send memos to each other in emails, and then we all memorize those emails.
Why don't you guys actually talk about the shape of the Earth rather than just talking about bullshit?
Yeah, that's right. Actually, I'm gonna off. This is.
I'm sorry. And the new friend that has joined us. Nobody here makes a shape claim except for those who believe in the globe. Are you making a claim that the Earth is a globe?
Who you asking? Oh.
Uh-oh.
No, that's not an uh-oh moment. I mean, let's just focus on the... Like,
it was an uh-oh. We could hear the cogs grinding over as you were thinking.
Oh, my God. He came to a complete halt like he smashed into a wall.
Yeah, like NPC mode. Yeah, dude,
like you know how they get stuck halfway in the wall and they can't move? That's what he did. He got stuck in the wall and then he was like spinning back and forth.
I will say that none of us have ever seen the shape of the Earth, right? So I don't think anybody can give an objective view on the actual shape.
Fantastic, we agree. The surface, though, is measurably flat.
Right. Yeah. So I actually did a podcast with Mark Sargent, the main flat Earth guy.
Nobody gives a shit.
I know who he is. This is something Brad's.
It doesn't matter. No one gives a shit. Don't worry.
Yes.
No one gives a shit. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I remember that podcast, and you rather made a ridicule of Mark Sargent, and you only gave him like 2 minutes to speak out of 30 minutes. He actually got to speak about 2 minutes because you ridiculed Flat Earth, you and your little crony sitting there. I remember that podcast.
Oh, well, we'll fix him now. We can fix him right now on our live
stream. Yeah. No, you don't. I spoke to him for 2 hours. What are you talking about?
Is this Russell Brad? Is this Russell Brad speaking right now?
No. I wish I was.
Ladies and gentlemen, it sounds like Russell Brad. And if this is Russell Brad, it really does.
Okay,
it really
all
does
right.
sound
Anyway,
like
let's move on.
Yeah, we can't. We're not going to. No, we don't even know who it is. But the point is that
that's funny.
The point is that I don't care who you interviewed. Do you have any curvature measurements of the Earth?
No, I've never done it. It doesn't disprove its existence, though.
Well, you kind of need to prove that it is indeed curving. You can't just make the claim and everybody assume that that's correct.
You need to prove. I haven't.
No worry, we did. We checked for any curvature across the surface of water. There is none. End of story.
Get in a VC and jack each other off over the fucking shape of the Earth.
Don't be so fragile, my friend. Don't spiral out right now. Just relax, okay? Chill.
Oh. Hey, dude, slow down. Dude, slow down. You don't gotta freak out yet. Give us a minute. I haven't even told you space is fake yet.
Claiming I'm fucking Russell Brand, which is just as retarded as your claim over the.
Show us on the flat Earth where the doll hurt ya, please.
Hey, are you from Australia?
Oh no, I'm from fucking Ireland. What do you think, mate? Fucking hell. You're the Muppet. What proof of curvature have you got? Come on, what proof of curvature have you got? My IQ's got nothing to do with the shape of the ground. Neither has yours. So, what proof have you got?
Papua New Guinea for IQ nationally. Across the fucking world, mate. Australians are fucking
when they spiral like this.
Oh, they're fucking stupid. Listen to this poor sap. So what proof of curvature have you got? If we're so fucking stupid...
Crikey, mate.
Yeah, keep trying. I just want to hear your proof of curvature and you're having a full tilt meltdown. You're distorting your microphone. You're that broken. You simpleton.
Okay, Poonanny Jamie, even though I would love to hear you freak out, your screaming is making your microphone clip out and it's not fun to listen to, so,
After you guys are done with him, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Shit.
He left. Go ahead.
Hold up. Give me like 1 minute because I gotta pull something up.
That was great. That like put us like can't even.
No, he came in pre-bricked that one. I'd say a flat earther has hurt him proper somewhere else and he just needed to take it out on someone. It's like, hey, a whole channel full of them. I can just flip my shit in here.
Started just randomly talking about Papua New Guinea and like, what the hell, dude?
Man, what are you guys doing to these people?
I just wanted to hear his proof of curvature. And he had a meltdown.
Yeah, that was Russell Brand, by the way, 100%. I know that the interview that he was talking about, and he ridiculed Mark Sargent. He didn't even give Mark Sargent a chance to speak because they were talking about other subjects, and then they'd refer to him for a couple of seconds, talk about other subjects, and then refer. And that happened for like 30 seconds, and then he had 2 minutes to speak, and that was the end of the show. Okay, that was Russell Brand, 100%.
I always thought Russell Brand was pretty chill.
No, I don't think Russell Brand is coming into a flat Earth server on Discord. Pretty sure Russell Brand is not doing that.
Oh, look, but he did say that he spoke about the interview, the podcast. I watched it. And
do you realize that more people than just Russell Brand have interviewed Mark Sargent?
Oh, no, there's loads of people have, but in this particular case, I recognize the voice. Okay? I'm from England. I recognize his voice. 100%.
Yeah, I've heard Russell Brand as well. We can't just go accusing people of being internet personalities because they sound similar. It's not constructive.
Well, I would agree
Dibs
to
on
that,
Boone
but then
Crocodile Dundee.
Yeah. It's definitely him anyway, but never mind. Definitely Russell Brand. I know that for a fact.
So we don't need his attorneys calling us either.
Yeah, so I was in here a couple of times before this week and before that. But, it's kind of hard to ask questions because you guys are always, debating people. But how do you, why do you even, how do you guys believe in, any of the astronaut missions or, cosmonaut missions or,
Nope.
No, none of that? And everything is documented, seasons too, how would
all Hollywood theater
work?
Hold on, brother. Before you go from one thing to another, let's just concentrate on one thing. Okay. So, astronauts. Okay. Yeah. You are under the impression that men in Michelin Man suits are getting into rocket ships and leaving the surface of the Earth and entering into an environment full of apparently very dangerous and deadly radiation and a extremely high vacuum, 10 to the negative, I don't know what's supposed to be up there, 10 to the negative 6 torr in flimsy little aluminum crafts. On its face, it's absurd.
Really? Is that really seem that crazy to you?
Of course it is. Do you understand that you can't leave a pressurized system and go into a vacuum without there being some kind of barrier, a hard, fast barrier?
As I understand it, space isn't exactly a vacuum, right?
Not a perfect vacuum, an extremely low pressure system.
So says who? It's 10 to the minus 17 torr for space. -6 is what we can get here normally, just in a regular vacuum chamber.
Oh, I thought that, near the moon it wasn't that strong, but I could be wrong.
NASA only gets about -6, -7.
Okay. So 10 to the negative 17 torr. That is an extremely high vacuum. Okay, extremely high. So high that we cannot recreate it. Can you tell me how you have a pressurized system next to an extremely high vacuum that we can't create without some kind of hard barrier?
I don't know about that. I'm not really that well educated regarding astronomy and physics.
Let me make it simpler. That's fine. Let me make it simpler.
If you went and took this question to a physics professor, he would be able to explain it to you.
Right, but why do you imagine that? I'll make it really simple for you. Do you have a bicycle or a car?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there air in the tires?
I think so.
Okay. Is the pressure inside the tire higher than the air pressure outside the tire?
Ooh, I think so. Yeah, pretty sure.
That's
it says hard.
Even a bicycle tire. Yeah, bicycle tires, you can pump them up to 50. You can even get them to 100. But so 100 psi. Now, what happens if you put a hole in that tire?
The air comes out. It like pops, right? Sometimes it'll like explode.
Right, and so that pressure equalizes with the air pressure around it. So if you're at sea level, let's say you're riding your bicycle along the beach at the ocean, it's 14.7 psi at sea level. And your bicycle tire pops. Well, the second law of thermodynamics dictates that these two pressure systems are going to equalize. The high pressure is going to rush towards the low pressure outside the tire until both of them equalize. Then you have 14.7 inside the tire, but you're not going anywhere because it's flat now. Now, the Earth is supposed to be a pressurized system. Space, the vacuum of space that is allegedly in existence, is 10 to the negative 17 torr. That means that the air pressure, the high air pressure, is going to try and equalize with the low pressure system around it. That means that the air pressure on Earth would be 10 to the negative 17 torr. Can anybody live in that sort of vacuum?
I don't know, but I don't know. I imagine, like, if you took this up with like
no, the answer is no.
Astronomer.
The professor
to be honest with me
right now, Professor Triangle just told you no.
You guys don't believe we went to space? Like, it's not possible. Or I guess you guys don't.
There is no space.
Oh yeah.
There's no space.
Okay, so you think
we don't do appeals to authority around here. We're not going to go ask a professor, none of that, or go ask a physics teacher.
Don't you think that's like a good, like, humble first thing to do?
No, I already know more than
the same answer that you have.
And those professors, we know more than them. They've been in here and they've left with their tail between their legs.
No, I mean like at a university. I mean,
yes, university professors in here.
Let me ask you a different question, because apparently most of your belief system relies on you taking the word of complete strangers. Why do you believe complete strangers about your worldview?
Well, it's not just that. It's the fact that we have all these, hundreds of thousands of different institutions that are all fact-checking each other. It's all cooperative.
Nobody ever does that.
It's not just.
I've never seen people fact-checking each other.
No, really?
No.
Okay, I don't know. I'm not sure how, like if that's like reality, but
that sounds like that you hope that they're doing that. Hoping that there's all these universities that are doing this really hardcore research, scientific quote unquote research, to figure out where it is that we live, and they're not doing that.
How, like, you guys don't believe there's space, but there's a whole, like, would you say in English, like a career, right? Like a whole thing you could pursue.
No,
you think all astronomers?
You can't go to space. You can't go to space for a career.
I'm
no, there's
asking,
no
like,
jobs. There are no jobs looking at the stars. You volunteer to do that.
Well, there's astronomy, right? You can be an astronomer.
No, you can work at a university. Is that really a job? Working at a university, is that really a job?
What about?
Hey, XM4, so you're saying that I could get paid to sit there and look through a telescope and imagine what could be going on in the sky?
No, you can see it, though. Like, I don't understand. Like,
yeah, you can see it, and then you make up a story about it, and then you get to have all cute, fluffy ideas.
Can't you, like, see the sun, and you can see the planets revolve around the sun?
No, you can't.
The planets revolve around the sun. The sun moves across the sky.
That's something you made up. That's something you're imagining.
What do you mean? That's how Sol Galileo found. Wait, have you guys ever tried looking through the telescope before?
Yes, we all own telescopes, man. My gosh, dude.
So what? Honestly, I'm trying to be sincere. Like, you don't have to be hostile about it.
Okay, well then ask us real questions. You're doing this from
if we know what a telescope is, or if we've ever been on an airplane, or if fucking Australia exists, because then you'll get booted.
This is simple.
That's that, man. You're good.
You're operating from a position where you assume that all the things that you just told us are actually happening. So the word astronomer means astro-namer. They just name the stars, they look at them, and they tell stories about them, and they name them. That's what astronomers do. Now, I can do the same thing. I can look at the sky, I can see lights, and I can tell you that only about 100 feet up invisible unicorns are laying baby eggs, or just little tiny eggs, but they're really bright, and so we can see them. That is the same thing that the astronomers do. They point at them, they make up stories. They can't validate anything that they say, but they made up a story.
Is that real, though? I feel like they have so much equipment to work with, and like so much...
The equipment is another lens, right? So they have a big telescope.
Galaxies and stuff.
I know, bro. Hold on. They have a telescope. It takes what their eyes see and it magnifies it. It doesn't magnify it enough to do anything but get a closer look at the light and still make up the same story.
Okay. What about all those fucking rovers we landed on, like Mars and Venus?
We didn't. That's propaganda, my friend.
Really think all that stuff's fake?
Of course.
Right. Have to look into that, I guess. I have a buddy.
What are you going to look into?
Sorry?
What are you going to research? Are you going to ask the people that told you that they did it if they did it? What are they going to say, you think?
No, of course not. But I just feel like as an astronomer, there's so much shit you do. I would imagine.
What? There's nothing you do when you look in the sky, dude. You look up there. There's a light. You go, oh, what time is it? It's 9:30. Okay, 9:30. The light was right there. All right, I wrote it down. I wrote it down in a book for the next guy. Now I'll see you tomorrow. All right, guys. I want my $500,000 a year paycheck this week.
Wait, what? I thought it was minimum wage.
Oh no, it's super high. People you got to be a professor to go look at stars. Didn't you know that?
No way.
Yeah, if you look at stars and you're not a professor, then you are a professor when you look at the stars. Because if you look up and see stars, you are doing magic now. You write down, I saw a light.
Access to the cushiest job on the market.
Well, I see a light. There it is. Yes, I see it too. Let me call my friend over there in Cleveland. Hey, do you see a light? Yep, I saw it too.
What do you guys think then? Because you say you've used telescopes and stuff. What do you, in your opinion? Because I'm genuinely curious. What do you guys think the stuff that goes around the sun is? Right? Because it's supposedly.
I've never seen one thing go around the sun.
Yeah, no one's ever witnessed that.
There are
no, you can't document anything.
What do you mean things going around the sun?
I'm not trying to be. I'm open to you guys' idea, but you can't just deny like basic proven stuff. Yeah, sunspots.
So hold on.
How do you explain sunspots?
Okay, so sunspots. Do you think those are objects orbiting the sun?
I'm asking you. Like, I'm asking what you guys think those are. I'm just curious. Like,
they look like dark spots on this, occulting or near the surface, or just a dark spot or near the sun. That's all it is.
They're moving
I've never been able to record one, but we have a new guy or one of our guys has a new camera. His should be able to see that if it's possible. So we'll find out.
Oh, cool.
So why should we assume that is some kind of planet or object millions of miles away blocking out the sun? Why should we assume that?
I'll give you guys some credit because I kind of understand questioning reality. I sometimes am like, okay, well, what the fuck are we living in? That's why I'm curious about, like, what do you guys think these things in the sky are? Have you guys ever seen like stars move? Like, I smoke weed in my backyard every night.
The sky, bro.
I see, but I see them move though. Like, I see them do.
Yeah, so do we.
I'm always wondering, like, what is that? What is that?
They move.
Like,
they rotate.
The stars moving.
They periodically rotate.
The thing is, I used to think all of these were satellites, and I'm still convinced most of the shit I see is just like a satellite.
Bro.
I'm just bugging.
Wow.
But the other day,
about stars 500 years.
But the other day, I saw three of them. I saw three of them moving in unison, and then they all went off in like different trajectories. No, but they weren't. No, but that too. Like I'm a lot of times I'm like, okay, that's an airplane.
Can you formulate the question, or are you is this just a stream of consciousness?
Sorry, yeah, no, I wasn't even asking.
Yeah, it's like a manifesto, right? You're delivering. Oh gosh, I looked at the sky. Oh no, there was a moving, and I swear. Slow down. We're trying to think critically here together. Come on.
So here's the thing. That's the key, right? So nobody here is not. We're not saying that we're not curious, or even that we would like to know. We definitely would, but there's a problem with access to the heavens that we don't have. So we, like you at one time, and so did I, placed my trust in a bunch of perfect strangers, and they told me a story about it, and I believed them. Why? Because apparently, like I believe that you do, they've got all this equipment and this big budget, and there's a million people working on it, and they figured it out. And the problem is, no one's doing that. The thing that we finally decided to do was challenge and evaluate the official story to see what exactly they are doing. You want to know what they're doing? Making stuff up.
Well, not all of them. There's this guy that comes in and records that there was a light in the sky at 5 p.m., right? That's real.
Yeah, that's the extent of what we can do.
The main thing here is that they've taken astronomy and they peeled that sticker off and put astrology in its place, but then put the astronomy sticker back over it. And they thought no one was going to know this.
May I ask another question?
Nobody understood this, Crit.
May I ask another question?
Go ahead.
Listen, I know that this is probably something you've been asked 1,000 times, but just bear with me, okay? Because I'm trying to, But like, why you look up to the sun and the moon, you can see those around. Like, you can definitely see the moon is round. So why would those giant objects in the sky are round, but then why wouldn't the Earth also be round?
Why do you assume they belong to the same category? Why do you automatically assume that what you stand on belongs to the same
It's food for thought, though, right?
It is.
No, it's not.
But think about
it's not really
a different
like,
thought.
No,
it's food for a different thought. Why do you assume that the surface on which you stand, which you're familiar with, automatically belongs to the same category of concept as the things you see in the sky?
It just, I don't know, it's a giant, huge ball of rock floating in the sky. You can see it.
Holy cow, you don't even have evidence of that.
Why do you
Why
think the
wouldn't
Earth
we
is?
be?
Holy shit. All right. Peter's done.
Yeah, thank you.
Shut up, Peter.
All right, good.
Well,
here's the thing, brother.
With Peter. Oh, yeah, go.
Here's the thing, bro. You are operating from a position where you've already been told that all these things are somehow associated. Those things that you see, like the moon, like Peter misspoke a second ago and said it's a big giant rock, which no one can prove. You were told that it's a big giant rock, and the sun is a big burning ball of gas, right? And it's in this. No. Hold on, don't interrupt me. No, don't interrupt me. I'm trying to help you understand something. You already have this prepackaged idea. You've already been given this idea, and so you assume that the vacuum of space and all these distances and the space dust and the burning balls of gas and the moon rock and all this crap is somehow associated. And nobody ever proved any of that to you. It is just part of a narrative, just part of something that they gave you to think about, and now you've adopted. So you're like, well, why wouldn't the Earth be like the thing I see in the sky? If you've ever played a game of pool or even eaten dinner at a table, the table is flat, the light bulb is basically spherical or pear-shaped, right? So do you assume that because you see the light bulb above the table that now all of a sudden the table is a light bulb?
I guess, but I don't know. I just feel like it's at least worth thinking about, right?
There's no reason for me to think that the thing that I'm standing on, which I've measured to be flat, is even remotely similar to the thing that's in the sky.
I mean, measured to be flat. Like, what did you do to measure its flatness? I'm curious.
We long distance observations. We got out really expensive lasers. We've gone everywhere across the Earth and measured across the surface, especially the water, to see if it's curving, because that's what we were told, just like you.
What's the longest distance that you've measured for a curve?
Well, Mount Canigou is 274 miles. After that, the air kind of really doesn't allow you to see much further because the air is not completely transparent. So if you get a 300-mile observation, 270 miles, you're dealing with thousands of feet of Earth curve that's supposed to be there. It's not there. It's flat, just like you see it, just like you experience it, just like the water has always been. It finds its own level.
I'm pulling something up. You said 270, right? Or do you want me to round it up to 275? I don't know which one's more fair.
273.
Oh, 273. I'll do exactly. Curvature. All right, let's see what this is. A significant drop, roughly calculated by the 8 inches per mile squared rule, or about 2. I can't read this. 13.8 miles. Well, how high were you standing? Measured this curve.
Oh, I forget what the observer height, but it was like a guy on the side of a mountain looking over to another mountain.
Okay.
But down here closer to the surface, the air is much more dense, and therefore it limits us. But we've got 40 kilometers worth of laser tests, okay, across the surface of a frozen lake. So, 40 kilometers? You're supposed to have hundreds of feet of drop? It's not there. We hit our target. It's over. There's no curve.
Isn't the Earth supposed to be so extremely big that it's kind of impossible for?
No,
we're like bacteria to the Earth. Like,
why in the world would they, dude? Why are you making excuses for this? They give us the figures of the Earth, the dimensions, and an Earth curve calculator, so you can go out and check. It's detectable, they say. So we went and checked. It's not there.
Okay. I have to look into that. I don't know why it would be so hard to measure the curve. Because it's not there.
Because it's not there.
I know. I know that's what you're going to say.
How about this? 10 miles, there's supposed to be 66 feet of drop. Okay? We have optics that can definitely see for 10 miles.
So 66
and we should be able
to be clear, is like a 6-story building at that distance, and that should be pretty easy to hide.
So besides the curve, what are some other things that are supposed to be easily provable that just aren't there? Or easy signs that just aren't there? What do you guys think about?
Motion of the Earth. Motion of the Earth.
The motion of the Earth. Well, that one seems like almost undetectable, right? Because we wouldn't notice any movement.
Yes, you would.
No. You'd have 100 mile per hour wind at your location. Depending on where you're at, you could have hundreds of miles per hour of wind speed at your location. At the equator, it's supposed to be 1,038 miles per hour of wind.
Fair. What do you guys think about Antarctica? Do you think there's a whole wall that surrounds us, or is that not something you guys doubt? Do you think
no idea.
I have a friend who, for his uni course, he's there's a word for it in my native language, but he's hyper intelligent. And he went to Antarctica. He said he saw some weird shit. That always intrigued me, but I don't know, if you guys even think about
Give
that.
me $50 million and free independent permission to explore.
Yeah, we'd like to know what Antarctica is and explore it. I don't think anybody's got a problem with that. So, but the problem is we don't have access to that either, unless you've got tons of money, and even then, they don't tell you can go very far.
How do you guys feel about, didn't a couple flat earthers do that recently? Some millionaire paid for them to go to Antarctica and measure the 24-hour sun or some shit.
Yeah, they did. And they went up there and they took some elevation angles, and even Antarctica's flat. What do you know? I don't know what they were trying to figure out with the sun.
Yeah,
but
I think because a lot of flat earthers.
Dude, we're not sure what the sun was for.
Yeah.
Because they measured angles to the sun, and you can only measure angles to the sun from a flat surface. You can't measure angles from the surface of a ball. You can't be on a ball and then start measuring angles. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. I just know that a lot of the flat earthers, I guess, they were saying that there couldn't be a 24-hour sun on a flat Earth, and I guess they were just wrong about that. But
I don't know why they would say that.
Video where this guy was pointing out that they could just be standing inside the spiral of it. You know what I mean? They were standing inside of the regular circle that it does around, I don't even know. He was showing a map with it and everything.
The sun does what it does above a flat Earth. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know where it goes at nighttime. Honestly, I don't. It goes away as far as I can tell, and then it gets dark.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's so simple to be a flat earther, dude. It's not even funny. Earth is flat and stationary, and we're contained. That's why we have air pressure. That's it. The end. The end. Once you know those 3 steps, you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about anything else. You don't have to worry about asteroids hitting your house. You don't have to worry about spacemen coming and poking you in the ass when you're sleeping. None of that.
But don't you think that's a bit anti-intellectual to just say, "Oh, job done. We don't have to think about it anymore." There's
no. That's not anti-intellectual. How is that anti-intellectual?
Because
you don't even know what I do for a living.
You're looking at the root of some, or like the base at something, and you're just like declaring that it's done.
I'm at the very bottom of it, the very base of it.
There's
the very simple part. It's flat, stationary, and we're contained, and that's it.
How do you guys actually feel about like meteors? Like, what do you think?
I just told you, we're flat, stationary, and contained. We don't have to worry about asteroids hitting our house, meteors hitting our house. We don't have to worry about anything like that.
You've seen videos.
No, there's never
meteors.
There's never been anything that's hit the ground that you've seen.
No, but I've seen like people taking videos.
I've seen
on
the
highway.
Shit in the air too. I've seen shit so bright it lit up my whole sky like crazy, like it was daylight. I about pissed myself. Yeah, well, what about it?
What do you think that was?
I don't know. It was bright. I have no idea.
Light phenomena. That's what it's called. You know, a light phenomena. So we experience light phenomena in the sky. Does that mean it's a rock from outer space? Heck no.
I don't know. No, but there are videos. Like I saw a video of people on the highway filming from a car window, and it was like this huge just ball of fire, right? That was coming down. It was in Russia or some shit. And then like for like the whole area of like 10 kilometers, like the windows shattered because of the explosion.
Yes,
right? That's
we're aware.
Incident. What do you guys
Does that mean that it is a rock from outer space? I asked you this already. Does that mean it's a rock from outer space?
Oh no, that was an explosion. Yeah, that was an explosion that broke the windows. Not a thing flying by.
Was a rock from outer space existing in the flat Earth, though?
Hey, Rusty.
Space is fake. Yeah, Rusty, you're slow to the game. We broke the news to him. Space is fake. We're contained, and we don't have to worry about meteors and asteroids and all that shit.
You were talking about that, right? 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, for a couple of minutes now.
Yeah, so...
Do you guys think all that footage from space is fake too?
Yes, of course it's fake.
Really?
How do you know it's from space? What is space? How would you prove it?
Space is just what's up like beyond our planet. It's the great.
So we don't live on a planet, remember? Planet means wandering star, but in this case, I think you mean that Earth is a ball. Well, we measured it, it's not a ball. So now you're just kind of entering into science fiction.
Really? You measured that the Earth is not a ball?
We just went over this, dude.
I know, but I don't know. It's just kind of like I understand saying, okay, well, I can't measure a curve, but you don't look in anymore and like why that is.
Dude, yes, because the Earth is flat. We figured it out. I'm going to tell you the secret. We figured out why we can't measure the curve. Guess why?
Conclusion.
Guess why? Because Earth is flat and it's stationary and we're contained. Now, knowing that, I can move on and worry about other shit. Like, I don't have to worry about aliens, like I said, landing in the backyard and doing weird shit to me when I'm sleeping, because that's what's coming next for you guys. The aliens will be on TV and you guys will have to go get ID cards and all kinds of weird shit next, I'm sure.
I saw I'm sure you guys saw this. There's like this betting pool for UFO disclosure. And for some reason this week, there's been like a 99% spike. Like everybody's betting on it. For some reason. I have no idea why. Just like there's like millions of dollars going into
Atlas,
all of a sudden.
There's like a comet that has a reverse tail that supposedly turned towards Earth and sped up. That some Harvard professor...
Oh, is that why they... Wait, I follow... Yeah, the 3-Eye Atlas. I followed that for a little bit, but I really
we got something going to hit us? Crit.
Yeah,
or get really close. Yeah.
So, all right, listen, you guys. I'm running a special. I'm doubling the insurance payout to $20 million, but you guys got to pay me by the end of next week. It's $39.95 a month. You got to buy a whole year at least, and you get $20 million if your house gets hit by that thing. That's a good bet. Figure out the odds on that. $39.59 a month.
What are you talking about?
Insurance.
Yeah, asteroid, meteor, comet, insurance.
You have to ask flat earthers for that, because no one on the globe Earth side is as retarded to understand that.
People on the globe Earth side, they don't think things are going to hit the planet.
Oh, we do at some point, but
just not today.
You're a flat earther.
Oh, so I can't sell insurance now?
You can, but no one's going to believe you.
Why?
You believe it.
Rusty, we're talking to somebody who has genuine questions, not ad hominem. So if that's all you have, just go on the white mic.
You ask questions.
I'm excited about that. I'm going to have to get Yoder with his new camera, see if he can get a picture of it.
Yeah, because I was on the Reddit, and there's like a bunch of like amateur astronomers that are verifying, like, oh, I can see this thing. Like, I can see this thing moving towards us. So that's very interesting. Regardless I know you guys think the concept of space is cap, but like whatever's up there, like there's some blue light that's like moving, and it's really big. It's very interesting to me.
Where's it at?
I'll get my telescope out and see if I can see it.
Yeah, I'm going to go get mine out right now.
You should, you should wait. Let me look up this subreddit real quick. There's a bunch of people
Reddit was still a thing.
It's kind of a Gen Z thing. I think it's maybe like a bit like after your time or before your time, I guess. I assume you guys are all like I guess Gen X, you would say, or like millennials.
Boomers. Some of us are boomers in here.
No way, you guys boomers on Discord? That's great. Okay, I respect it though. I respect it. That's crazy. Boomers on Discord.
Some of you guys are.
You made a comment earlier about this being anti-intellectual. I can't imagine there being anything more intellectual than to continue to challenge official narratives and then doing our own research to see if the things that we're being told are incorrect.
Yeah, I agree actually, and I'm not trying to make like a general statement about all of you. I just sometimes when I come in here, a lot of flat earthers, I understand you're like riled up. You've been talking to other people that don't agree with you all day. But sometimes you make these statements like, oh, there's nothing to see here. We know this for sure. And we don't need to look in it any further because we've already disclosed that we know everything there is to know.
Yes.
Like, that's dumb to me. Like, you should at least always
should I go out again? Should I go out again with my equipment and go look at flat Earth again?
I feel like you should at the very least recognize that there's always more you guys can do.
I just keep going out every day with my
people because it's obviously not doing enough.
Tell me if I should go out every day with my camera and a laser every day and do the same thing every day.
Well,
if I do the same thing every day, expecting different results, and I don't get different results, what is that called?
Insanity.
All right. Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
3. Do you know? Wait, do you know what that's even from? Do you know what game that's from?
It's not a game.
It's an idiom.
What the fuck game?
It's from Far Cry. That's from Far Cry.
Holy crap, dude. Your life is a video game.
No, that's from Far Cry, bro. That's from Far Cry 3.
No, it's existed long before a video game, friend.
On God, it is. It's from Far Cry 3.
Dude, that saying's been around forever. Way before the video game. They put it in the video game, and you thought that's where it came from. Sorry.
I'm young. You can't blame me, bro. Don't hate on me.
Well, I'm trying to tell you. You're telling us that we can do more. Okay, so we measured the Earth to be flat. And actually, by the way, even the surveyors do. So the people who survey the land, they measure it flat. So everyone's measuring the Earth flat. I don't think we need to do anything more than that. What else do you think we ought to do?
I don't know. It's just, you guys say that there's no you guys don't measure a curve, and then I assume I've seen a couple of videos. There's plenty of astronomers explaining for why that is.
Astronomers don't measure the ground,
whatever,
dude.
Whatever, boy. You know what I mean. Just let me finish my point. But the point is, globe earthers, or whatever you want to call them, they come with counterpoints, and then your next move, instead of just saying like, oh, well, no, they're wrong, just trying to come up with another way to even further counter their belief, and that way you really get close to the truth.
First of all,
like a lot of flat earthers
hold on. You made an accusation that we just kind of hand wave whatever it is the astronomers or whoever you're referring to are saying. And I've never seen that happen. What I have seen is that we ask people for curvature measurements, and they tell us we don't have any. And so the conversation's over at that point, isn't it?
I guess. I don't know. I just feel like, obviously, in this day and age, your idea is not capturing enough people. Like, it's obviously not.
Well, we don't give it. I promise you, we don't care about people that we're convincing. Okay, we are not trying to convince anybody. No, why? Why would we care? This is the problem. We try to tell people that are things that are true, and they reject them. Why? Because they prefer to believe in the things that they want to. I'm not going to take someone's religion away from them.
So you have to. Believe your statements to be untrue. So your job is to get more evidence and more weight.
It's not my job. It's not my job.
Okay.
What else do I need to give somebody than the measurement of the Earth? What else should I give somebody other than the Earth being measured flat by everybody? What else should I give them?
Things you can. I feel like there's so many other things you could do. Like there's so many.
Like what
you could do and post and.
Like what?
People to bring in.
Bro, you're give me an example. What else? We're looking for the Earth being a ball or flat. We measure it, it's flat. You're saying there's more we ought to do? I want to know what you think more we should do other than measure it.
Maybe like some documented video proof, or like some...
We have that.
...study, or you have a video proof of the flat Earth?
There's tons of video evidence. We have the laser test. We've got PDFs that are hundreds of pages big. We've got all...
Right?
Exactly, but we also do the video. It's all videoed. It's all documented. You guys love videos. Your reality is lived through videos. There's videos of it. For those who don't know how to think for themselves, we give them videos, and we give them drawings.
Thousands of hours of video of it.
You got that video by yourself? Or was it someone else?
The heck are you talking about?
Go on our server and start looking at all the videos.
But don't you think it's a testament to a great idea that an idea is great when you can pull many people in, right? That if like a billion people believe one thing, that's, I don't know. I just feel like
it's not an idea. It's not an idea. It's just reality. You understand? We go and measure reality.
I feel like you guys are kind of detached from reality. If you know what I mean, the way it sounds like you gotta at least be able to approach it with.
Okay, XM4. Let's take this one step at a time. Professor Triangle goes out. He measures the ground as flat. Okay, that's nice. He goes to work. He lives the rest of his life. What else do you want him to do? You're saying there's obviously more that we can do, and you feel there's more that he should do. What do you want him to do? Should he carve up a turkey and celebrate?
I'm trying to answer. Do you guys have your own compass, equipment, your directional equipment?
Yes.
Yes, I have my own compass.
Take that.
Yes,
I guess I would say take that, all your equipment, and then
I have. How many times do you want me to go do this stuff?
Well, just let me finish, bro. Give me
Well, I asked you before, and you wouldn't. You said we wanted to tell me a different story.
Listen. Do you guys ever take your equipment and then take a plane from America to Russia, or Hawaii to Japan or some shit, right? From the left part of the map, and then you come out on the right part. Have you guys ever done that?
Oh my gosh!
And you keep your equipment to make sure you're going in. You are going, in fact, in a straight line.
He thinks we live on a map, you guys, some kind of square, weird map.
It's not a bad
question. Listen to this.
Just engage.
It's a bad question, and I'll tell you why. You said that we're detached from reality. You just told us a second ago that you thought one of these very common idioms, which is, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results, is insanity, that it came from a video game. Okay.
Yeah.
You just told us that we got to fly from one place to another on a map. You are asking for videos. You are more detached from reality than anybody I think I've ever met.
What do you mean, bro? You go from
every example you gave me is from a video, paper, or a video game. You are detached from reality.
Why though? I mean, if you go one way and you keep going, you're gonna like go around. That's been documented. You can't say that.
Straight is no. Straight or in relationship to north?
Not straight. Not straight.
Okay, straight. You can go straight. I'm going to challenge you to do this. I want you to walk out your front door and pick a direction, and then just start going straight in that direction and see if you come back to your front door.
Theoretically, I could do that. If I had like a boat and a car or whatever the fuck, like I go straight, that's what would happen. I would come out the
You're saying that I want you to do it. I want you to be connected with reality. I want you to get out of your house, stop playing whatever the video games are that you're playing, and I want you to do this. Be connected with the real world and just go straight. Okay, just go straight and see if you end up at your front door.
Dude, you're supposed to love video games. That's the point of them. So you don't ever want to do anything but sit there and collect government checks when you get older. That's all they want you to do. Do nothing.
I do have a space game. I have a space game that I love playing. It's like me going.
See, there you go.
Yeah, I'm in like a spaceship.
He's done.
I go to like different planets and
stuff.
Yeah,
you're done.
Touch grass, dude.
No, I do. I'm very athletic.
What's your space game? EVE Online?
You said what?
Is your space game EVE Online?
No, it was No Man's Sky.
Well, there you go.
Oh, that's the one that the Hank
So,
plays.
how have you established that we're the ones that are detached from reality when you're sitting there in your not-reality bubble?
What do you mean? I literally, like, I do sports and shit. Like, I go to the gym 3 times a week. Okay. Like, it's really nice here. I, like, go to the park and shit.
About 15, 20. I'm trying to spend. Do you have anything smaller I could try?
So, where at the park and the gym have you seen the curvature?
Well, you got me. I haven't seen any curvature there.
Interesting. At least you're starting to question things. I'll give you that.
Well, I do. I generally do. It's just, I guess a better way to explain it to you guys is like I question the reality that we're in, but I just feel like the conclusion that the Earth is flat. It's just, I don't know. It's a big conclusion to draw. I feel like you could potentially. You could convince me that the Earth isn't a ball, maybe, but like that it's flat. I don't know. I feel like that's insane.
Well, what don't you like about it? If someone measures a particular thing as a particular way, so if I measure my desk here as 6 foot by 3 foot, what are you expecting it to magically change just because you don't like it?
But you're trusting your senses too much. That's kind of like saying...
No, I'm not. I'm trusting my tape measure.
Well, give me a second.
Well, go back.
Don't interrupt
I'm trusting my tape measure. You're telling me it's about my senses.
Cringe, bro.
I'm using a tape measure. I'm using a measuring device. I'm not trusting my senses. I'm trusting the accuracy of the device being used.
I let you talk as well.
That's where you're getting confused. You believe this is some kind of sensational thing. It's not. It is measured. They're using measuring devices.
Bro, I literally let you talk and you just cut me off like midpoint.
Yeah, and you spoke all the way through me, so that's great. So you believing like that you cutting me off and talking through me, and now you're complaining about someone talking. What?
You cut me
Seriously,
off first,
bro, come on.
Why would you even do that? That just shows that
the table has been measured a particular way. Why are you upset about it?
Close-minded, bro, honestly.
Why are you upset? Where did you get hurt?
You shouldn't interrupt me, bro. It's not cool.
I shouldn't interrupt you. You're just babbling.
Okay, let me just address the
census. What do you want
Matrix.
us to do? It is measured as flat. You want us to sit and point at the moon? Is that what you want us to do? And how is that going to affect anything?
I was actually going to make a really good point, but now I've lost my train of thought because you had a little crash.
Obviously, you didn't have one in the first place. If it was good,
he was talking about the senses. He was talking about we're using our senses too much, or we rely on them too much. That's what
I was saying. Thanks, mate. I was trying to say, before you acted like a fucking faggot, I was trying to say that, like, we...
Yeah,
oh, dear. He said a naughty word.
Yeah. You can't use slurs.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for him there. Because regarding the senses, ladies and gentlemen, in order to use our instruments, we're going to rely on our senses. Because if we didn't have any senses, we couldn't live on Earth. You use your senses every single second you are awake, and even when you're sleeping, your senses are working for you. So the idea that we use our senses too much, that's a ridiculous statement. There are people out there who want to ignore their senses. Well, that's down to them. But for me, I live by my senses, and we used our senses to go out to measure the curvature of the Earth. It's not there. It is an extended horizontality, the horizontal constant. Thank you.
Jed, you're using your senses. You're outside. You're having a great old time, maybe riding your bike. You look out into the distance. You don't see any curvature. How do you confirm that it is or is not curving?
That's right. It's silly, isn't it? You know? It's flat. We are measuring it flat. It is utilized flat. Oh, this is what I was going to say, ladies and gentlemen. Wouldn't it be good if we flat earthers actually created a world where everywhere is curved? All your roads are curved and it's spinning. So you're living on an island, right? We take an island and we make everywhere curved. There is no horizontality anywhere, and you would have to establish your horizontal. Wouldn't that be good? You'd have a hard time there, wouldn't you? All the roads are curved. Everything is curved. Your table is curved. Curved world, I'm calling it. Yeah, then you'd know about horizontal. You'd be able to discern then. Do you know what I mean? It's a joke, isn't it? Can you imagine that? Curved world. There isn't horizontal anywhere. You'd have to create it for yourself. I love that. And it's spinning, remember? That was unfortunate. It was unfortunate. He's gone there.
To get out. He wanted out.
Yeah.
He was going nowhere in a hurry.
Yeah, the pressure was closing in on him because there was more people coming in to discuss. And yeah, he was definitely under fire. And not in a rude sense. It was just concise conversation and pressure was coming. No one was being rude to him at all. That's what I mean about the psychology.
I actually did want to know what the hell he expected us to do. So we've measured the ground flat. How many times can you go and do that before you go, it's flat? Like, do you do it once? Do you do it twice? Do you do it 67 times? Like, what's going to change?
Right. And he
67.
Also 67, look. He also stated that to call it flat was a big claim. So I wanted to understand what his version or what his idea of a flat earth is. What is the image? Was he imaging? Because how could he say it was a big claim?
Okay, that's just subjectivity. Both of us could say it's a big claim. From my perspective, him saying it's a ball-tard, that's a big claim.
Yeah.
So that can go both ways.
Yeah. But I just wanted to know what his image of a flat earth. Because he was like shaking. I could see him shaking his head as if to say that would be a complete impossibility. Maybe he's thinking of it as a piece of paper, flat, like a piece of paper or something, a sheet of paper. Who knows? But he had some kind of strange image, and I wanted to find out what his idea of a flat earth is, you know. And the other thing was this. He said, do we have our tools? We have our tools, and we went out to measure. So what's the problem there? What's hard to... He hasn't done that himself, you know? Yeah, it's interesting. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, the psychology is always different every time people come in. Wow. Never cease to amazes me. I'm always entertained and always engaged and listening. It's great. Yeah, and earlier, I do feel someone famous did come in there and spiraled out, okay? I really do. 100%.
I don't think it was him. And the reason I say that is I used to listen to Brand a fair bit, and I'd be of the opinion that Brand would lean more towards the FE side instead of coming in.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Freaking clown.
Matrix. Matrix,
yeah,
he didn't.
I think he is,
he
actually.
Didn't. Matrix, he didn't. You know, he ridiculed it.
Yeah, but think
He
of how much
ridiculed it all the way.
this guy spiraled at the last bit there. You know, like
Yeah. Russell Brand. Well, that guy does the same. The guy I'm talking about spirals out as well. He has those moments. He does. It's definitely him. Telling you. Remember, he said 2-hour interview. He said, right, 2-hour. Right now, I'm talking about a podcast where it would have been about an hour at the most, and he ignored Mark Sargent for a while. And then when he referred to Mark Sargent, he had about 10 seconds to say something, and then they began on about something else, giggling and laughing. Telling you, man, it's definitely him. I know that for sure. Definitely him.
Well, if it's him, then he's a sook, and he can come back whenever he wants.
Yeah, I'm glad. I hope he does. Because what are the odds that you're going to have a guy sounding bang ringer for this guy? And he interviewed Mark Sargent in particular. And I remember the podcast because I was doing my laundry at the time, and I was actually jogging for my exercise. So I stuffed the stuff in my laundry into the dryer, put the money in, switched on the podcast. I'm jogging, and I thought I'm going to have an interesting one. And at that time, I didn't know who this guy was. This guy interviewing Mark Sargent. I didn't know how famous he was. So when I listened to how he behaved, I instantly didn't like this guy. Then that was in about 2017 or 18 it was. And I was jogging, listening. I thought, this guy, Ross, this guy's a bit of a head of a dick, man. What did he do that for? You know, totally did not take Flat Earth seriously at all. Okay. And I took a disliking to the guy. And then I find out who he is later on, a few more years down the line. I find out who this guy was and how famous he was. I thought, this guy's just a dick. Excuse me for the French there, but bloody hell, you know? And he comes in here. He was just in here, man. That was him, no doubt. You don't forget the voice and the experience. And he mentioned the 2-hour interview with Mark Sargent. So there you go. Yeah. And that was on a different podcast as well. And it's on my other device, which the podcast doesn't work, so I can't get it. Yeah, really annoying. I'm trying to find that podcast. I found a mini interview. I posted it in the server. But yeah, it was just strange. Very interesting. Look, sometimes they sneak in, okay? They do sneak in, famous people. It's not the first time.
I like when so-called famous anti-FEs sneak in and they get escorted out. I think that's great.
Security escorting them out, yeah. You know, it would be nice if they just came in amicably and discuss it and get to the point where they haven't checked it, so they cannot know. And then they cannot say we're wrong. That's the bit I like. And then they have to concede that they're carrying a belief. And when you've explained to them what a belief means, yeah. And what you're doing there, you're taking them out of their fantasy world that they live in, of fame and, you know, stardom and whatever, and put them in reality now. Just stop being famous for a while and pay attention, yeah? Yeah. That's what I want to get to with these people. So-called famous people, you know? Yeah. Because they do sneak in here. Amazing, this 24/7. You know? Getting a good influx of people coming in. Really good.
Oh, no, that's way. That way.
Welcome, Eden.
What's up? How are you doing?
Going alright. What proofs of curvature have you brought for the panel today?
I don't know what that means.
Well, you might want to look at the title of the room that you've just jumped into.
Proofs of curvature. What type of proofs of curvature are you looking for?
Well, when you provide them, we assess them and see if they're worthy or not.
So I'm supposed to provide something that you simply asked for?
Alright, do you think you live on a ball?
A sphere.
Ball, tard, sphere, oblate, spheroid. You can call it whatever you like.
No.
You don't.
Ah, okay. So where's your proof of straightness?
What? How did we jump from you answering if you think you live on a ball to my proof of straightness?
Because you said we don't live on a ball.
You said you don't. I'm trying to get the yes or no out of you, and you said nope.
Why are you so upset?
I'm not upset.
You're using a very hostile tone.
No, I'm not using a hostile tone.
You got like pretty aggressive.
I'm just used to Nancy boys, softies like you, who have a little cry every time I.
So you are angry.
I'm just used to it. No, I'm not angry. I'm just waiting for you to answer.
Well, then why are you insulting me?
So, you haven't been insulted yet.
You just called me a Nancy boy.
You are a Nancy boy. You've got your camera on. We can all see that.
So you're insulting me because you're angry.
So you're a Nancy. So anyways, do you believe you live on a ball?
I don't think it matters what I believe. I think it matters what you believe.
Why does it matter not what you believe whilst you're in a flat earth channel?
Well, because whatever you believe is
look on your face is not helping.
Whatever you believe is clearly upset you.
So what I believe has upset me. So let me get this straight. We measure the ground as non-curving, and I'm upset over that. How have you come to that conclusion?
You must not live on a hill.
Hey, stupid, you do realise you've got your camera on? We can see you acting like a fucking idiot. If you're going to be a smart fuckwit,
and we can hear you acting like one.
And he thinks he's clever. I dropped out of my game for that.
Hello.
Hey.
How you doing?
Doing all right. How you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good.
Nice.
What are people talking about here?
Oh, nothing.
Are you of the Earth is flat opinion?
I mean, the Earth is flat channel.
I don't think everyone here has to be of that view, though.
Yeah. What about you?
No, I don't think it is.
So what changed your mind?
What do you mean?
Oh, you were born thinking Earth was a globe or something?
I wasn't that aware of the Earth when I was born, but I was taught that the Earth is a globe, as most people are.
Yeah. Have you verified that?
Verified that I was taught it, or verified that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, the thing you thought was true, of course.
I mean, have I gone out and taken a measurement with a ruler? It's a bit big to do so. What I can do is just sort of, critically think about it and look at what would have to be true if the Earth was flat and if it was just a big conspiracy, right? The grand scheme of the lie, the deception there, the amount of effort it would take to do so, it just seems unfathomably unrealistic.
Well, that doesn't matter. Like, what matters is what the evidence points to, right? Like, if you go on and experience Earth,
why does that matter?
Earth. Sorry?
Why does that matter?
Well, if the ground is measured in a particular aspect, what does it matter what you think about people lying or not lying or whatever they may or may not believe? If the ground is measured a certain way, all of the other things you can throw at it mean absolutely nothing.
These measurements can be falsified, they can be misdone.
They can be. But when the same measurements are repeated and they're tested and checked and they're coming back as confirmed, that does represent a little problem for the ball-type believers.
I would make a hazard of a guess of the people who are doing these measurements mostly have an ideology and the measurements happen to align with
Well, you can hazard incorrectly. Your guess was incorrect because the guys actually went out to confirm curvature and they failed.
Okay. And who are these guys?
FE Core.
FE Core. You just named something I don't know of. But okay. It's interesting its name starts with FE, Flat Earth. And
Yeah, Field Engineer. Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what the FE was. Yeah.
I knew you'd jump into that. Most people can't help themselves. But anyways, yeah, these chaps went out to confirm the curvature. And, they went to multiple places. And they're posting up in side chat now. So it's very interesting when these guys are actually measuring it as a particular way. And all the other, it must be a conspiracy or there must be a whole pile of people in on the lie and all these other really cool things. Hey, that's all well and good, but it's still measured as flat.
Yeah, I mean, this is a 56-minute video, which I'm clearly not going to watch through the whole thing right now.
Well, I don't expect you to drop your socks now and watch it, honestly.
That's fair enough. Okay.
Some of these videos actually go for hours on end. They're not just little 5-second YouTube, TikTok clips to keep the kids happy. These are in-depth. Here's the measurements from temperatures, distances, locations, showing where it is on Google Maps to make people feel warm and fuzzy. They have to go through every single aspect of it because if they forget to put the time and date, someone will have a cry.
Yeah, I mean, some YouTube guy going out there, verified by other people who potentially have the ideology. I'll be honest, it's not, and you probably disagree with this, but until I see some actual establishment and something that I have a belief.
Maybe you might want to watch the video then.
Yeah, possibly, but the question would remain: what establishment is backing this? Like when something's posted in a scientific
why
journal,
do we have to have some kind of appeal to authority? What authority is going to come along and back my word that I've measured something? So I'll get a videotape and videotape myself measuring something, and then I need some kind of authority position to come and back up what I've done. Why is the necessity for that?
Well, I said establishment, not authority, but
establishment, authority. What's the difference?
They are different things. Authority is someone going to power above. An establishment is a
authority position. Yeah, great.
No, not necessarily. It could just be a body that has worked to achieve a certain goal and has a reputation to maintain. So, like, a journal isn't necessarily an authority. It's an establishment that if it starts.
So why the necessity? Why the necessity? Why do we have to have someone come out and recheck what's already been checked multiple times?
To reputation of truth.
To make you feel better?
Oh, I can get my sentence out.
So this is like some kind of what we would call it maybe a peer-reviewed type situation.
That's roughly what we're getting into, but not just that. It's the reason that
you might want to look up about peer reviewing and how it's actually done. They don't go out and when peer review is done, they don't actually retest or redo the tests or experiments.
Study. Yeah, that's
they don't do that.
Yeah, that was a different thing. Yeah.
Well, that's what we want you to do is replicate it.
Right.
We don't want you just to look at the paperwork and go, time and date's there, correct. They dotted all their I's, they crossed all their T's. Yeah, it looks good. Is that what you're wanting?
No. So, again, if I can get a sentence out here, the reason that the established body I think is important is because they have a reputation and they maintain so. And
okay, so who's this established body? Who's it going to be? So I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I'm questioning it. If I get a whole pile of anti-FE fuckwits come in here and I put forward my presentation, this is what I've done, this is how I checked it, this is how I confirmed it, the whole lot of them are going to go, nah, because we're anti-FE, they don't give a shit what I say, it's going to insta-fail.
Yeah, if you...
So who's this establishment?
Scientific body. Like I said, it could be like...
Oh, so they have to be scientific now?
I think that was clear from the start, but not now, but okay.
This is not a scientific inquiry. This is a
oh, it's not?
Geometry check,
geometry,
mate.
Right.
That's yeah. All we're doing is measuring things.
Okay.
That's all. Well, how would you science a sphere? What scientific method how would you insert the sphere into the scientific method?
Oh, I'm not.
In order to require peer reviewing.
No, I want to see the study, but I am my best authority. Okay, yeah, no, I trust in established authorities, or as you.
So basically, you're just going to tell us how you trust in established authorities, and you're not going to check anything yourself. You are your own best authority.
Do you check every single thing that's presented to you as science?
I'm not presenting science. You must have skipped that bit again.
I disagree with you on that. I think you are.
Okay.
You're covering
what field of science deals with shapes? Let's try the easy way.
It's not a field of science. I know you want geometry.
Excellent, because that's what we're talking about is geometry. We're measuring the aspect of an alleged given shape. That's it. That's all we're doing.
Looking for, really,
so you are claiming that this is a scientific inquiry. So why do you believe shape measurement? Why do you believe, Andy, that shape measurement is a scientific inquiry? Where did you get science from shapes? How are you doing that?
Cosmology, really, because it's
not cosmology. So if I hand you a tennis ball, that's and ask you to measure it, that's cosmology.
If the tennis ball was in space and I lived on it, then yes, it would be.
You're a fucking clown.
Yeah, good answer. Well done.
Well, you are. You're just claim stacking. You're making up bullshit.
Oh, you're just angrily arguing with people all your life on the internet. Like, it's fine.
No, I actually do go to work, contrary to popular beliefs.
I don't care.
Yeah. So you've got no proof of curvature. You're appealing to some authority that you don't even know who or what they are. You don't know that we're actually talking about geometry. So you're still appealing to science when you shouldn't be. Andy, why do you bother coming in here?
It's fun to listen to you fucking idiots talk for a bit and how angry you get.
Yeah. Run away.
You idiots actually think that the surface of water at rest is flat? How dare you?
Hey, Toby. How's it going, man?
I'm doing all right, brother. How are you?
Oh, fantastic. Andy doesn't like me much.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, he gets a bit butthurt, but he'll be all right.
Yeah, there was a convo about around an hour ago or so. It was the guy who thought that like it was everything was like a video game. He kept making the video game references. I missed the very end of that conversation. Was it a fizzle out or was it a burnout or what happened?
He just just went quiet.
Oh, okay.
He didn't really get anywhere. Not in a hurry, anyways.
That was a tough
egg quote from Einstein.
No, I think he used the word that we shouldn't use, a slur word, and that's when he went. You might remember.
No, that was another one. That was another one, wasn't it?
No, that was him. He used a slur word, and then he went. At least I think that was him. Yeah.
I thought it was another one. Sorry, my bad.
Pulled the parachute cord.
Yeah. I need to get out of here.
Because I was going to ask him, if or not we had the right to measure, to take what the scientists tell us and then confirm it. That's not a crime, is it? You know what I mean? As Matrix said, why do we need an authority to tell us? Okay, let me see what you got. Yeah, let me go and check that. Make sure you're telling the truth.
Well,
that's what we do now.
If we need an authority to check it, am I allowed to pick the authority?
There you are. Exactly. Yeah, that should also come into the equation. Yeah. Can we choose the authority? So, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. It's not out of your legal position to question what you're being told, so that you don't end up believing, thus not knowing. So you check it for yourself and then you know. That's the point I'm raising here. You actually are now carrying knowledge, but most people around you are carrying beliefs. That's not knowledge. That's information you were given that you haven't actually confirmed, and they're coming at you from all over the place. Advertising on billboards, music, TV, films, magazines, newspapers, online, radios, podcasts. The avenues are limitless, ladies and gentlemen. And if you just listen and believe what you hear all the time without checking, then you're believing everything. And your life is just one big belief, one big assumption. Wow. What a very precarious position to be in. And you don't even know you're in that position on top of that. Wow. The psychology. It's amazing.
It actually is amazing, isn't it, June?
It really is, mate. It really is. I enjoy it. Enjoy every day I come here, or if not every day, every week that I'm in here, I thoroughly enjoy what goes on. I really do. Because the people are coming in, real people are coming in, generally inquiring. You do get one or two trolls, but they're inquiring, and the interviews that they have here and the questionnaires and everything, yeah, I find it very, very entertaining indeed, and eye-opening. And they're dancing around the topic. That's the one I like the best. When they won't step in, you ask them a question, they won't actually answer it.
Oh no, I don't want to answer the question. They might pin me into a corner.
Yeah, I got you, guy, earlier on. I got you. There was nothing going on in that way with your line of questioning. It was and Jedi's line of questioning. Both of you were questioning the guy legitimately, clean questions. We wanted to know his position. He didn't want to answer because he thought you were trying to catch him out or something. Silly. If you know you're on a globe, then just present. Sorry, I was going to say, if you know you're on a globe, present your case. That's it.
Yeah. Let the data speak for itself. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
interesting how they can't understand that. They seem to be of the idea set that it's up to their presentation skills. Okay, that's a little bit of it, so maybe 10% of it. But if your data is sound, you don't even have to speak. You can just lay it on the table and point to it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You don't even have to try. Let the data speak for you. Yeah, it's that simple. But they don't even have the data. They don't have the data. They don't know their model. They have done no investigation. They're completely in deficit. They've come in with their briefcase and it's empty. It's just full of stale air. That's all that's in that case. They've got no case. And then they're saying we're wrong. You know, that always gets me, that one. I just keep laughing at that one. That gets me every time. They know not their model. Forgive them, for they know not their model. To quote like on the Jesus Christ theme there. They don't know what they do. It's just silly. Absolutely silly. You better know your model when you come in here, ladies and gentlemen. If you do come in, you better make sure your case is brimming with information and data that you're going to bring, your proofs. Don't come in with a plastic bag that's empty or a leather suitcase, a leather briefcase that's empty, and you want to debate your case with just beliefs and your feeling and you know when you don't know, because that's what they're doing. And then all the ad homs, you know, that wins their case, doesn't it? You retarded flat earther, tinfoil cap wearing, retard flat earther, trying to tell me, a glober, believer, haven't done any investigation that the earth is globe, but I know it's a globe.
Did you see the other idiot that came in, Jim, that had his camera on?
I missed it.
This clown comes in. He does it all the time. It's the same guy. I just changed his name. He comes in. He's got his camera on. We can see his face clean as day. There's no problem there. And he's sitting there with this stupid smug look on his face, like as if he's got us with this perfect gotcha moment. And it's like, look at you, you smug clown. Just, no, get out. And he's sitting there laughing like he had this big grin on his face, like as if he was a freaking Cheshire cat. Oh, man. It's like, dude, at least hide. You know, if you're going to sit there and do dumb shit, at least try to hide from it. Come on.
Well, it's another method of psychology, isn't it? Like, you know, we do not know what we're talking about, and he's trying to let us that in no uncertain terms by just being there. By the sounds of it, no case, no presentation. Yeah, weird, I'd have to say. But again, that's what it's all about. You see, when you're trying to get the message across to people, you're going to meet all kinds of people coming in with all their beliefs. Remember that one with the, like I said, you know, game analogies only.
Yeah, that was interesting, that.
Yeah. I was going to say, because he said that came from a game called so-so-so. I was going to ask him, well, why should I know that? I don't do gaming. I'm living in reality here. Why would I have to know that?
I thought it was an Einstein quote. Einstein's definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Right. Well, that was excellently put, and that was Radwin that was pushing that one straight off the bat. I thought, yeah, that's correct. You know, and he still didn't want to acknowledge that guy, did he? You know, no. The man has gone out, he's done it 3 times, checked it, let's say, right? Why would he need to do it again? Shouldn't it be you checking what we've done, actually? That's what you should be doing. You should say, okay, you've done it 3 times. What method did you use? That's the true situation now. And then you go and validate that. So you know, because you don't even know you're on a globe. You haven't done anything. That's what I love saying to them, that you haven't done anything. You haven't done any investigation. And you don't even know your model. But you're right. And I'm wrong. I sleep, breathe, eat this stuff. And I'm completely wrong. My word, it's like, it's crazy. It's like a white belt taking on Bruce Lee. And he's saying he's better than Bruce Lee.
Oh, belt's only good to hold your trousers up, bro.
So it is entertaining, of course. It does get a little bit annoying when they throw certain insults at you. Can get a bit annoying there, especially when you've asked a question or you show an image and you get an insult. So you have to ask him, why the insult? I mean, there's the image. Can you deal with the image, please? Yeah?
The insults don't really faze me that much. Like, if you have a listen to Aussie speak, seriously, the whole conversation's just insults. So if... Yeah,
it's silly, though. That shouldn't be tolerated. That should be, like, curtailed, really. Especially, but again, it's another form of psychology. It's just another form of psychology that the people out there are privileged to experience and learn. So, yeah, no, I understand where you're coming from there.
Well,
it's got
15 years on the rail, 6 years working in jails. There's not much that they can throw at me that makes me blush anymore, seriously.
Right, yeah. Well, I don't blush anyway, but I just like to highlight that the ridiculousness of that you give them an image and then you're called blah, 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 blah. And you think, well, why that, ladies and gentlemen? You know, I want the listeners to understand that. We've asked them a straight question. What does this image mean to you? And the insults just come flying. That's obviously triggered the guy, spiraling out of control. One image that puts the Glober under pressure because they have to explain everything. And they can't. They can't explain it. That's the thing. And when they do, they're just digging themselves further into their problem. It's great. Totally enjoy it on the English Hub. Diverse people coming in from all around the world. And all their psychologists they're coming in different variations.
This is
but
politics,
it's all
this one, Jin.
Oh, sorry, the politics. My mistake there. We're on the politics server. It's always hard to keep up with them, keep jumping from one server to the next.
Yeah, I know.
So we're on the politics server here, yes, sorry. Yeah, it's interesting that we get such a diverse crowd coming in. And then they come in in groups as well, you know. Like I'll go in first, and then once they come in like raiding the place, I'm going to go in
like
first.
Traffic cops. They have to go in pairs. One's good at letters, one's good at numbers.
Yeah, that's it. Or they're coming in threes and fours. I'm going to soften them up, and then you three come in straight away. And we overwhelm them that way, you know. Kill them, Bennett. You know the things they do. Yeah. And the moderators are busy trying to mute them, like catching mice. Let me try and mute that. Oh, he's gone. Cat and mouse as well happens on the server, chasing the Globers around.
That's the beauty of having the recording there. So if someone does come in and say something that's naughty, we can just grab the old video and go, hang on a minute.
Yeah.
There's no escape.
I love that because it keeps us in the realms of integrity as well. See, because it's keeping us in check as well, which is what I love about that we're kept in check because we only deal with the facts anyway. That's what we're dealing with here. You know, facts. So
what's the old question?
Really giving you theories.
Who checks the checkers?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I said, what's the old question? Who checks the checkers? Yeah.
Well, the material itself checks the checkers. The recording, obviously, that's it. So what's recorded is what's keeping all of us in check, and that's good. Anybody come in just now? Welcome to the server. If you have any questions related to the shape of the Earth or why we say the Earth is flat, please do not hesitate to ask your questions. You've made it this far, so make your visit here count. Ask a question. Every question you ask will be learned from. Go ahead. We are most certainly not here to belittle you or to treat you in a derogatory way. That's not our position at all, okay? It's one of information exchange, uplift is what we're about. And it's always going to be incumbent upon you to finally go and check for yourself. We don't ask you to believe us. We ask you to go and check. Because believing means you're accepting something without actually confirming it. And we don't want you to do that. We want you to receive the information and then go and validate that and compare it to what you've learned and then make your decisions there then afterwards. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, it's interesting with some of the Globers, Jen. You give them some information. Here's a video of how they measured it flat, one of the laser tests, for example. And from their mindset, they must be thinking that they have to accept as gospel what we've just said or put forward, that they don't have to check it and confirm it.
Yeah, No, that's not what we do here. Not at all. And the material we give you, whether it's an image or a piece of video, okay, or some text, it's the best information you're going to receive, because you're not getting this information from university and you're not getting it from the main media. You're not getting it there. This is, and these are people who have gone out of their way to create this stuff for you to learn from. So we give them a big salute to the content producers. They're doing a better job than the media that some of these people pay their TV license to listen to. Okay? So, we're giving you the best material. Yeah. So we always suggest you look at it and then, act accordingly. And when you get a video that's 3 hours long, you know that individual who produced that piece of content has spent maybe 5 hours, maybe even 6 hours to get it right and polished up. Yeah. And you know that they've gone in depth, right? Because every second is pure information. No junk, no fact, pure lean facts. Yeah. And then you get the knockout ones that are like 5 minutes long. Stunned you will be, because the reason you're stunned is, why didn't I think of it like that? Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, he got so much going for us, the flat earthers. Yeah, it's not going to stop in the next 10 years.
Nah, not in a hurry anyways.
Yeah. Yeah. My intention is to mention those content producers for the next 10 years. That's for sure. People like Robert Pisano, for example, who did some really good work early in the day. Great stuff. D Marble, another guy. Brilliant stuff. Wow. That's all I can say there, et cetera, et cetera. There was one funny video that D Marble did where he shows us the globe, and underneath the globe is a sticker, a seal, a sticker stating, "Not for educational purposes." Just laughed. I thought, that's right. That's right, isn't it? Not for educational purposes. Why would you have a sticker like that on there? What do you think, Matrix? Why would that be there now? You're going to the shop, you want to buy a globe for your son, that's where we are, son. Why would they have a sticker under there? Not for educational purposes. Ain't that weird, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very off-putting. It's like there's some kind of distrust in the mapping systems.
Right. You see? That's called a plausible deniability, and they're covering their base there, for in case there's any legal.
Let's go through all the options. Maybe the sticker was put on there incorrectly. At the factory, they stuffed up. They put it on the wrong toy. There's another option.
What?
So why is it on all different makes, models, and manufacturers of globes?
Yeah. Yeah, that should make you think, ladies and gentlemen. Not for educational purposes, that globe. Wow, why does it exist then? Decorative only? That's how they lure you in.
Yeah, not for educational purposes. What they're subconsciously telling you to do, boys and girls, we don't want you to think. Just accept it.
Yeah. Yeah, very dangerous. That's what you will learn at Flat Earth, you see. You will learn that you have to think for yourself sometimes, and you will have to double check what you're being told. Otherwise, you end up your life will be one big belief And all those beliefs are just assumptions all the way. Assumption Avenue, belief row. Mm.
Welcome to the new person that dropped in.
Yeah, welcome to the server. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. We're here, I myself and my colleagues are here to answer all your questions to the best of our ability. Thank you. Doesn't matter what kind of question it is, we welcome it. Why do you think it's flat? Why do you believe it's flat? Why are you going against all the scientists and all the thousands and thousands of years of knowledge that we have and all that stuff? Those kind of questions are always welcomed here. Some other questions you get: did your mum drop you on your head?
Twice. So what's that got to do with the shape of the ground?
Was the ground hard? Did you hit the ground hard?
Did you bounce? You know, there's so many things you put with that. But regardless of how many times one was dropped when they were an infant, it still doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
Exactly.
I've seen photos of me when I was little. I was pretty chubby. So if they did drop me, I would have bounced anyway. So it doesn't matter.
And then you get the ridiculing from the Globers. You guys think you're special. You've got this special secret information that nobody else has, and you think you're special.
Okay, follow that chain of thought. You think you're special. Okay, here's the information. Nuh-uh. Hang on a minute. In one hand, we're special. We've got this secret special information that we're not given to anyone because we're horrible. And then when we do hand it out, you don't like it anyways. So are we special that we have this secret knowledge, or are you just being difficult because you don't want to accept it? Or at least even acknowledge that someone's handing you this information?
Exactly. Yeah.
I've always found that very interesting that some of them that'll point to us that with the attitude of that you guys are special, like you've got some secret cult and I don't know the magic handshake, so I can't get in the front door.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the other one that's most common one is the one where they say that would mean that the whole world's a conspiracy.
Everybody's in on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Including your dad.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, they are all into it. They're all in on it, for sure. The education system's been established and they're teaching it all across the world. You didn't say around the world. All across the world. Try to avoid that round word as much as possible, just so the Globers don't get any idea.
Jin said it's round. It must be round. Rah!
Yeah. Now, all across the world, ladies and gentlemen, across. Yeah. Indicative of a flat surface. Like you move from one side of the room to the other, across the room. Crossing the road, the other side, just to cross. What does it do for you when you become a flat earther? Do you make more money? You know, I mean, what next? What next? What next is what they say.
How is it going to change my daily life? I still have to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah. I still got to pay my taxes. Is the other thing they say commonly.
The old taxes. Yeah, that's great. How will it
still got to be
life?
Still got to be a slave. Well, let's say everybody gets onto the same page, ladies and gentlemen. Now everybody's aware of the fact that we're not actually a spinning ball hurtling through the universe. We're stationary. We're flat. Yeah, beautiful place. So some of you may connect to God closer. Some of you may just be relieved that no asteroid's going to come and destroy our lives. But the one thing is that you're all going to have in common here is, why are they teaching it to our children? Can we stop that at least? Can we come together and say, can you stop teaching our children that the Earth is a globe, because we know it's not? Can you stop that?
I think, Jen, with that, and I can understand why you're saying that, but you've got to convince quite a few people and show them and prove to them that it is flat prior to changing the education system. Because if you try to change the education system first, you're going to get all these Karens having an absolute meltdown because their favourite aisle in Bunnings can't be called something else, having a whinge about you're indoctrinating people because they don't realise that they've been indoctrinated first.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that, because that's not what I meant anyway. Obviously, I did say if everybody was on the same page across the world now, of course, everybody realizes it. That's what's next. What's next is, well, you're going to be wondering why they teach it at school, because everybody now realizes that's not right. I mean, why did they teach us that? Can we stop that? Yeah, of course. Everybody would have to know that and prove it to themselves, of course. That's what I mean by when they've all come to the same page here. They've realized it because they've gone out to check it. Not just because we've told them, but they've gone out to confirm it. Then they'll be thinking, I think that shouldn't be taught at school. What's going on here? Aha, right. Now you're talking now. And then they got the mums and dads, probably more mums than dads.
I was just thinking, Jen.
Go on.
It's a wonder the parents haven't actually done a complete reversal. Well, they teach kids all this other dumb shit at school. We may as well teach them the Earth's flat.
Well, I mean, that character's definitely there, no doubt about it. Why would you be surprised? You know, yeah.
So you could probably actually push it and get away with it.
Yeah. But you can see the mums and dads now marching down to the education authorities. Yeah. Demanding that the education minister address this problem we have here. Yeah, it's a possibility. That's what could change. For example, the possibilities are endless once you actually realize and you come together across the earth. It's the beginning of actually stopping the nonsense. That's what's next. It's quite clearly obvious, like glass. And those of you who are a little bit sheepish in taking that step forward, there's for every sheep one, there's about 100 who are educated that are just going to be, boom, going straight there. They want this to stop immediately.
You're fucking calling a sheep, man.
Do people here actually believe the world is flat?
Here we go. He said sheep and look, the herd come fucking running in.
Well, welcome to the server, guys. What brings you in? Do you have any questions? Don't hesitate. Please carry on.
No, I have a question. What goes through your mentally retarded head to think that the Earth is flat?
Okay. Well, my head is not retarded. I'll ask you just one question and I'll answer your question.
There's less evidence for that.
Pay attention. Pay attention. Do I have the right to check whether or not the Earth is a globe or not after being educated at school? Do I have that right to check? Do I have the right to check? Okay, good. So what I've gone out to do, because back in 2015, it was brought to my attention that the Earth's a globe and that. And I thought, nah, that's silly, you know. Okay, let me go check it out. And when I did go out and investigate it, I found that the Earth wasn't curving at the rate it should be. In fact, it wasn't curving at all. That is why I'm a flat earther.
This has been disproven. This has been disproven so many times. There have been studies where people have
excellent.
Set
Show
up
us one.
Points. There are studies where people have set up points that
where's
are miles.
this been disproven?
Yeah, so,
if it's been done so many times, like you were saying, it's been done so many times, surely you could just post one in the side chat for us.
Please, yeah.
No, I will. I'll actually get it. But basically what it is 2 points were set up about probably like a couple miles away from each other. They were completely flat ground, so there wasn't a bump in the actual territory.
So no curvature. That's a good start.
And there was curvature in the Earth that aligned with the Earth's curvature that science proves. So,
but you just said it was flat. So you've just contradicted yourself.
Yeah. You said there was no hump. You said there was no hump between the two points. You said.
Yeah, and there was curvature with the.
Pretty please link this in the comments. I really want to take a look at it.
Yeah, sure, I'll do that.
Wait, how can it be flat and curved at the same time? What are you talking about?
Wait, what did you say?
You said it was flat and curved at the same time.
No, I said, because this is like, you guys suggest that the Earth is flat, but it's also bumpy. So I'm saying that there was 2 designated points about like miles apart from each other that were completely, like there weren't bumps. Let's just say that. There wasn't like terrain shifts and elevation shifts. And it was still
so if it's flat, then there's no curve.
No, you can't observe the curve. When you look on an airstrip, it looks completely flat because the curve
Yes, we
happens
know
miles away.
it looks flat. Well, we can go check. It's also measured flat.
No, it's not.
Airstrips? Yeah, they make airstrips flat. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but you can't observe the flatness of the Earth that far. So it looks flat, and you can conduct a test that's true because there's no territorial elevation.
Yeah, you get a link or not.
If you do find curvature over miles between 2
10 miles.
designated points.
10 miles, 66 feet. Yep. You agree with that?
What did you just say?
10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature from your point to the 10-mile point. You agree with that?
No, it'd be way less.
Oh, okay. So you don't even know
It
how
would be
big your
way
globe
less.
is.
You don't know how big our Earth is.
How much less?
Sounds like you don't know how big it should be.
You need to search up the actual length, the width of the Earth, and then how.
Wait, how much less? You said way less. How much less?
I wouldn't know, but it would be way less than that. It's not going to drop 60.
I don't know, but it's got to be less. But I don't know.
What, a couple inches?
You're saying that a 10-mile point, which some cities are 10 miles, you say that there's a 66 feet whole building's worth of drop. Are you saying that?
Yes. I know you're excited. In the side chat, I've posted up spherical trigonometry of a sphere with a 3959 mile radius. That chart there will tell you how much drop over very specific distances there should be. Okay.
Yeah. And you're a rational guy. You sound quite intelligent, so you'll understand the logic behind that. From point A to point B, there should be X amount of curvature. That's what that chart is going to show you. Okay. So just take your time and digest it. Don't just respond, it can't be, because you're acting like, the retard there. Okay. Basically, if you don't know, don't say somebody else doesn't know. If you do not know, you can't say somebody else doesn't know.
What's the
That's
cause
a crime.
of gravity then? What's the cause
That's
of gravity?
a crime. You're gish galloping. We're talking about the surface of the Earth.
What's the cause of gravity? Gravity is
surface of the Earth. Excuse me. We're talking about the surface of the Earth at the moment. Curvature.
No.
You're changing the topic now.
No.
So you want to change the topic now?
If the Earth didn't have a certain amount of mass in it,
do you want
to? Okay, hold up, Jen. Kovac, stop, please stop. I know you're excited, but if you're going to jump to another topic, at least concede to the fact you either number one, agree that's what the distances should be, or number two, that you don't understand it all, say you're scared of it or something. I don't know.
No, I've got the evidence to support.
Yeah, that's great. You haven't posted it yet. But you've just jumped to gravity. How is something going down proving a curve?
No. So I'm trying to explain this. So Einstein's theory.
So it's just a theory then?
No,
that's not good.
No, it's been proven. It was a theory at the time. Einstein's theory, who is a lot more intelligent than us, suggests that everything that has mass, has a gravitational pull, no matter how big it is. So the Earth, to keep you to contain to the Earth's surface, has to have a certain amount of mass to do this. That's why that the moon has what we call moon gravity. It still has gravity.
Dude, why are you running away from the curvature argument? Dude, you just totally gish-galloped.
And it's not actually what Einstein said either.
No, Einstein said that everything has a gravitational pull dependent on how big the piece of mass is. So when you look at the Earth's gravity and how much gravity it actually has, it has to have a certain amount of mass to do that. And then when you look at the moon has what we call moon gravity. It still has gravity. It's not no gravity. It's not like in space. In space, there's no gravity. In space, there's no gravity because there's no mass.
You're rambling, son. Please stop that.
Producing gravity. But when you look at the moon, which is smaller than the Earth...
Gravity. Everyone, gravity. How is this proving curvature?
How do I actually post this piece of evidence? I'm going to post it in the general chat.
No, in the side chat. Are you on PC or on your phone?
I'm on my phone, unfortunately. There you go. Those are flat earthers who actually proved themselves wrong with what I just suggested.
With gravity?
No, not gravity.
Then why did you bring up gravity then?
Because that's the biggest piece of evidence that probably suggests that the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah, but you still never even given us a reason for gravity equals balls.
Does this not sound reasonable? Everything that has mass...
Because you're not backing it with anything. You're just giving us a cool story. So that's why it's not sounding reasonable.
No, just listen to
gas have mass?
So when we say we measure the ground as flat, we can go and check that and verify it. Now, you chucking up a stupid Jaren video where they're claiming someone is 17 foot tall and he can reach up with a flashlight and up to 23 feet high, that is the most retarded thing I know of. I don't know anyone who's 17 foot tall.
He's not holding up. No, these are actually flat earthers who prove...
No, he's not. Jaren's a fucking idiot.
No, he's a glober, actually. He was never a flat earther. If he would have known that the Earth was measured flat.
What you were watching and what you think you saw, you believe you saw a documentary watching flat earthers fuck up. What you are watching is a mock-umentary. Okay?
Okay. Well, it still proves you
No,
wrong.
it doesn't, because it doesn't prove anything. What they were supposed to do was shoot the laser. They ended up using a flashlight. That doesn't even rhyme. So if you watch the video again, you'll notice there's a few little issues. And then when you start looking into how light works through holes and apertures and whatnot, you'll understand how it scatters, and you'll realise they didn't have a hope in hell.
All you can search this up.
You can search this up.
The Earth's curvature. What is the width of the Earth's
He's just going to
curvature?
blindly la. That's all you're doing at the moment. Kid, stop it, please.
So, if Einstein is incorrect...
And he's going to reset and read it. We heard you the first time.
We're talking about the surface of the Earth. Stop talking about Einstein and talk about the curvature of the Earth. It's got nothing to do with Einstein. We're talking about measurements here. Can you please address... Hang on.
If the Earth's flat, yeah.
You're interrupting me. I can't speak. You're interrupting me. Please pay attention. Please address how you confirmed that the Earth is curving. And if you haven't done that, don't be telling us we're wrong, please. Okay? Please?
Okay, so first of all, I could ask you the same thing. Second of all, if the Earth is flat, it doesn't have enough mass to produce that much gravity.
How are you correlating Earth being flat and not having enough mass? Where's the logical link between those?
Because gravity doesn't work like that.
So gravity not having enough mass because the Earth is flat. Where is the logical link between things going down? Check it out. Listen. Thing went down. How does that going down prove the shape of the ground.
Again, it's not about surface area.
No, this is not again. No, this is you explaining it the first time, which you haven't done yet.
If the Earth was flat...
I took a screenshot from your video, Kovac. It shows that the guy is 23 feet tall. Do you see that?
Yeah, but no, he doesn't have to actually be 20 feet tall because he's going with...
So it's not accurate then. The video is not accurate.
He's got no idea. He's just blurting stuff out. And Kovac, you need to take a step backwards. You need to understand the ground. I know you're excited. It's not going to change the shape of the ground.
Look at that.
You going at a zillion miles an hour or sitting there and listening is not changing the shape of the ground. You've got all these ideas and none of them link together. You telling me things going down proves curvature? I'd like to know how. So let's just go through this one step at a time. You've got an item. Hold on. You've got an item. Like myself, in my hand, I have a pen. I let it go. It goes down. It hits my table. How does that prove that we live on a ball?
Okay. So, if the Earth was flat in the way that you're suggesting...
No. Stop. Well, that's not the question. And you're not answering the question. Thing goes down, curvature. You're telling us how they link together, not how someone else's belief system does or does not do something.
Okay, so if the Earth was flat in the way that you're...
How the fuck has he missed it for the second time?
No.
No. You're supposed to be telling us the linking mechanism between pen going down, and listen, pen going down, hitting the table. How does that prove the shape of the ground?
Okay, so just listen to what I'm going to say. How about that?
Well, no, you've evoked gravity. And your very beginning is, if Earth is flat, it's the wrong response. Okay? It's the wrong response.
See, what you should be saying is, gravity proves the shape of the ground via something.
My point. So can I have a minute to just explain this to you? Because you'll see what I mean. I hope.
Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So,
go ahead.
If the Earth was... It's about mass, okay? So if the Earth was flat in the way that you're suggesting it versus it being curved in the way that scientists are suggesting it, the flat Earth would have less mass. Einstein's theory suggests that things with more mass have more gravitation.
I'm going to answer...
Okay, so I can't finish my point. Again, you guys aren't...
You're just going to start repeating yourself. Okay, how do you know how thick the Earth is? If you're claiming the flat Earth won't have enough mass, how do you know what shape it is under the surface? What are you talking about?
Because your theory suggests that it's completely flat. If you versus a curved Earth, which would have more mass in the center.
Did anyone tell you that it was a pizza in space or something like that?
No, but still, you would be able to dig down less if the Earth was flat versus it being round.
Okay, right? so the deepest hole,
you'd hit a point where
deepest hole is 7.6 miles ever dug. All right.
Yeah, I mean that's due to technical difficulties, not actually getting through the ground.
That's disputable. But how do you know?
They couldn't dig anymore. I know what you're talking about.
Okay,
but how do you know that the Earth is that thick, though? Thick.
Yeah, exactly. We're not going to get sidetracked by you talking about the super deep borehole. Just tell us how thick the flat Earth is, then. Your version of flat Earth, how thick is it?
No one knows because there's no evidence. Again, there's something that I call a measurable.
How do you know it doesn't have enough mass?
There's something that I call a measurable evidence, and it's evidence that has no hard evidence to support it. So
like the globe.
So you, in theory, have no hard evidence to dispute it. So I can't dispute that because, again, there's no evidence to support it. We're talking about a theory that has nothing.
I have evidence that the surface that we live on is flat.
I disagree.
Well, why do you disagree?
You didn't ask me about my evidence.
Again, it's like if the Earth was curved, the actual mass that's inside of it, you should be able to dig from one point of the Earth's curve, so like from Australia to England, because those are on
We
opposite
can't do
ends.
that, though. We can't do that. We can't.
That's an awesome hypothetical.
There's technical
Right.
difficulties.
That's an awesome hypothetical.
Hold on a second, please. Just hold on a second, please. We're asking you to look at the surface of the Earth. It's not curving. We've given you the actual formula there for you and a chart, right? So now, how did you confirm that the Earth is a globe? How did you do that? Because we've confirmed it's flat. We know it. We've investigated. If you have not investigated, you cannot say we are wrong. Do you understand that?
No, that's not true, because again, what you're saying disputes gravity. It's
Well, what you're saying is that you blindly disprove of Timbo's. Hey, Kovac, you've disproven of Timbo's proofs, and you didn't even question them. You didn't even let him put it on the table. So how do you know he's right and or wrong?
Because it's immeasurable evidence. I only heard the last bit of that, but probably immeasurable evidence. There's nothing to support it. There's nothing to dispute
most of your
it.
problem. You don't want to listen. You just want to preach. So the problem you've got, regardless of what you want to believe, whether you believe in gravity or any of these other cool things, if the ground is measured a particular way, that's how it's measured. It doesn't magically change because you disagree with Einstein's theory of gravity or agree with it. The ground doesn't magically change because of some other thing that is not related. If you want the ground to be measured a particular way, go out and measure it, bring back the results, and check it for yourself.
So if you're saying that, then you're saying that you don't believe in gravity. But I'm just saying that with...
I didn't say that. I said go and check the ground for yourself.
If I can't dig 7.9
What's gravity?
If humans can't dig... Okay.
What's gravity?
Gravity is a gravitational pull towards a big piece of mass. That's why Earth is a big piece of mass. We revolve around the Earth. Okay, so you won't let me finish. Okay, so Earth is a big piece of... It's a big piece of mass. It has its own gravitational pull. That's what keeps us on the surface. But the sun, which is a much bigger piece of mass than the Earth, has a gravitational pull that pulls the Earth towards it. So things that have more mass have more gravitational pull.
Can you demonstrate this?
That's why when you go onto the moon, there's what we call moon gravity, which is not no gravity. Moon gravity isn't no gravity; it's less gravity.
Stop, man.
Because it's a less bigger piece of mass.
Can you demonstrate this?
India have launched a something on the moon.
Can you demonstrate this?
By jumping up and down.
Wait, Kovac, I got a question for you.
Up and down, dude.
So when tomorrow, well, it's 3 a.m. for me, but when the sun comes up, look where it starts and look where it ends. That's us revolving around the sun because it's got its own gravitational pull because it's got so much mass.
You're just claim stacking, dude.
No,
hey, Kovac.
Flat Earth, if the Earth was flat, it wouldn't have enough mass to actually pull us down in the same way that it does in real life. You can actually go out and see that. You can walk on
how'd you get the mass of the Earth?
Okay, so the mass of the Earth. So say England and Australia, which are opposite points, like absolute opposite points in the globe.
How do you know they're opposite points?
So I'm just going to ignore that. You could theoretically...
How do you know they're opposite points?
I don't like the sound of that. Nuh-uh. Let's just keep marching. Holy shit, dude.
Okay.
Yep.
Don't fucking tell me.
So how'd you get the mass of the Earth again?
You go from opposite points of the globe, like England.
How do you know what are opposite points?
Because it's been mapped out for centuries and centuries.
Okay, which map would that be? Because they're all different.
The globe, that took centuries.
The globe's not a map. Globe's not a map. Okay,
well, it's not a map, I guess.
Yeah, you don't see globes on aeroplane cockpits, do you?
Yeah, because the Earth's very big, so like you can't actually see the curvature.
I know. We told you how big it was. Yeah, apparently, boats disappear from the bottom up. So it's not that big, is it? 10 miles is 66 feet of curvature.
So
it's not that big, is it?
When you're looking
The
out to
radius
sea,
is 3,959 miles, right?
when you're looking out to sea and you see the horizon, that is a lot more than 10 miles.
Oh, awesome. So you've got a bigger ball then, because if the horizon's at 10 miles and it's a physical curvature of the ball, that would make the Earth 250,000 miles radius. Oh, sorry, maybe diameter, actually.
Again, it's like if 66 feet for 10 miles
to be that, is it?
if 10 miles length equals 66 feet of curvature, then your point is just disproven your other point because the boat would be going down. You've just disproved your own point.
So you just claim you're just showing that you don't understand because the horizon would be at 3 miles.
Okay.
If you were 6 foot, right? You just said the horizon's past 10 miles, which would make the ball exponentially bigger.
If you're on a high point, you're looking a long way. But I'm just whatever.
And that's fine. So you're claiming that the horizon is the physical curve of the Earth. Is that right?
No, but it's the end of where you can see in this curvature that can be measured.
Fuck, man. Someone else can have him.
That's why okay. I mean, again, it's like you asked AI, how much curvature do you get for 10 miles? You get 66 feet. I didn't even believe that when he first said it, but I guess it's true.
Okay.
And
so you don't know. You're demonstrating you don't know. Yeah, that's fine, man.
Okay, cool. I guess I don't know.
You're learning as you go. Yeah, you're bringing in your own globe. That's great. BYO globe.
You can look out a long way from 10 miles. You can see the Eiffel Tower from... I forgot where it is. You can see the Eiffel Tower. There's a picture of someone looking at the Eiffel Tower from a lot longer than 10 miles away, and it looks flat.
But that's Flat Earth. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Flat Earth. Now, pay attention.
He just flat smacked the shit out of himself.
Right. I'm going to ask you again because you still haven't addressed it from the very beginning, and it's this: as we, the Flat Earthers, have gone out to actually investigate whether or not the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and we're finding extended horizontality everywhere. It's measured flat, yeah. That's what we're finding. Have you actually gone out yourself to confirm this? Because if you haven't, once again, you cannot say we are wrong because you haven't actually done anything. Do you understand?
I don't know, like I've never really been bothered to. I don't need to. I can jump up and down.
Oh, that's a mistake, unfortunately. The fact that you don't need to means, hang on, it means you're accepting evidence without confirmation. That's believing. We don't do that here.
There are a lot of people who travel the entire world and go to every country possible. There is no practical way that a government could lie to you about the Earth's curvature
again now
when people are going out every day to travel.
You're not addressing the point. You're in deficit because you haven't checked. I'm saying to you, because you haven't checked, you can't say I'm wrong. You can't. Okay? You can't.
The evidence of the sun's gravitational
What evidence? You haven't checked the evidence. You haven't confirmed anything.
I know why he's stuck on the ball. It's because
your belief evidence. Your belief evidence. Your belief evidence.
What did you say, Lutz?
I said to you that you cannot say I am wrong because you haven't gone out to investigate. That means you haven't actually measured anything to know that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. You haven't conducted that part of your responsibility.
No,
yeah, but every person who goes out and does exactly what you
I'm not talking about every person. I'm talking about you. You, sir. You, not every person. You can't say I'm wrong because you haven't done anything.
If you're saying that people like Einstein are trying to
I'm not talking about people about Einstein. I'm talking about you.
Einstein never measured the ground.
Yeah.
He measured the Earth's gravitational pull, and it contradicts everything you're saying right now.
He measured the Earth's hold on. He measured the Earth's gravitational pull, or he theorized about it.
He theorized about it, and it was true.
Actually, Einstein.
How's he proven that? It's not been proven.
He didn't do anything.
It
hasn't been proven. No
what
proof
I do find interesting, Timbo, is our little friend earlier was talking Einstein, but meaning Newton. So it's mass attracting mass.
That one.
Yeah.
That's right. And 41 minutes past.
What were you going to say?
Hang on. Okay, hold on. 41 minutes past the hour, I posted a citation from Sir Isaac Newton, totally refuting and disagreeing with the mass attracting mass theory, right? And it's there, 41 minutes past the hour. And then underneath that, we've got Nikola Tesla stating that the mathematicians and scientists are moving from one mathematical formula to the next, to the point where they have no relationship to reality. You're interrupting me.
One about where's Nikola Tesla? What
it's all there. If you scroll, hang on, listen. If you scroll back 41 minutes past the hour, you'll see Jim CBR1, little citation, 2 citations from Tesla and from Sir Isaac Newton. It's just there, literally there. You see it in the side chat. And again, the point is this, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the shape of the Earth here. Gravity's got nothing to do with it. Okay, the maths have to apply, and we've sent him the curvature charts. So, you haven't done any investigating.
I'm just trying to find it. She said Nikola Tesla disproved Einstein's theory about gravitational pull.
I didn't say he disproved anything. I said that Sir Isaac Newton disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass. And underneath that citation is Nikola Tesla stating that we cannot trust the mathematical formulas at times because they do not have any reference to reality. That's what that statement states from.
Well, people can be wrong about a lot of things.
No, well, there's pseudosciences out there. That's basically what Nikola Tesla is telling us. Sometimes you have pseudoscience and pseudoscience mathematics, which is not real. It's all based in just nonsense.
People can,
right?
People can be wrong about things. Well, does that make the Earth a globe? No, it doesn't, does it?
No, but Einstein let his balls hang on Nikola Tesla's forehead because we've been to the moon and we've seen.
Here we go. Now he's spiraling out now. He's spiraling out now. So basically, if you haven't measured something, you can't claim to know it. Okay, you can't claim to know when you haven't measured the surface of the Earth. And the idea that everybody knows the Earth is a globe—that's ridiculous. Nobody knows the Earth is a globe. No one's measured the curvature, and you certainly haven't. Okay.
Einstein's theory is proven every day when you see the sun rotate around you. It goes from
no, that is not what's been proven. Sorry, that's a belief. It's not been proven.
I'm glad, Jin.
Theory.
Hey, Jin.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm glad that he accepted that the sun is moving, not us. He's getting there slowly.
Yes, he's slowly inching towards us. Exactly.
Well, it's moving for us in our perception.
Hold on, guys. Okay, so the reason, right? Hold on, one sec. The reason why he's stuck on the globe still and won't look at the measurements of how the Earth is measured is because he's stuck with gravity. He will not get that out of his head. You have to debunk gravity first for him before he even looks at any measurement.
Yeah, but you can't debunk gravity because gravity is in our daily life.
I don't think he's at that.
Something like that.
I don't think he's at that stage because his proof of gravity was jumping up and down. That's slightly retarded.
And without the horizontal constant, without a flat Earth, you can't have gravity. You need a flat Earth first, a horizontal constant to know the up and the down. It's reliant on horizontality, which is what we're measuring, we're finding, right? In order to have a globe, you need a horizontal baseline. Again, that's what you don't seem to understand, young man. So we go back to the very beginning. How have you measured the curvature of the Earth? You've got to do that first. And you haven't. You're ignoring it.
Kovac is gas mass.
Huh?
It's gas
no gravity. Why thing go down?
Yes, it's gas mass.
Why thing go down if no gravity?
Wait, what do you need to stop? Just chill out. We're talking to someone else.
Is gas mass?
No.
Okay, so then why do we have gas on the Earth then? If gas cannot be attracted by gravity.
Gas, when you see gas coming out of those houses in the UK where you see gas coming out of those little pipes, that goes up.
Yeah, away from gravity. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not mass. Mass attracts mass. You said that like 5 minutes ago.
So why do we have? So why do we have
Einsteinian then?
Why do we have gas on Earth then?
What do you mean?
Why is there gas on Earth if gas is not attracted to the Earth? Why do we have gas on Earth then?
Well, because different gases have different mass properties. It's like cold air. Wait, I forgot what
they have. Mass properties.
Cold air rises Cold air. This is why it rains. Cold air rises and hot air stays down below because cold air has water molecules in it
That's
and has
actually
more
the
mass.
opposite.
That's what clouds are. That's
No,
what
you got that
clouds are. What are you
reverse.
talking about?
Got it wrong, dude.
Clouds are like gas with mass particles, water molecules that eventually drop down when they get heavy enough.
So why did it go up then?
Yeah, it's moving away from gravity.
Yeah, because that's why it drops. Is because those water molecules change and they dense and harden. I don't know.
No, we're talking about
it gets heavier,
They become more
heavier
mass.
than the air.
No, the gas is
Oh.
rising to form a cloud.
Yes, but it takes water molecules from the sea that travels.
but
eventually, the water molecules gain enough mass to fall down.
Yes, but that's after they have risen already.
That doesn't.
That debunks mass attracting mass, right?
I mean, it doesn't.
Because the gas is moving away from gravity. So then, why doesn't the moon have an atmosphere around it with all the combustion going on from moon landings and all the other space missions to the moon?
Wait, so what? Wait, are you saying the moon doesn't have like a gravitational pull?
Well, is there an atmosphere around it?
I don't know. Is there? I actually don't know.
No, there's not. There's no claim.
You don't know-
not claim
you don't
having
know
gas
much.
around the moon.
That doesn't dispute gravity.
Yeah, it should have gas around the moon, right? Isn't that a mass big enough?
I don't know. There's just no atmosphere down there. Atmosphere is probably. I wouldn't know this, but atmosphere is probably a byproduct of life being on Earth. So it's like you're not going to find atmosphere on a planet that has no life on it.
So what about Jupiter then?
These are all planets with. I don't know about Jupiter, but I think
Jupiter
these are all
is a
planets.
gas giant.
Okay. Well, is it bigger than us?
If mass cannot attract gas, like you say, then how is Jupiter
It attracts some gas.
some gas? Okay, so then why is gas going upwards and away from gravity then?
Different types of gas have different types of mass properties.
Okay,
It's
so
like
you can
when you
demonstrate
light a
that?
cigarette. When you light a cigarette and the smoke goes up, that's just pure. That's like
What's
that
the
has no
heaviest
mass
gas on
properties.
Earth? What's the heaviest gas on Earth?
I don't know.
Argon, right? Why aren't we all breathing in argon?
I'll search it up right now. I have no idea. I haven't researched the subject. I'm just using common knowledge.
You just claimed that some gases are heavier than others, therefore they have more of a gravitational pull.
Argon? Did you say argon?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's argon.
Yeah, and you're just stating common beliefs, not knowledge. Common beliefs is what you're coming out with. Totally. You haven't come out with any knowledge yet.
No,
Yeah, so once we finally debunk gravity for you, we can look at the measurements after, okay?
Yeah, so argon argon does obey gravitational pull. The premise of the question is incorrect. All matter with mass is affected by gravity. Earth's atmosphere, which is about 0.9% argon, is held in place precisely because of the planet's gravitational force. So it does obey by gravity. I didn't know that, but it does.
Okay, at sea level?
I wouldn't know.
Well, it's the heaviest gas, right?
Argon gas is actually denser than the main components of air. If a contained sample of pure argon was released into a perfect silver, it would pull. So it's not pure argon.
Hey, I want to know which theory of gravity you're referring to. I put the 12 top theories. I just put them in there, tagged you. Which one are you talking about? Which theory are you going for?
I don't know what it's called, but I'm referring to mass moves mass. I don't. If you know every term for every theory, then you should know
That's
that mass.
Newtonian.
Mass attracts mass.
Newtonian.
Okay, well, Newtonian.
Mass does not always attract mass. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Well, no,
and
it does.
And Newtonian disagreed with it, and I posted the citation at 41 minutes past the hour, stating to you that the mass attracting mass was an absurd idea, and he didn't want to be associated with that theory, which he never proved. Okay, it's there for you.
Einstein
It's there.
specialized in this field. I don't think Nikola Tesla did.
No, I'm talking about Einstein. Newton. I've posted the citation of Newton. I say again, I've posted the citation from Newton. I've posted the citation from Newton. You get it now? You get it now? So Isaac Newton's citation, he stated that he didn't agree with mass attracting mass. He didn't agree with mass attracting mass. Sir Isaac Newton, 41 minutes past the hour. Please look and read, please.
I don't think you can read. That's the most retarded thing I've ever. How do we stay on the Earth then?
Buoyancy and density.
Buoyancy and density.
Nobody knows the exact cause of the gravity effect.
No. Okay, so listen to this, okay?
No, that's just a fact. Nobody actually knows.
There's a lot of evidence for mass attracts mass. So the Earth has its own gravitational pull that can keep us, 100 kg humans, pinned down.
Repeating it's not going to change anything.
When you go to the moon.
Kovac, I know you're excited, but they don't know what the causational mechanism of down is, mate. Science to date does not know why down.
Well, I think it's mass attracting mass, and I think there's a lot of people who agree with me.
Well, mass attracting mass is Newtonian. Newtonian gravity was superseded about 115 years ago by Einsteinian.
Hey, Kovac, do you think an apple falling from a tree is a good example of gravity?
Why wouldn't it be?
Okay, how did the apple get up there in the tree?
Because it grew. It was attached to it.
What is an apple made of? What states of matter?
I don't know. It matters more how much it weighs.
It's made of solids and liquids, right? So in order for that apple to grow, it had to have its nutrients, like liquids and solids, move away from gravity to form at the top of a tree, right?
What's your point?
That those are liquids and solids moving away from the surface of Earth, away from gravity, to form at the top of a tree.
No, it rains, it rains, and the bottom of the tree absorbs it from the ground.
Okay, and then which direction is that liquid moving?
It's just being absorbed and then upwards.
Yeah, so it's moving away from gravity, right? To form at the top of a tree. Yeah. It's
but there's a reason.
There, right?
There's a reason that when cold air clouds, aka clouds that contain rain, when they are dense enough, they fall down.
I'm talking about apples.
Yeah, but you're not applying by gravity.
Well, yeah, they're moving away from gravity.
Yeah, but it's in a tree's body. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know plant biology, but I think it would probably apply to gravity less. It's like
because you're saying that all things fall down.
What you're saying.
I can observe grass growing upwards. Right?
If what you're saying is true, we wouldn't be able to pump blood to our brain. When you hang upside down for long enough, all the blood like rushes to your brain.
That's why there's a pump.
Yeah. So if it's true and water can't travel upwards to a tree's top, how does our blood travel to our head?
Well, is there a pump in a tree?
You've got a pump. You've got a heart, dude. Pumps.
Yeah,
I know, but a tree's alive.
Does a tree have a heart?
Okay, well,
blood pressure. You got blood pressure, right? So
if you're gonna make claims like this, you just need to do basic plant biology.
No, you just said that all mass attracts mass, but I just gave you an observation in the natural world where that's not the case.
Yeah, but a tree,
watch grass grow, right? That would be liquids and solids moving away from gravity. You can look up and see a cloud and watch gas move upwards and outwards away from gravity.
It's the same with like humans and growth hormone. Growth hormones is the thing that makes you grow taller. It doesn't mean that the growth hormone is at the highest point in your body just because it's growing upwards. You grow.
I'm just giving you an example of not all things fall down.
Okay, well, I don't really agree with you, but again, it's different when it's in an animal mechanism because what you're saying,
it's not a matter of agreeing.
Let's end this once and for all, right? So, can you
don't know what plant biology is, and you sound retarded to anyone who knows what they're talking about.
Okay, can you demonstrate things being attracted to the center of a ball?
Okay, so do you want me to? I've said this point before. If you just listen to me, Okay, so
Okay,
mass
I'll
attracts
listen.
mass. Everything that has mass has a gravitational pull depending on how big it is.
Okay,
So the Earth.
that's your description. Sorry, I'm asking for a demonstration of
No way, I
things
was going
being
to get to that,
pulled
but
to the
you
center of
interrupted
the
me.
ball.
No way.
Do you know
Okay,
the difference between a description and a demonstration?
Okay, so the Earth has enough
You
mass to
can't
pull.
use the thing that you're trying to explain in. You can't use the thing
physical
that you're
demonstration.
trying to demonstrate as the demonstration.
Yeah, we want a physical demonstration, and you're ignoring the citation that I posted 41 minutes past the hour, where Sir Isaac Newton stated categorically that he disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass. So you keep evoking
I
it;
disagree
it's
with
not going
him.
to work. You're going
I
against the
disagree with him,
supposed
and a lot of
inventor,
Okay,
discoverer.
so
people who are more
demonstrate.
developed than him disagree with him because whoever
Okay,
made
so
that claim.
demonstrate gravity.
So you know how the Earth
towards the center of the ball. You can't use the Earth.
Okay, so
don't
more
know it's a
mass.
ball.
Oh my god! More mass attracts mass. You know the Earth.
Demonstrate it.
I'm not saying it's a ball, but you know the
Hey,
Earth.
Kovac, are you an atheist?
Demonstrate
This
your
is just
claim
so crazy,
of
I
mass
actually can't
attracting. Kovac, I know you're trying to get a message across, but we're going to break this down at its base levels, okay? You're claiming mass attracting mass. That's all well and dandy. Now demonstrate this effect happening for us.
Okay,
it's even worse. Sorry, it's even worse. He's claiming that gravity turns things into balls.
Okay, so the Earth.
Even worse.
The Earth scientifically has a certain amount of mass, and that mass is more than the Moon's mass. So if mass
So how is this demonstrating?
No way, I can't talk. That's crazy.
You're not demonstrating. You're telling us a cool story. You're repeating the same story. We don't want to hear the story 9 times. We want it demonstrated.
Okay, so you know how we revolve around the sun's gravitational pull?
No. Demonstration of gravity turning things into balls.
What?
That's your claim.
No, I'm saying there's something with enough mass has a gravitational pull. It doesn't have to be a ball.
So have you got a demonstration for this?
Yes, because the Earth pulls us to the ground.
Can't use the Earth.
The Earth exists.
That's the thing you're trying to demonstrate.
It doesn't need to. I don't need to claim the shape of it. it needs to be an Earth. It needs to have enough mass for gravitational pull, and it does because we're stuck to the ground.
So, all right. So, whatever you're saying, demonstrate it. Like, demonstrate it.
Okay, so you know how when the sun rises, it rises in the east and sets in the west. You don't know that.
I know it.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that, but that is not demonstrating gravity turning things into balls.
That's us. That's our Earth revolving around the sun's gravitational pull because.
No, that's a claim that hasn't been proven yet. So demonstrate the simple effect of mass attracting mass and gravity turning things into balls. Go ahead.
Okay. So, do you believe we've ever landed on the moon?
Don't ask me about what I believe. I'm just after a demonstration of gravity balls and mass attracting mass, whatever that is.
Because the moon has less mass than the Earth, and subsequently, the gravitational pull is less. Because we've been on the Earth. We've been on the moon.
Okay,
that's
demonstrate
why
it.
Wait, Kovac, what do we have?
Demonstrate it, man.
Yeah, what do we have mountains?
I'll go to the moon, BRB.
Okay, so you didn't? No one's demonstrated it to you then?
No, a lot. India's demonstrating it right now. They're landing on the moon.
Okay, so how have they demonstrated that mass attracts mass and gravity turns things into balls?
Again, it's like you just said Jupiter is a gas planet. That gas.
I didn't say anything. I'm asking you a question about gravity turning things into balls and mass attracting mass. Demonstration, please.
Do you agree with scientists' understanding of cosmology?
Yeah. And that India story that you told about them being on the moon, that would be impossible. For India can't build bridges. From 1977 to the present day, they've had 2,400 bridges collapse in India. They don't be telling me they've gone to the moon. They can't even build bridges.
They can't even build sewers. They still shit on the street.
India are a very, very smart country, so I think you should be careful about where you're going because you're going to make yourself
Oh,
look
that's
really
funny because
stupid.
they've got one of the
No,
lowest
I'm not.
IQs in the
Well, I
world.
love him,
So
Curry. I just don't like the stories you tell. Sorry. I know
You don't
exactly
like
what
the
I'm saying.
stories that I tell, even though they have
Yes,
more evidence
because
than you will
India
ever
has
have.
never landed on the moon. They've never landed on the moon. No human being has landed on the moon. And you still are ignoring the citation that I posted 41 minutes past the hour from Sir Isaac Newton's own mouth, telling you that
That's
he
why.
disagrees with the theory. You're
That's why.
interrupting. You're interrupting me whilst I'm telling you something. Sir Isaac Newton, in that citation, tells you he disagrees with the theory of mass attracting mass. He never
Okay, so
proved it.
do you know how it's called a theory? I would consider it not a theory, but it was back in the day because it hadn't been proven
I'm
true. So there was
sorry,
a lot
it's out of
of
his mouth. He disagreed. He said it was absurd. The
yeah,
word
because they
absurd
didn't
was
know it
coming
was
out of his
true
mouth.
at the time because they were an undeveloped
No, it
species.
wasn't
So
true. That's Sir Isaac Newton. It's Sir Isaac Newton who's credited for the gravity of mass attracting mass, and he disagreed with it. Okay? You're ignoring
I
the
don't
fact.
agree with him because mass attracts
And by
mass.
the way, we're still waiting for the demonstration, a practical, physical demonstration of mass attracting mass forming balls. Because we don't see it in the natural environment where we go. We go out into nature, we don't see mass attracting mass anywhere. So can you please show us that practical demonstration?
You've just
Because that's
proven
what
my
we're asking.
point. Because a skyscraper not having a gravitational pull is exactly what I'm saying. It doesn't have enough mass.
Ladies and gentlemen, a skyscraper is a skyscraper that is fixed to the surface of the earth. It doesn't move. It doesn't
matter.
It may sway slightly to absorb wind forces. Okay, slight forces there from the wind. That's got nothing to do with the shape of the earth at this point. And in order to have a skyscraper, hang on, I'm nearly finished. I'm nearly finished. In order to have a skyscraper built upwards vertical, you need a horizontal constant. The horizontal constant must apply before you even begin to build. So you're talking flat earth every time. Sorry, that's wrong.
If humans, like say there was a bridge from Earth's surface upwards, and say a mile upwards, they built a piece of mass.
You would need a horizontal baseline to build that bridge. You're going to need a flat earth horizontal baseline to begin with, not a
It doesn't
curved
matter that it's
surface.
connected to the Earth, it's just mass.
It's horizontal, flat earth again. You're talking flat earth every time you open your mouth because you need a horizontal baseline first.
Stuff looks horizontal.
Are you listening? Are you listening? You need horizontal to build vertically upwards. You got to have that horizontal, flat earth again. Okay?
Yeah, but the curvature of the Earth happened to have
Never been measured. You haven't measured it. You haven't measured it to bring it here. You haven't measured it yourself. So you don't know the curvature's there. How can you know it's there when you haven't measured it?
Let's just talk about something else now. So do you believe that the moon landing...
No, keep it on the topic matter. You need to concede that when you haven't checked something, you can't say somebody else doesn't know. That's a crime. You can't say that. Okay?
There are people who have measured this stuff, but do you believe that the moon...
Excuse me, I'm not talking about other people. I'm talking about you. You're the one that's saying I'm wrong. You can't say I'm wrong when you haven't checked it yourself. You haven't measured the curvature to know. You're carrying a belief. Your belief does not trump my knowledge, sir. So you're wrong, sir.
Okay, so we'll just
Hey,
agree.
Zach, just a real quick question. Are you an atheist by any chance? Just
yes.
Okay, a couple times during this conversation, I've heard you say, "Oh my God." What God are you invoking? And could that be a Freudian slip?
The eternal being that you suggest doesn't abide by physics, but when science looks back at the Big Bang, aka apparently your God created that, there are known physics, general relativity, that were attributed to that hot, dense point expanding. So how does a God... No way, I cannot speak. Why does a God... No way. Why does a God who doesn't abide
Well,
by
I'm just
physics,
wondering because you keep invoking him. It sounds like a Freudian slip to me, like you know there is a God.
Right, and what went bang? What actually went bang?
Yeah, show us what physics you're talking about the Big Bang.
Okay, so general relativity was one of the known physics that played a part in the Big Bang. If that Big Bang was caused by
Sorry,
God,
how do you know this?
because it's been scientifically proven. But
Yeah, where did this bang happen?
Where?
if the Big Bang was called, let's just say the general relativity was attributed to the Big Bang. Let's just say that.
Where was it proven? Where was it proven?
Let's just say hypothetically, even though it's true, that I'm not going to
Because you
suggest
don't even know
evidence.
there was a Big Bang yet.
I'm not going to suggest.
Not true.
Okay, I'm not going to pull up the evidence right now, but it's true. Let's just say
You don't
hypothetically.
have it. You don't have that evidence. You haven't confirmed it. You haven't confirmed the curvature of the Earth. You're talking about a Big Bang. Shut up.
When you look into outer space at long distances, you can see what light travels at a certain speed. So when you look billions of light years out, you can see what was happening billions of years ago.
I can't actually confirm what you say. I cannot confirm that I can look out and see time going backwards. I can't confirm that. That's impossible. That's why I don't.
If you have the mindset of you can't believe anything that you can't confirm yourself, then you're gonna have a really bad life.
That is my mindset. That is my mindset. Unless I can validate and confirm, that means I have to believe. And I'm not going to be believing that we've got telescopes, as I know how they work. I understand that technology can see that far back. That's a lie, and I'm not going to be believing that. Meanwhile, your position is the Earth is to ground, and you can't confirm the ground under your feet. But you're believing in things that are beyond your capability of confirming. Can you see how idiotic your position is?
Travis, do you believe the general relativity? Okay, so I want to talk to Travis. Travis, do you believe that general relativity was like one of the causes in the chain reaction that caused the Big Bang?
I don't believe the Big Bang ever happened. There's no evidence for where it happened, when it happened, how it happened, the ingredients that caused to explode. I don't believe a point of singularity could explode and create everything that we see today. There's no evidence that an explosion will ever create. Explosions always destroy.
Okay, so that's not true, and there's evidence to support that's not true.
Then
but
show me an explosion that creates something instead of destroying.
I can't show you that because it happened 13
Then there you go, debunked right there.
Well, that was the thing, right? You're claiming to be an atheist, but the people who came up with the Big Bang theory was the Catholic Church. It was Catholic priests. So I don't understand, where you're going with this, because that would be a religious claim from the Catholic Church, right?
It's not a religious claim. They had their own knowledge. They just filled in the blank with their minds and said that eternal being caused that. Kimbo.
So the guy. So don't fucking talk over me. So the guy from the Catholic Church, Lemaitre, or whatever his name was, is not a religious person that came up with that theory.
Timbo, my biggest conspiracy theory is
I just asked you a question.
No, my biggest conspiracy theory ever is that I could fight the kangaroo in your profile picture. Do you reckon I could win?
Hello?
The testosterone in my body is telling me that I could beat that kangaroo in your profile picture in a fight.
Hey, hello.
Sounds like estrogen.
I'm not estrogenic.
Go and have a fucking soy latte, mate, and get back to the topic of curvature.
I'm a soy boy.
You are, man. I can hear it in your fucking voice. You've never done a hard day's work in your life, and you're a little bitch. So just fucking get back to the curvature of the Earth, because you're diverting away from it, talking about
You're at an age where your testosterone levels are dropping. What are you talking about?
Oh, not mine, man. I don't need to worry about that. I do physical work every single day, mate. So I don't need to. That's why you don't hear me yelling and screaming, right? Because I don't need to.
Fuck any red kangaroo up.
Yeah. Okay. So is the red kangaroo? Is the red kangaroo on a curved surface or on a flat one?
He's going to be knocked out on a gravitational pull.
Okay, so how did you measure that?
With how hard I fucking rock him.
Okay, so how did you measure that? What's the quantification for that?
Get a ruler. It's like how you measure bullets. So how you measure bullets is you test how fast
You're going to get a ruler to measure gravitational pull.
It's just length measurement, how fast it travels in a certain amount of space. Like
okay,
my fist
awesome. So does everything travel at that same speed towards the ground? No. So it's not. It's an average speed, right?
No, but Okay, so you can. It's the same thing as like this. You can jump with your legs, and your legs produce enough force to keep you in the air for a moment. But gravitational pull, which is
and this is not proving the shape of the ground. So you can stroke your ego about gravity face. It's not actually showing us the shape of the ground.
He's got it wrong too, because it's not you going back down to the ground. The theory is it's the Earth coming up to meet your legs.
Yeah, but he thinks it's still Newtonian. He hasn't worked out yet. Yeah, he hasn't worked out yet that Newtonian was superseded quite a few years ago, even though he was told about it.
No, when you
Kovac, that's not a no. You keep saying mass attracting mass. That is Newtonian gravity. And then when you're pressed on it, you switch to Einsteinian. So which one do you want to talk about?
I think that mass attracts mass. That's what I'm going to say.
No, that's wrong. Even ask Michio Kaku. He said, we have been telling people for hundreds of years or 100 years that there is that gravity is pulling, but it's not. We lied. It's pushing.
Okay, so Timbo, when, like, I'm just going to go back to the analogy that you said a few seconds ago. When someone who is in a burning building, when they jump out of a 4-story building and the people on the ground, do they feel the ground move up to meet their legs when they make impact? They don't.
No, that's the theory. I didn't say I agree with it.
Yeah, because it's not true. Mass attracts mass. It's gravitational pull. It's not the Earth moving.
Okay, well, you're the one that's out of date in your law.
It's like the Earth travels like 68,000 miles per hour.
And he's making excuses why his law is incorrect. Do you understand that mass attracting mass has been superseded 110 years ago, thereabouts?
I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with it?
So
okay, do yourself a favour and go and look it up, please.
What?
Just type into AI. Was mass attracting mass superseded?
Just tell me, what is...
You can do it. I know you want to speak about gravity. I know you love your gravity. Type it into your favourite AI. Was mass attracting mass superseded? Yes or no? That's all you want to know.
I'll ask, does mass attract...
Was mass attracting mass superseded?
Mass? Yes, mass always attracts mass due to gravity. I'll say, was mass attracting
superseded?
Mass disproven, I'll say.
Okay, so... Okay.
Why are you changing what I said? Right? Superseded.
Superseded 110 years ago.
My mate just jumped out of a burning building the other day.
Yeah, and the gravity pulled him down, my friend. I'm sorry.
No, he didn't fall down. He actually went up. But my friend is made of helium.
Really? Okay. Yeah, so it says, yes, the idea of mass attracting mass was an instantaneous force, was effectively superseded about 110 years ago.
So now that you've checked it for yourself, you understand that we're not lying to you. Good boy.
So why do things with a lot of mass have a gravitational pull?
No, you don't. You haven't demonstrated that. We're still waiting for you to demonstrate that.
I think that this is the AI fucking up because I've just asked it, does mass attract mass? And it says yes. So the AI has a lot more information than even people like Isaac.
No, you didn't. That's two separate questions. AI doesn't link the two of them. It's not that clever.
Ask AI how they demonstrated it, and how do we demonstrate? Go, just ask it. I'm curious. What's a demonstration for mass attracting mass? I bet you it's going to go into space or dropping a pen or something, isn't it?
Yeah, just drop something, bro.
Okay, so this is, I've figured out why. Okay, so I asked it, does mass attract mass? And it said yes. And then I asked, was mass attracting mass superseded 110 years ago? It said yes, the idea of mass attracting mass was superseded 110 years ago. I've now proceeded to ask it, was that superseding false because you just said that mass attracts mass? You are pointing out an apparent contradiction. The statement that mass attracts mass is how we commonly describe the effect we see. but it's not how modern physics explains the underlying mechanism. So it's more.
But still, the last hour you've been telling us that mass attracts mass. So I guess you were wrong.
Yeah. Now, all we need now is a demonstration of this happening.
My previous, again, you're asking AI the wrong questions. My previous response,
not AI, you, demonstration.
No, listen, my previous response.
No, listen, you, demonstration.
Attraction of what?
Not attraction,
attracting
demonstration.
Demonstration of bending and warping of space-time. Like, whatever you want to do.
I'm mass, and I'm attracted to a bigger piece of mass, aka the Earth.
Yeah, you like fat girls, yeah?
I don't know why, but fat girls piss me off.
So you're not attracted to bigger things, then?
So it's like anti-gravity.
Yeah.
No, but it's like I can't go and prove that.
So what you've got there, Kovac, is circular reasoning.
So why do I, a piece of mass, fall back down to another piece of mass?
You're not a piece of mass, you're a human. So don't
ever go swimming?
Down.
You ever gone swimming?
I can go on a scale and weigh myself. I weigh like 60 kg right now.
How much do you weigh in a swimming pool?
Yeah.
So go and get those scales and put them in a swimming pool and weigh yourself again.
Yeah, but that's no gravity, so you've just proved my point there.
No, it's not. That's water. Water is not no gravity.
You can float in water. It's not
like a no gravity zone. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, so this is medium.
So what have you changed? Yeah. What have you changed?
I don't know. It just doesn't do the same magnetic or gravitational pull.
You changed the medium.
Actually, no. It's because the reason what you're saying about you not having a gravitational pull while you're in the water, I've just figured out in my head, is that when you're in a swimming pool.
You said that, not us. We're saying put scales in pool, weigh yourself.
Yeah, so the reason that it's not going to do that is because when you're like floating underwater and you're just there, like you're not doing anything, mass is all around you because water is mass. It's encompassing you, so it fucks up the gravitational pull.
But a pebble will drop to the ground. If I throw a tennis ball that floats, I throw a tiny little pebble and that goes all the way down to the bottom of the ocean. What's happening?
No. It's because when you're in a swimming pool and you have oxygen, and you can do this if you have a swimming pool. Do this. Breathe out every last
your gravity here. We're talking about your gravity. I said to you, no, you're not listening. I said to you that I throw a tennis ball that floats, but a tiny little pebble in that water medium where you said there's no gravity. Well, the pebble goes all the way down to the ground.
You're getting into a very complex argument. So it's about
it's not complex.
Not really. You're making it complex.
Yeah.
No, it's about mass.
You're trying to overcomplicate it to make yourself sound intelligent. You're actually burying yourself.
It's about mass. It's about how dense these objects are and about how much.
Never been proven.
So what you're saying is it's a thing called specific gravity or relative density.
It's just about which one has more mass per square inch.
That's wrong again.
Yeah. Great. So you've changed. So what have you changed in this example, right?
Actually, no, because there's air in a tennis ball.
Okay, what have you changed?
Things that have air in them. Things that have air in them.
Buoyancy.
Or you changed. Yeah, you changed the medium first of all.
Okay.
And then the density is a difference between the two objects, right?
No, I mean
no.
It would be. Yes. No, it would be.
What did I say that was wrong?
It's about density, but it's also about if these objects have air inside them, because tennis balls have air inside them.
That would be buoyancy. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. What do we got so far? We got no gravity. We've just got medium, buoyancy, and density. That's all we've got at the moment.
Swimming pools have a gravitational pull. It's just been fucked up because there's mass in between you and the ground.
You said that water was a no gravity zone.
It acts like it. It acts like it. If you have air inside you, then it acts like it. If you take a big breath and fill up your lungs with as much air as possible, you'll float because you have air inside you. You're not dense enough per square inch. to go down, and that's like effectively like a no gravity zone. But it's not a no gravity zone. It is just mass in between mass.
All right, then
Because
take him out of the
water's mass.
pool. Breathe in all that air into your lungs. Why doesn't he float when he's out of the pool?
Because there's no mass in between you and.
The medium's different, right?
No, it's just buoyancy.
Oh, it's
Because
only buoyancy now.
Water is mass that is movable, but the ground isn't. They're different types of mass.
Mass to move. Yep. So where's the gravity?
Again, it's like when you throw a pebble in there, it sinks. So there is still gravity.
What about when you throw a tennis ball into the water?
Yeah.
Tennis ball has air in it.
It's buoyant. What's the word? What's the matter with you? What he's saying is that you can swim in the water, but you can't swim on a concrete ground. Well, you can, but it's going to be very hard for you to move around.
Yes, because water affects the gravitational pull.
There is no gravity, right? Mass attracting mass was disputed by and refuted by Sir Isaac Newton. Okay, so stop evoking it, right?
If you're standing on a bed, there's nothing that you can really put on there that will make it sink to the floor because the bed doesn't have the gravitational pull. So
not analogous to what we're talking about. Not analogous. It's not analogous to what we're talking about. Sorry.
The bed
right?
is mass.
And we're ignoring the fact that you haven't measured the curvature of the Earth, because that's the main thing. You haven't measured the curvature of the Earth, so you can't go around saying you live on a globe. You haven't confirmed that. Your gravity is not confirming that. Gravity doesn't prove shape, and it's never been proven. Okay, young man? Please get it in your head. Until the day you measure the curvature of the Earth, you don't know where you are, son.
So why does the sun... Why does the sun...
I don't care about the sun. It's got nothing to do with the surface of the Earth and the globe we're talking about. That doesn't exist. You need a horizontal baseline. And for you to look up at the sun, you need a horizontal baseline to be looking up at the sun. Okay? Thank you.
Hey, Kovac, you just specifically said if you remove the air from a tennis ball, it would sink. That's nonsense. I just put that into AI and it says it would float better. So you just don't know what you're talking about.
No, there's different... It wouldn't, but there's different types of...
No, you're just full of shit, and to be honest. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's materials and it's density per square inch. All I'm saying is that the water in between...
You said it would sink, but that's not true. If you remove the air. If you had a vacuum inside a tennis ball, it would float better.
Yeah, but it's hard for stuff to make
but see, that's...
that water.
Yeah, but earlier you said it would sink, and now you're like, well, yeah, but... So you just don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's like if you're human and you breathe out all of the air in your lungs, most likely you would sink. But if you had air in your lungs, you would float. So it's all it is.
Actually, if you consume copious amounts of alcohol and do the same thing, it doesn't matter a shit how much air is in your lungs, you'll sink.
Yeah.
What's a tennis ball made out of? Go back.
I can lay on the water and not sink.
A non-dense material. All it is density per square inch.
What's it made out of? What's it made out of?
Pretty dense.
It's like you can find a pebble that has a lot less mass than a deflated or flated tennis ball, but it's denser per square inch.
What is a tennis ball made out of?
Because all it is it making it through another piece of mass, aka water. So it needs to be dense enough per square inch to make it through that mass.
What is a tennis ball made
out of? A synthetic rubber. It's going.
Yeah, and it probably weighs less than quite a dense pebble, but it doesn't matter about.
Didn't you just agree that mass doesn't attract mass?
So why does if water's mass, then why does it stay on the Earth's floor?
You just agreed that clouds. You just agreed that mass doesn't attract mass, right? You just read it out to us.
No, but if that's true, when you're on water, yes. But if that's true,
it is true, isn't it?
Well,
why does water stay on the Earth's floor?
Because it's denser than air.
Oh, bloody hell, it's not buoyant, is it?
It's got nowhere else to go.
You've just proven me wrong.
It's trapped.
You've just proven me right. It's mass attracts mass.
Does that prove it below?
You just read out that it's not mass attracting mass. You just read it and you said, oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, but it doesn't have its density per square inch. So it doesn't have enough mass. It's like the same thing with gases.
Okay, so
gases
all right,
have mass, but they don't have enough mass.
Water doesn't have enough mass.
Okay, so we've got a direction, right? We've got a direction down, up or down, right? So now can you turn that into a sphere?
If you look up at the sun, you'll see that it's round, and you'll see
No.
the
Oh
mirror
my
revolving around
gosh.
the sun.
Wrong, yeah, it's wrong direction.
Turn the ground.
Why the necessity? Sorry, Timbo, go.
No, you're right. I was just going to say, turn the ground into a sphere from a direction of up and down. Go ahead.
Why is it you have this necessity that every time you even believe you're trying to prove curvature, you have to point to the sun? Why do you point away from the thing you're trying to prove? I'll give you an example, Kovac. If I come around to your house to fit carpet in your lounge room, I'm not going to be pointing at the light bulb or measuring the light bulb.
No, but I can't look at the Earth from a 3D, like an outer perspective. Do you know what I mean? Like we view the sun.
He wants to make inference. Yeah, he wants to make inference from what he thinks the sun is and how it's formed and why it's maintaining its spherical shape due to its mass and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, we've been asking him for an hour for a demonstration of mass attracting mass and gravity turning things into balls. And he keeps on saying, well, the Earth and the Moon and the Sun.
It's like if you go to a no light pollution area and you grab a good enough telescope, you can see other planets and they're all spheres. So
Sophia.
So what?
What's a Sophia? Is that a new English way of saying it? Is it? It's a
It's a fancy sphere. Sophia.
Yeah, but why are you calling them other planets? Why are you calling them other planets? Other than what?
Because they're other planets or stars.
No, why are you saying other?
They're all
stars. Because we're a planet.
Other. Oh, right. So why?
What's
how did
the
you decide
definition
that?
of a planet?
One sec. How did you decide that the Earth is a planet? By looking at the things in the sky and calling them other planets? That's circular reasoning, bro.
Why would we be any different from the things that we can see in space?
That's a non-response. That's turning the burden of proof onto me. It's on you to justify your logic behind that, not me.
What's the definition of a planet, Kovac?
Again, it's just getting into a retard debate.
It's a celestial body, right? It's a celestial body, right?
It's not actually a planet, just like you're not a human, just like a piece of paper isn't actually a paper, that's just
there's certain criteria that must be met in order for a body to be considered a planet. So does Earth meet those criteria?
I would think so.
No, it doesn't. Because a celestial body is an object in the sky. When I look up in the sky,
It also moves. Does Earth move?
The Earth moves at like 70,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, what's the evidence of that?
Because why else would the sun move? Well, it moves from our perspective, but
you asked me a question again instead of providing the evidence.
His evidence of a particular thing happening is to ask someone a question.
No, you can look at the sun. You can look at the sun and it moves.
Okay,
well, it moves from
I look at the sun, it moves. How does that prove the shape of the ground?
Okay, well, have a good day, everyone.
Oh, wow. That one was crazy.
So yet again, listeners, no demonstration of what he was claiming. The Earth is a sphere because gravity turns things into spheres.
I'll never understand when they call Earth a planet, and the definition of a planet is a body.
Celestial body, yeah. T-Dub comes in with the fucking kill shot.
T-Dub. Sorry, T-Dub, I wasn't trying to walk on you. I just wanted to ask that quick question.
And that's why I nominated T-Dub as our cult leader.
Let's say that again, Matrix.
All rise. No, I'm kidding.
I said that's why I nominated T-Dub as our cult leader.
The nighttime is
ye, all rise by the Right Honourable T-Dub presiding.
All right. What was that? That was like 2 hours, yeah?
Yeah, that was really good, ladies and gentlemen. That was excellent. You saw the psychology at work. He didn't even know his model at all. Zero knowledge there. Okay, he understood the gravity thing, the he didn't understand Sir Isaac Newton properly, but he understood the Einstein thing, okay? But when he was told that it's been superseded, because he got confused slightly, didn't he, between Newtonian and Einstein, he kept flip-flopping there. Yeah, it was funny.
He was going
Definitely
back
was
and
funny.
forward, yeah. And then even when he heard, mass attracting mass has been superseded, he still reverted back to mass attracting mass.
Yeah.
That was crazy, that.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shit, I've just discovered that that's incorrect. Yeah, anyways, mass attracts
Yeah. Carry on. So I think he may come back, that one. He may come back. Because he suffered a big defeat there, okay? And he was bigging up India, and India, they don't make good bridges, okay? 2,400 bridges collapsing.
I'm so
Since
glad we're not
1977.
sitting down in the main street somewhere pointing out to people that there's a hole in the ground and it's dangerous. Hey sir, there's a hole in the ground. Please don't walk there. It's dangerous. Are you a flat earther? Yeah. So, fuck you. I'm going to keep walking.
Yeah, like those people that started taking Tylenol because Donald Trump said it was dangerous. So now they're all in hospital for overdosing on Tylenol because they said, I'm going to prove this guy wrong. He overdosed on Tylenol. These people are fucking idiots.
Yeah, they really are. That's what's become of people now. The system has really got them confused.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, they're so
I wanted
weird,
to ask that
man.
guy a question, but he left. But
Go, ask him, Neil.
yeah, I'm gonna
In case
ask
he's
him
listening.
because he's probably listening right now. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
He said
go
the
ahead,
Earth.
man.
He couldn't see the Earth from like a 3D vantage point, right? So he had to make a bunch of inferences, right? Like gravity, look at the sun, look at the moon, blah, all these other things, right? But us as flat earthers, it's so simple. We just like measure the surface. It's like, duh, like no curve. This guy has to make all these leaps and bounds and stretches and like, this plus this plus this plus this equals globe. It's like, that's the logic of a glober. It's like, you gotta shake my head, bro.
I do always find that funny too, that when they talk about 3D, like what else are you seeing the Earth in? Like you can't see it in 2D because 2D doesn't exist. So it's always in 3D.
I don't know. Technically, your vision is 2D until you change your perspective, and then you change your.
Yeah, well, you have depth, right? So it makes it three-dimensional. Yeah.
To an extent, yeah, but
length, width, depth.
But I mean,
3D.
like the four circular object video gift that I always post. That's an example.
Yeah.
We literally see in 2D, and this will verify. Touch it.
Well, would it be 2D with one eye and 3D with both eyes? Is that how that works?
No, that's the only. Yeah, the second eye gives it depth. But yeah,
I guess so. There's truck drivers that have one eye.
Yeah, and see, to the audience, the reason why they make these leaps and bounds and stretches is because to them, the Earth has to be a globe. It must be a globe. There's no other answer, right? So
gravity.
Yeah, so they can't make any actual real world observations because whenever they do that, there's no curvature measured.
And their argument, gravity making things into spheres, is things in space, right? Or the Earth. The Earth is a sphere, therefore gravity turned it into a sphere, so therefore things go into the step ball. And they don't even know if Earth's a sphere. It's just what they've been told. No, but gravity. That's a secondary thing. Earth's a sphere. Gravity holds us to the ball. First thing is the sphere. Okay, let's prove Earth's a sphere, and then we can talk about gravity.
Yeah, it's like what came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, it's actually the globe came first, right? It's like
Right, there's a video from Peter and Pete. Yeah, it's called "Gravity is Bollocks." I posted it. I wonder what he must have thought. He's
probably
seen
why he
that
left.
"Gravity is Bollocks." I love those two guys. I love those two guys. They're really good.
Yeah, they cop a lot of flack. I mean,
I heard you on QE's show, Jim. I actually thought he was going to be nastier to me, but he just called me an abject retard from down under. So that's fine. I'm happy with that.
Oh, you didn't even get numpty from down under?
Quite a long time. I've known
Yeah, I
Chewy for
did
quite a
get
long time.
Yeah, I got retarded numpty from down under. I think that was what he called me.
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't mind that.
Yeah. I've known QE for quite a while. Yeah, he's given me some. Giving back. No, that's me. But yeah, like I said earlier on, I just love the psychology of this stuff. It's just amazing, totally ignoring truth. And he even read it himself. He read it himself and still carried on. Wow. That's it. He was just not here to accept. But that was genuine. We can honestly say he wasn't being disingenuous. That was cognitive dissonance at work. He couldn't control himself. Reflex action. He studied hard. I'm sure if his teachers were listening to him, they would pat him on the back for regurgitating the crap that they taught him. Yeah.
Yeah, nice repeating.
Oh yeah. That's what they would have said. Yeah.
it's like join the dots for adults, right?
Yeah, dot to dot. Yeah. Let's draw the Big Bang with dot to dot. First came nothing, then came everything. From physics. The interesting thing I've always noticed is like their faith in science. Like they've never looked at the Big Bang yet. They'll just say it. They'll just yell out, "Big Bang theory's been proven." You go, what? When the fuck did they prove that? It's just a theory. Well, it's not even a theory because a theory is a proven experiment.
That's right. That's right.
Timbo,
supposedly.
You didn't even see what I tagged you in the side.
No, I'm driving again, man. Sorry.
Oh my goodness.
I've been fucking driving all day.
You see, they've advertised that Big Bang so much that they're carrying a very strong belief about it. It's good advertising for for Globers and would-be believers.
Yeah. Oh, so they believe something was created from nothing? That sounds like God to me.
That's what I thought as well, when I first heard it.
By the way, how's my microphone sounding? Do I sound clear?
You sound good, but your volume's low, that's all.
Volume's low.
Yeah. Turn it down, sheepdog.
Turn it down? Like all the way down?
No, it just needs to be a bit louder, that's all.
Turn it down a little bit more. Turn it down.
Bit louder. You need to be a bit louder, mate. That's all. But good mic, though. And you asked him, I like the way you kept asking him, what is a tennis ball made of? Yeah, but what is a tennis ball made of? That was a great question. Didn't answer.
It's damn near the same material as a cork. fucking cork is never going to sink.
Exactly. Yeah, he never answered it.
And rubber's dense, right?
Yeah, rubber is dense. Yeah.
You know what? Your volume may be down on me. My mic volume is all the way up.
Okay, yeah, I've never had to turn you down, but I'll have a look. I've never turned you down in my life, but I'll check it out later.
If I have a new microphone, though, that just might be the thing.
You're a bit quiet too, though. You're on half. You're on normal on my one, and I thought you were a bit quiet as well.
Okay. Let me go into my settings.
You might. Did you get a pay rise, mate?
I know. All right, ambient aware. I got new JB.
But should be. Even on the Discord app.
Excuse me, sorry.
Right, who we got in here? Let's have a look.
Sound level optimizer.
Oh.
How about now?
You'll have to speak.
Am I speaking more clearly now? Does it sound like I'm...
Yeah, that's a bit better. Yeah, I reckon that's a bit better.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, that's good. Someone's going to have to explain what the fuck is going on with Peter. I know you did Matrix a little bit, but maybe I'll have to ask
Desperate to be a flat earther. I'm not even gonna lie, dude. Like deep down, I feel like he's trying to
infiltrate.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's just laughing.
But I will say this: he could possibly be. He trolls too much, but he could possibly be the first Glover to actually like steal manners.
Yeah, but you can tell he's not because he hates all of us. And anytime we say anything, he gets so fucking pissed off and starts insulting people. So that says to me,
he came out and said a triangle had 540 degrees.
because he was arguing about 1 degree
He has
per
contempt.
69 miles. Oh, hello, Dubs.
Hello, how are you?
G'day, mate.
G'day.
Peter's
Yeah, he
useless,
does.
dude.
Yeah, he was arguing about the 1 degree, right? 1 degree per 60 nautical miles. Is that right? And I said, okay, so what you're arguing for is it does do that and it makes the Earth a sphere? And he goes, no, it's perspective. I went, what? So why are you arguing then?
The story with Peter is that he made an echo chamber of all anti-flat earthers, and all that was left was just anti-flat earthers. And because of their worldview, there's always got to be someone dumber than them. So he turned out that he was the dumbest person left in the group, and they all ganged up on him then. And he couldn't understand, why is this happening? I thought we all hate flat earthers equally. He didn't realize that
now he's taking it out on us.
Yeah, now he's upset because that somehow we've poisoned the mind of his friends or something like that. Like, it's bizarre.
What friends?
Yeah, his group of people, like his anti-flat Earth friends.
You guys are anti-science. That's why they're anti-flat Earth.
Who's anti-science?
You are.
Yeah, I say science will save humanity.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Oh, we're not anti-science.
Matter
You
of
are.
Hey,
fact,
China, what is your
let me-
definition of the word science?
yeah, let me put the definition of the word science.
Well, what is China's
Go ahead.
definition? That's the one who said it.
Yeah, he's using the own definition of science. His level of science denialism is ironically calls it science.
Let's see. Go ahead, China. Tell us what we deny and what science.
Yeah, I mean, you guys deny every
No, what's the
evidence
definition of the word science?
Calm down, boy.
Are you not
Yeah.
going to tell us?
Well,
No big
maybe
deal, I
deny.
guess.
How about what's the definition of deny?
Calm down, boy.
You can't even do that.
So
If you don't know, we can tell you. I mean, you don't got to get rude about it.
I bet
I will dictate how the conversation goes. You don't tell me.
No. You're not going to be making any rules here.
Yeah, I think Travis. I think he might be dumb, so we'll have to start back and simplify it.
Oh, cool.
Would you
Here's
agree
a
with
pack
that,
of crayons.
You're
Yeah,
dumb.
put you on the
and
little
then
kid table if you need to be.
Yeah, I mean, no asking questions. Only speak when spoken to. You know the rules. Watch your mouth.
okay. So, what science? Let's not worry about definitions. What science do we deny then?
Again, I dictate how the conversation goes. I
Okay,
don't ask
fuck off then. How about that?
Yeah. Good night.
See ya. Because he doesn't want to answer. He doesn't know what science is.
Yeah, it
Travis
was just
demonstrated.
like we call it rage bait.
Weirdos, man.
Wait, I don't get it, right? Science, the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world, observation, experimentation, and testing theories and evidence. Pseudoscience, collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on science.
Baby dog. Seeing as we're all flat earthers in here, what's the best test that anyone's seen that's irrefutable, right? Like clear measurements.
My favorite is the lake test where the guy drives over the frozen.
Frozen Lake. Can you put that one in the? Can you send that one to me, Sheepdog?
Yeah, I'll give you the full version.
Does it come with
15
numbers and everything?
Yeah, he puts a cone down with a light attached to it at one end of the lake, and then he drives his vehicle over the frozen lake. He uses the odometer to mark out. Unmistakable.
How far is that one?
It's only 8 miles, but each light is only 8 inches above the ice, and he puts
So every mile.
Yeah, and then he puts the camera at the other end, at the far end, 8 inches above the ice, and so you can see all the lights with the camera only 8 inches above the ice. Everything's 8 inches.
What were you going to say, Travis?
I put 2 pretty good memes from that Frozen Lake video in the side chat that have some numbers. So if somebody asks you, like, well, how far and what's the curvature amounts, you can post those, and it's pretty distinct in the information in it.
All right, I'm going to save them. What time 55 past the hour. All right, I'm 10 minutes from home, so
here's the video.
So I can go back to it.
That's my favorite one because it's so simple, right? Proves that water, when it freezes, it's flat. Can't get no more simple than that.
The video I linked is the one connected to those two memes I posted.
Yeah.
It's also one on that same level. It's pretty good.
Now there's another one with salt flats. Who's got that one? Who's been talking about that one?
This one also. That one was his preview to the previous video.
Because my go-to's always been FE Core because it's so clear to me.
The laser.
But if there's something that even a closer distance that's even clearer, and maybe I'll just switch to that because it's undeniable, right?
Well, the other reason why I like the frozen lake test also is because it uses different color lights, and so you have different opportunities for refraction.
Supposed to be different refractive rates.
All different refractive.
And that frozen lake video, if you're trying to get them to see it quick, it's only like 4 minutes long instead of the FE Core like 40 minutes. So
yeah. Oh yeah, I always post the long one. I think it's an hour and a half or something.
Oh, and then this one too. Oh, let me see. I do like posting this video as like globe.
Because those windmills as well, they're another good one too. You got 11 miles, 12 miles to the windmills, right? It's a clear picture too. It's probably better than the Black Swan. Better than the Black Swan, but which one?
Have you ever seen this one?
I'm at the light, so I'll just take a peek. In the chat, or did you DM it to me? What's that one? The Elon Musk one?
Mm-hmm.
Hell? Is that what he said?
Yeah, you see that rocket that's floating in space?
Yeah.
Who took the picture?
Yeah, exactly. Satellite, mate.
I know, right? It's such a fucking lie. Elon knows.
Toby Dog, are they on DJ's server?
What's that?
Toby Dog just said he has a list from DJ. Yeah.
It's a list of YouTube videos that I swipe from him.
Yeah. Do you reckon you could just DM them to me?
Absolutely. Coming your way.
Thank you very much.
You bet.
Oh, and
I'm gonna start getting prepared.
I'll DM to you also, Timbo. The laser test. There's 6 videos that I know of so far. If I find more, I'll add them. But I created a playlist of lasers.
I'm going to count them. How many laser test videos there are? How many times no curvature has been measured? I'm going to state that every single time. 166 laser tests. You know?
Seriously, I just keep adding them.
Yeah, you know, like How can you argue with that? They're all refracting at the same rate to show no curvature, right? So convoluted.
And then I got this other good video too for like people that are actually listening. This one is by P-Brain. Do y'all ever remember P-Brain?
I do remember P-Brain.
He did a good job of explaining how perspective. So those that like to listen and actually be objective, I'll pass it. Wolfie blocked me on his YouTube account.
Did he?
Yeah, when people send me his videos, I can't.
Did you ask him for the black box data?
No, I was the one that pointed out that the sun shrinks in the sun doesn't shrink video.
But on a flat Earth.
And then people ask me, they're like, when they say, well, can you direct me to a good flat Earth video? A lot of people point to 200 proof, but I like to buy the foundation. It's not 2 hours long, like 7.
Yeah, good flat Earth video. Yeah, go and watch fucking fight the flat shirt, fight the fat shirt. He'll turn you into a flat earther.
6 hours of Professor David do that. Or put you in a mental asylum.
Mental asylum, yeah. That voice, mate. Oof.
Bite the finger turd.
Oh, pack my bags. Leaving tomorrow.
Oh, you gotta save this video too. I'll deem it. I want everybody else to have this. This video is a great video of a globe earther explaining how thought the Stellanian eclipse was upside. He's like, it was so cool seeing the shadow of the Earth on the moon, but it's on the side. It was
From the wrong way up.
It shows the sun and the moon both above them.
Yeah, that's a really cool video. He was so puzzled when he was trying to describe it at the end. He's like, what? He doesn't know what he saw.
Right. And then I have this other video. So Alaskan Airlines during solar eclipse, they'll schedule a flight during a solar eclipse and fly people up to watch the eclipse and then fly through. And so yeah, they literally show the flat horizon when they fly through.
You reckon beer would help me pack better? Got a few beers.
Sure get you there
packing.
Yes, beer is helping me. Beer is helping me put together IKEA furniture at this moment better.
Oh
it
shit!
would definitely lighten the load.
Yeah, I'll get 3 beers in and go, do I need a jacket? Nah, fuck it. Don't worry about it. All right, I'm packed. All right, what did you pack? Undies and socks?
All right, if y'all check the chat, I put in 2 videos, Alaskan Airlines. Y'all got to watch it. Like, during the path of the totality, go through it. See the horizon. debunks all those. Like, you can see the curve of the Earth from the plane window.
Hey, hopefully it's just a bookcase, Jado. Not anything complicated.
No, I just posted the picture in chat. Finally finished.
Only 2 beers, too. Well done. A whole room.
A bed and that stupid shit thing next to it. No, it was more than 2 beers. I can guarantee that.
Yeah, the only reason you see 2 is he's cracking them 2 at a time.
What am I supposed to do with this fucking Allen key thing? You know what I do? It says, please do not use power tools. I always use my impact driver.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
No, I protested to the missus. I said, for fuck's sake, no more IKEA furniture. That's it. I'm not putting any of that shit together again. So what does she do? She goes online to some Italian company called Varosa Flat Pack. And when I opened up the flat pack, it was in Italian. And it had 157 stages.
$157. That's almost slab worthy.
So if you had 1 mouthful per stage, you could nearly flatten a carton.
Yep, pretty much. And then they wonder why you get upset. Like, why do you always get upset and crack your shits when you're putting furniture together? Hello.
Yeah, I did the same, man. I said, look, if you're going to buy something, go into a shop, pick it out, and then pay the guy to fucking deliver it. Oh, no, but you've got a trailer and stuff. I go, yeah.
Hey, those 2 shadows are different lengths on the table.
Definitely curved then.
You're fucked. Shit's not level. Did y'all know that melatonin is a prescription drug in England?
Yeah. It
blew my mind, dude.
It should be.
Why?
Same reason other drugs have prescriptions.
Like oxygen or food? Food is a drug. Oxygen is a drug.
Like California tried to ban water like some 3 times. Like they kept falling for it. Like trolls would go in there and like the chemical name for like water, like dioxygen, whatever, It's really hard. Well, it's not hard to pronounce, but what I can't think off the top of my head. And they give the whole presentation. I mean, really, the side effects of drinking too much water. It can be fatal. You can be overhydrated. And they it wasn't a lie. It was nothing. It's like, hey, a lot of people are exposed to dihydrochloride, whatever, and these are some of the symptoms. Like kidney failure, blah blah blah, and like you should ban it.
Yeah, I think when I was young, I remember them saying 8 glasses a day. That's what you needed, and they've rolled that back a lot.
Amazing how 8 glasses a day of water is a mission, but if we were to go to the pub, you'd smash 8 glasses down without even trying.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, you took the words out of my mouth there.
I've always
You're
loved
knocking
that.
down your
Go to the
plates
pub.
like no problem. But water now. And I used to think, 2 liters of water a day? Nah, I don't need that much water. Wow. How's that going to help me out? I'm not even thirsty. Well, like you said, you get your shandies now and you're knocking them back quick and easy. Yeah.
Why is it called an airplane?
Because of
the Red Hot
Planes on the
Chili
air.
across the air.
Well, Red Hot Chili Peppers said because he likes pleasure spiked with pain. And music is his airplane.
Like airplane, because it's going over a flat plane?
It's an
It
aero.
derives
plane.
from the French word aero, as in AERO,
No, I'm talking about the last
as
part.
in aerodynamics.
The plane part.
Well, it does fly over a plane.
Like a topographical plane, plane, airplane, plane.
I mean, Twanger, it is pretty interesting about planet, right? Like if you minus T, it makes plane.
Plane it.
And what does NASA say? T minus and 10. 9.
And everything becomes nominal.
Well, in that case, T stands for time.
Yeah. What about the carpenter's tool known as a plane as well? I'm sure I've used it so many times. I'm sure you guys have used it as well. In different sizes and that. The plane. You're trying to level off a surface piece of wood. Yeah. It's an interesting tool, isn't it? Where the blade protrudes out of that slit just slightly. And you've got to nip it. Okay, and then you slide it through. And the whole thing hits the floor, taking too much off. The plane. A very nice tool. Yeah, in Britain, when it comes to tools like what I just mentioned, screwdrivers, drills, Stanley. Planes. The brand we have is Stanley. Is that popular in Australia? Stanley tools.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We have Stanley knives.
Yeah. I've got a Stanley knife. I've got one in my hand that I've had since 1980. Yeah, still going strong. I brought it with me in Japan. There you go. My Stanley knife.
Stanley?
Have you met my friend? Let me introduce you to my really good friend, Stanley. Yeah.
Stanley Kinefay.
And then we've got Black & Decker. Is that a popular brand in your country as well? Black & Decker for drills and saws and that?
Wow, I haven't heard of them for a while.
DeWalt's the same.
Used to be years ago.
Okay, what about Bosch? German brand, Bosch.
Bosch, yeah.
Yeah, that's around, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, maybe Black & Decker have gone now. Yeah, it used to be Black & Decker. They were really good, they were.
DeWalt and Milwaukee here in Hawaii.
DeWalt, Milwaukee, Ryobi, Bosch.
Yeah, Milwaukee's pretty good as well. Yeah. I've only noticed them in recent years, Milwaukee tools, since I've been in Japan. You see, and then from Japan I travelled to like Hawaii, Guam Islands, and that, and I noticed that Milwaukee was a brand they were selling. Walmart, Target, Kmart, places like that. Yeah, I saw them.
Kmart.
I don't know why people like them so much, but the Milwaukee nail gun weighs about 5 pounds more than every other nail gun.
Yeah, that's it's way too heavy. I had it and I went back to a gas one.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, the pass load. I went back to the pass load because it was way too heavy.
That is such a cool gun. My buddy has one of those pass loads. It's pretty cool. It actually sounds and smells like a gunshot.
Oh, I love it. I love that smell. But yeah, so here, gin, the most popular power tool brand is Milwaukee, Makita, DeWalt.
Yeah, Makita. Yeah, Makita.
Yeah, DeWalt, which is Black & Decker.
Yeah.
And then AEG.
Okay. So I have a Bosch. I have Bosch. I can't get Black & Decker here, of course, and they're probably not around anymore. But I have Bosch.
You'll get DeWalt, right? You get DeWalt.
DeWalt, yeah.
Yeah, that's Black & Decker, same company.
Oh right, yeah, right. I didn't realise.
Yeah. I think they just phased out Black & Decker because they used to be black and orange. Black and orange.
Yeah, black and orange, black and orange. Then they went to this like turquoisey blue, lovely colour, and black and orange. That was a nice combination as well. But yeah, black and orange was the colour originally.
Yeah.
I've got my Stanley Spirit Level. Yeah, Stanley.
Yeah, that's all I use. So I have I use Stanley Fat Max measuring tapes.
Right. Yeah, I've got a Stanley as well. So right.
Yeah, Stanley Fat Max levels as well. Them and Stabila are all I use.
Yeah, I use my Stanley tape measure as well. Really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a really fat one that doesn't bend. Right, it's awesome. I can get.
What kind of hammer do you use, Timbo?
I got to be an S-wing, mate.
Yeah, I use Bosch hammers, and I use. I can't remember it. It's a Japanese brand that I got as well. Rubber handle and nice big head. And then I got an old-fashioned club hammer as well. Again, I don't know the maker of it. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure carpentry legend Larry Hahn used an S-wing, I think.
Yeah, blue. I've got a blue handle. I think it's 22 ounce. 22 ounce. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I've got.
I've had it for 25 years. That one hammer.
Yeah, that's right. It's supposed to it's supposed to last forever, really, if you look after them properly and don't get rust.
Talking about the flat Earth, or are we talking about other stuff?
We can talk about some flat Earth stuff if you're interested. Or
sorry, go ahead, man.
No, I want to make a good point against the flat Earth. See what happens.
Yeah, you go ahead, sir.
I'll get ready.
His driveway
incoming.
You're gonna love this, Timbo.
So, I've heard you guys say that stars. But wait, what is it? The phrase goes, "What's in the sky cannot tell you what's on the ground," or something. Can you guys clarify that so I don't waste your time?
No, like if I may, you can do that. It's called astrology, where you divine earthly knowledge based on sky magic. like who you should date and what horoscope, what lottery ticket you should buy, when you should make a good transaction. All that's your fortune. Like telling you, hey, this is what secret knowledge about what the earth is, divining that from the sky. That's not something we do here. You can do that. No one's telling you not to. If you want to live your life that way and you think you can look up at the sky and a star, and that star is telling you something other than what the star is, an observation, then that is a perfectly normal way to live your life. People, it's a whole pickup culture based on what's your sign, baby. And people's right sign, are you an aqua sign or a fire sign? But here in the Flat Earth channel, what we do is we observe direct observations of what we're trying to observe. Meaning, if we want to understand the surface of the earth, you would directly observe the surface of the earth. First-hand knowledge. You wouldn't go everything other than the surface of the earth. You wouldn't say, oh, look at that black hole.
Is it okay if we have a conversation? You're just kind of monopolizing. I just got in here.
Yeah, I got you. But I'm saying, like, so if you're going to try to steel man or straw man someone's position, say on the flat earth, we make direct measurements and observations. You think that somehow means you can't use the stars. No.
I haven't made a point yet. You just kind of
use the stars all you want. Just make sure you label it correctly, that you're using astrology.
I'm not talking about any of that stuff you were saying.
You're not really here for a conversation. I'm looking at your name, Flatten Destruction. You're kind of a known troll.
But I came in here and I asked a question, and
I'll say that you can. There are some guys using a celestial.
Why don't I just
there's some guys using like what they call a celestial theodolite, and they're using sky measurements to absolutely destroy the globe. So
okay, well let me
go ahead and ask your question now. Dude.
And now it's 3 people.
Get it out clearly, right? Hopefully you understand what Chris was saying.
I've been able to get a point clearly because you guys started talking over me as soon as I asked the question.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
All right, so that was 3. Okay, so what I was asking is, you guys have this statement that says something like,
"Who's you guys? Are you talking about people in this group?"
Let him.
Whoever it applies to, it can apply to. I just want to just make my point. That's 4. So even if I am a troll or not, I didn't come in here trolling. I'm asking a legitimate question. So, well, I'll ask it again. Do you guys have a say?
You haven't asked it yet.
I'm trying to. You guys keep cutting me off. So,
don't say again then.
Well, I'll say again because it's the 5th time now. Can I make my point? Or
let's make it 6.
No.
6. Let's make it 7. You guys can't say that people don't come in here honestly, though.
Y'all got to learn to count, seriously.
Disruption. You're very disruptive. Okay, so when I hear the statement that says, what is in the sky cannot tell you what is on the ground, I'm trying to make sure I understand the statement properly. So if someone could articulate it back to me, what is the actual statement? Because all that other stuff
went over this Big Bird and Barney style.
I'm sorry, say it again.
I just went over this Big Bird and Barney style.
What you went over was not related to what I was saying.
If you
actually it was, but because you were so
it was about astrology.
In dire need of getting your voice heard, you missed out on the end of what he was going to say.
He took 90 seconds to make.
I don't care if it took him 90 hours. You had to make yourself heard. Hey, kid, you had a big bitch about us cutting you off, but you had to cut Crit off, and so Crit didn't finish what he was going to say.
It was 90 seconds of him talking.
Dude, you should ask the person who made that statement about the sky, Flattened, instead of us.
We'll skip it. So
So what's your problem with the sky? That it's not the ground. Congratulations.
The problem with the sky was never implied. Let me make my point. So what I know is that in order for you to make an observation, like to make a measurement, you have to be able to see things, right? And that requires something to illuminate what you're looking at. And right.
Dude, a blind person can make a measurement. They can use Braille and stuff.
So for instance, well, no. No, Braille wouldn't help.
Yeah.
So if I'm in a house and I need to know which room I am in the house, I would need to turn on the lights to see what part of the house.
What? You don't know you're in the kitchen because you've just walked into the kitchen table.
No. I wouldn't know it's a kitchen table. I could be in a living room table. I could be in a bathroom. I
Okay,
wouldn't know unless it's the light.
what's your point, dude? Can you get your fucking
my
point out?
Is that in order for me to understand or to know the dimensions of the Earth, because it's so vast, I need to have something from the sky to help me do so. I need to use that
No, you don't.
sky object.
You can use a flashlight whilst you're measuring.
No, I cannot. A flashlight does
Yes,
not
you can.
have. No, it cannot. A flashlight does not have. A flashlight does not have the range for me to.
So let me get this straight, flatten destruction. If we set up a laser, I know you're excited. If we set up a laser over a large body of water at night time, so no sunlight involved, you're telling us we won't see that laser?
No, I'm telling you that won't help you determine the dimensions of the Earth. You'll see it, but that's not going to be sufficient for you to determine the dimensions of your Earth.
Hold on, dude. Can I? Maybe I want to clarify something. My dude. Okay. Don't conflate, right? Using the light that comes from stuff in the sky, right, as a utility to illuminate the things so you can see them on the ground, and then use the stuff on the ground because you can see it as a result of the light coming from the sky. With what's being said here. What's being said here is using the motions and tracking the patterns of the stuff that emits the light in the sky and the patterns thereof, right, as being things that you can tell about the sky with the other thing. You follow?
Why not?
That's the problem. So that's why your analogy doesn't really hold there.
Why can't you do that?
Well, see, this is the problem. You're conflating the two. The thing is, in your analogy before, you're conflating these two things as if they're the same. Okay.
Nope.
We're not saying. What we're not saying is, don't use light coming from things in the sky. Okay, on the ground, and so you can see the shit on the ground, navigate, on the ground, and do stuff on the ground because you can see them. With that's not to be conflated with using the patterns of the stuff in the sky to tell you what's on the ground. You see the difference?
Yes, I do. I saw the difference the whole time, and so now.
Okay, well, it sounded like you didn't. It sounded like you didn't because your analogy basically invoked, oh well, if I use the light on my ceiling to tell me which room I'm in, that's not the point. The analogy would be more akin to if I look on the ceiling, not on the stuff on the ground illuminated by the stuff in the ceiling, but strictly at the ceiling itself, and look at the pot lights in the ceiling to tell you what's on the ground. And even then, right, you might be able to identify certain patterns of the pot lights if they're different, right? That could be indicative of something, but that's assuming they're different. So that would be where the analogy might hold, but still not analogous entirely.
Okay, so I totally got it at the outset. Yeah. So I feel like you just wasted your time. But I guess if you
man, no. Here's the thing: you say you got it, but
I got it, bro.
You would have ran with your analogy as if it.
I didn't want to run with the analogy. I wanted to make sure that what I heard coming from a lot of flat earthers.
What's the name of these people? Who? What flat earther? What's their name?
Right now. Oh
no, I want to name.
If you've got an issue with what flat earthers are saying, why don't you take it up with that flat earther directly instead of coming in here saying those flat earthers said X, Y, Z?
Let's just turn the page. So now that we got it clarified,
I'm still waiting to hear what he's saying.
Jesus Christ! One of you guys made it very clear that that you don't want to use what you say the patterns of how the stars or the objects are in the sky as a guide.
You fucking spit it out, dude.
Is that right?
Get on with it.
No one said that. I said you can do that. Make sure you label it for what it is.
And I'm saying what it is something to
astrology, not astronomy. And no one here is going to follow your method because that idea of divining earthly bound knowledge from the sky is unscientific. It's really up to interpretation at that point. You can do whatever you want with it. It's that out there. So you ask, why do you want you guys to throw chicken bones on the ground? The same reason, because it's up to so much interpretation that you don't really know what you're going to come out on the other end with. That's why we say if you're going to measure something, directly measure that. You don't need to do anything other than that.
Okay, listen. If I'm going to ask a question or make a statement,
dude, spit it out already, bro. Come on.
I've been trying, but you guys monopolize.
No, you're not trying at all.
Listen. I'll take 30 seconds to say.
Try harder, bro. Come on.
Guys, limit your response to like a minute. It's 1 minute.
You have 30 seconds to ask your question. Nobody's going to say anything. Go.
Okay, so I can use the stars, the pattern on the stars, as a guide to help me know the shape of the Earth, because there's a consistency to the pattern in the stars for all observers everywhere. That consistency
only once a year
is paramount. So
only once a year.
No, all the time.
No,
so consistency.
Only once a year.
Consistency is paramount. So how's this proving consistency? The ground is flat consistently.
No, that's a presumption. I can prove to you.
No, it's measured that way. I'm not presumptioning anything.
No, it's not.
It's measured that way.
Let me know when it's my turn to talk.
The next logical question should be, how is it measured that way, Mr. Matrix?
Let me know when it's my turn to talk.
The next logical question should be, how is it measured that way?
All you have to do is say, go ahead, Flatten, and I'll talk.
No, you're good. You asked a question, you got an answer. Now you're done.
No, well, that answer is incorrect.
Well, there you go. Write it down. That you got an answer. You adjudicated the answer is incorrect because of your sky magic. You divined information from the sky.
That's not
so
why.
now that you know that other people here don't use.
So let's follow his logic. Crit, let's just follow this kid's logic. He's got this belief system that he thinks going to work. So I go outside at night time. I look up at the stars. The stars are doing some particular thing. I go out tomorrow night. They're doing the same particular thing. I go out on night 3, and I'll be damned, they're doing the same thing again. So how does that prove the shape of the ground?
So, because the stars are identical, their positions are identical for all observers all the time in any position anywhere on Earth.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Tell me what, when, and where the starry
They change every day.
No, they don't. The only
Yes,
thing
they
that changes is our orientation of how we see them.
So the changes are in the sky, right?
Huh?
The changes are in the sky, right?
No, the changes are not in the sky.
So stars don't move into different positions throughout the year?
No, they do not move into different positions.
So they're always in the same spot in the sky all year round, right?
I'll go ahead and mute myself.
Okay, so stars are always in the same spot in the sky every night of the year, right? That's what you're saying?
I don't want you to accuse me of trolling. It seems like when I'm about to answer.
Okay, so I'll ask you the question
Go
again.
ahead, let me
So
know.
the
Say
stars,
flat and go ahead.
so the stars are in the same spot every night of the year. Is that what you're saying?
Nope.
No, they're not. So they're in different spots throughout the year.
So not consistent.
Which is not what my original point was.
Your original point said consistency.
Yes.
Then let me make it more clear to you. If you don't interrupt.
So are they consistent or not consistent?
They are very consistent. Very consistent.
Well, you just said they weren't.
No, I didn't.
So that's not very consistent.
But I didn't say that they weren't.
How could you get consistency from a chaotic Big Bang anyway?
It has nothing to do with the chaotic Big Bang has nothing to do with this conversation.
Well, it wouldn't create consistency, that's for sure. No explosion creates consistency.
I can make my point.
Well, all you're doing is pointing to the sky so far.
I haven't been able to make an articulable point because you guys cut me off.
Well, that's on you. You're just not doing it. Make your point already.
Talking. I can't stop you from talking, so it's not.
So
make your point.
How is you pointing to stars, claiming the stars are doing particular things, proving the shape of the ground?
Now he's not talking, so now I'm going to try to make a point. So the stars.
Let's go back to talking about tools.
I gotta stop talking.
Yeah.
Cut me off.
Guys, can you let him finish, please?
No,
No,
this
they're
is
not
useless.
Of course not. All right, so let me try a 12th time. So what I said was the starry sky, the arrangement of the stars is identical for all observers everywhere at any time that the stars can be seen. The only difference is what parts of that arrangement of stars can be seen and at what orientation. So you can, from your point of view, you can have a rotated orientation relative to another observer. You can have part of the sky seen that another part of the sky is not seen by another observer, but the arrangement of the stars is identical for all observers. So it's like you have a picture, and I cover part of that picture, and maybe another observer is looking at the picture upside down. The picture is the same exact picture for all the observers. You guys disagree or not?
So that's your proof of ground curvature.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I
Matrix.
couldn't make it out.
If I may, yeah. Sorry, Matrix. What I disagree about is the conclusion that you draw from that.
I haven't been able to make
that. So every year, on a yearly basis, right? Things kind of change day to day. The sky spirals around, and then the next year, you might see something awfully similar, if not identical, if you want to argue that, as the year before on the same day. Okay, great. Or you displace yourself, and it just looks like some sort of translation of these same spots in the same or similar configuration, as anywhere else. Fine, but what do you draw from that? What can you make of that? What does that tell you?
Here's what. Thank you. What can I make of that? So let's start making of that.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand how line of sight works. I understand what parallax is, and I understand how parallax and how visual. Why am I lost for words? Angles of visual angles between one object and another. Like what is the angle of distance between one object and another? So if I'm close to two objects, right, they'll have a visual angle that is further apart in my field of vision than if I'm further away from those two objects. Right?
Angular size, yeah.
All right. So let's if there's two cars that are 10 feet apart and I'm 20 feet away, I can see both of them, but they're kind of on one side of my vision and the other one is on the other. But if I'm 3 miles away, right, those cars appear very small and very close together.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Right. For the third time, angular size. This is a term.
Angular size. So, it's hard to hear you. So,
okay. I didn't know.
Well, now that we got that cleared, angular size and angular distance.
You sound fine, Mick. Everyone else can hear you.
Okay. So angular size and angular distance between all the stars for all observers at any time that those stars can be seen are always identical.
Okay, hold on. Let me just cut to the chase. No one here is going to follow your sky magic, sky daddy divination.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You're pitching your religion to the wrong crowd.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, what it seems to be getting at
because I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, what I'm waiting for.
I'll tell you that when you look up at the sky and say that's actually telling you something about the ground, no one here is going to follow that. People here in this channel
let's see, because they're following
objective reality, objective, measurable, observable reality.
Being consistent with reality. Even though
no one here is going to follow your sky religion.
Let me continue my point. Let me continue building my position.
Yeah, the takeaway from all of this, right? All these mechanics, sorry to interject, but just to be clear, right? These mechanics, okay, you look up at the sky, understanding angular size, angular distances, or whatever, okay, you see all these things in the sky, patterns are consistent, okay, great. What do you take away from that? That was my question before, right?
Right, that's what I was answering, and two other people interrupted. So, because of those facts, those axioms, if you will, I know that I can use, angular distances, those, angular resolutions and so forth to help me determine how far I am or where I am in relationship to another observer. So if the Earth is flat, then all the observers on Earth should see all of those stars rotate in the same direction every time they can see stars.
Not necessarily.
There's one basic foundational fact. We're not talking about religion or
incorrect.
Speculation. That.
Yeah, there's a problem there. A couple problems
Let's hear
there.
it. What's the problem?
Okay. Number one problem. Number one problem is if you presume, right, that the shit in the sky that you see, the little lights, are, for example, giant three-dimensional objects that occupy specific points in free space, right? Then maybe your inferences have some weight to it. Okay. Now, inherently in your position, right, in the heliocentric model, right, you have that presumption that these giant things are giant gas balls or plasma balls or whatever balls, right, that have a fixed XYZ point and then have some sort of spherical radius of sorts. Okay, so if you presume that, again, you might be able to run with what you're talking about, because these actual physical objects, as they get further away, if you apply all the other rules that we know about, perspective and distance and whatever to that, again, sure, you might be able to run with that, but you have to assume that to be the case. So before you actually go any further into that argument, you may want to validate that premise. So is there a way that we can confirm, for example, that these things are giant gas balls that occupy free space, right, that you can then apply all these other laws to?
Maybe, but that wasn't the argument I was making. It wasn't where I was going.
I know you weren't making that, but everything that you are arguing.
30 seconds. Can I get 30 seconds?
No, I apologize for stopping you.
You're kind of
but the problem is you fail to recognize that your entire argument.
My statement, and that's where the failure is.
I'm going to finish speaking, please. I again apologize ahead of time for interrupting, but I need this to be clear, right? That inherent to your position is the assumption that these things hold. Okay, so if you are to argue any further point along these lines, this has to be addressed. So if you can address that, I think your position might actually have more weight than it otherwise fails to at the moment.
Okay, so now let me continue where I left off. So what I was saying is,
he's going to ignore everything that you just said, and he's going to continue with his waffling.
Point, which was interrupted. Address his point, but there's a particular order. There's a coherent and logical order that needs to be respected. I'm not going to skip ahead just because he makes a point.
The first order is: can you confirm that all these planets and stars are gas balls?
To finish my point where I left off.
Yeah, sorry. The first order.
Else who did apologize.
The first order is
interrupted again by someone else.
If you claim the first order is, don't talk over the top of me. The first order is,
finish my sentence.
The first order, you're claiming orders. The first order is to confirm if you claim the sky is doing what it is because the things up there are places that you can go to, like gas balls that don't move in the sky, then you would have to first prove that for your claim of the things in the sky making a rotation, therefore making a Earth, if it was flat, all spinning in the same direction, you have to prove the first, which would be gas balls in the sky.
That is incorrect.
All in the same position.
That is incorrect.
Okay, what would you prove first then?
If you would stop interrupting, I can tell you.
No. What would you prove first?
Then you're not willing to listen to
what would you prove first, Flat and Tard?
You're trying to force people to agree with you in this.
No, we're not trying to force you to agree to anything. We're trying to get you to answer the question, boy.
I have to finish my point.
What's first?
I want to finish my point first.
Your point is moot.
No, it's not. I haven't finished it. It can't be mute because it can't be moot because I haven't finished making it.
What's the first step?
Right, so
what's the first step?
What's the first step?
Before that?
Okay, guys, listen. If you don't want me to,
We're trying to listen. We're going to listen to you tell us the first step, but you don't want to for some reason. Why don't you want to?
You've got sound coming from your side, so you can't listen.
That's your projection.
No, okay, I'll tell you what.
Yes.
I'll mute the whole room, and then I'll talk, and then I won't have to hear you.
How about I just kick you out for practice? That'll work too.
Exactly. This is force.
So, what first?
So, if I can see that these objects are identical for all observers, and they do not have a parallax that is differing from one observer to the next, and I know at the very least that these objects are too far away for
That's a claim.
That's a claim that is proven by the distance.
What distance?
The distance.
And how was it validated?
The distance by the multiple observers. They're validated.
So, how did these multiple observers work out that these stars are X amount of distance away?
No, I didn't say that they're X amount of distance away. I said they are far enough away, and you cut me off before I could finish.
Well, how did your observers validate, verify, or prove that they are far enough away?
Right, so stop interrupting, I'll tell you. So, by the fact that their resultant observations are identical and have identical observations.
What observations? You're just making claims. It's a big bookshelf full of claims with you dribbling shit standing in front of it.
A bunch of stars.
Who made these observations too?
And I can make a claim compared. I can make.
Okay, flatten destruction. We're going to do this a step at a time. Instead of you just rambling for 15 minutes, flatten destruction. Shut up, or you're going to get more than interrupted.
Okay,
you are making claims. Okay, how about you shut the fuck up, boy? I hate having to do QE methods, but it works best. Interesting how that kid gets muted. He runs every time. If he had a valid point, he would still be here and he would put up inside chat. That's not very nice.
I'm sure you guys heard that, right? As you guys pointed out, he's or Matrix, you're gonna roast him on the distance thing. This is exactly what I was mentioning before. If you have a thing that is not you, there's gonna, it's a separate thing. There's gonna be a distance between you and the thing, right? But that again implies that it's a separate thing, i.e., something that occupies free space, occupies volume in free space, I should say, has some sort of coordinate, et cetera, right? So in what he was saying, that again, it had that implication. I was trying to ask him, how does he validate that it's actually a thing in the first place? Whatever it's made of, it doesn't matter at this point in the argument, but that it's a thing at all that is subject to laws of perspective and all this stuff, right? And he ever so seemingly cleverly tried to weasel his way through that by exactly doing what you're pointing out. He's avoiding answering the question, right?
Well, you had him pinned straight off. You had him pinned when you mentioned that. Mm-hmm. And so he had to weasel his way around it. So anything that was said after that, he was looking for excuses. Oh, you keep cutting me off. You're just making it difficult. It was just excuses because that's all he could make after you set rules for him that he had to abide by. You'd penned him to the floor.
Yeah, and I knew he did. Yeah, and we all knew it, right? And I think he knew it too.
Where was he going with this? A dual pole rotation in the sky?
Oh, you never know with him. Normally he just dribbles on and then he slides it into philosophy and he's just a menace. He really is.
Right, Matrix, I've got a... Sorry to interrupt.
I think Travis was right because he was claiming if a flat Earth, then sky should rotate like this. Sorry, Jim.
Yeah, it's not my bad. Sorry, I was just going to say I've got an admin request from a guy called Flat Earth Cafe who has got the politics invite, okay, but he can't seem to join the chat. He's trying to join the chat, but it won't let him join. So can a moderator help him out there? He's called Flat Earth Cafe. He mentioned it yesterday and he's just contacted me now. Okay.
He has to spend time in the politics chat before he gets to these ones. So if he just goes in there and types a few things in the chat, then
Has a chat to
he'll
him.
get the next upgrade, which will be in a few days, and then he'll be able to jump in.
He's just got to level up.
Okay, so he's just got to get into the politics chat and have a conversation about Flat Earth, hopefully, and then he'll come back in there. Okay, I'll get that to him. Thank you very much.
Main
Are
channel.
those new rules? Are those new rules or something?
Yeah,
For some
I had to do it last time. I deleted my account. I had a new account. I was going, Matrix, kid, let me in the fucking room. And he's going, I can't do anything, mate.
For some reason, some people get this rule thing chucked on them. I don't know why. It's just a level up thing, and they get to level 3 and they can come straight. There's even level 2s that are in here. So yeah, it's weird. I never had to do it.
I did. Yeah, me neither. I didn't remember having to be subject to that. When I jumped in, I
But
remember.
in saying that, I had to verify my phone number.
Yep. Okay. I mean, I remember jumping in on DC Verified, jumping right into a conversation right after. You know, but that was in the home server, and then somebody invited me. Oh, we're also in politics, and I jumped over into politics, and here we go, right into VC.
It is a new thing. It is a new thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happened with Flatten? I mean, at least he came in here trying something new. He normally just says you measure the curvature of the Earth in degrees. Like he's
Every
got a
time
hard.
I've had him, he's just been dribbling on about philosophy and other shit. He'll start off with some kind of measurement, or he'll point to something. Flat earthers say this, and then it'll switch into philosophy crap. And it's just like, dude, shut your yap. We're not interested. Have you got any proof of curvature? Oh, you just want to mute people that have got evidence. Bzz, out. As soon as you red flag him, he runs every time.
Yeah, he's normally he was only coming in when Indio was here. He had he was a fanboy of Indio for a long time. They knew each other on another platform, like X or something like that.
Right.
I think whatever happened to him is implied in his name. He got flattened. Double and or triple pun intended.
I like when they complain about getting muted.
Remember one episode that kid come in, he said about 3 words, and it was like, oh, I can't get a word in here. And then he went down and started muting people, and then just sat there talking like as if he was just reading out of a textbook, full script. Just sat there, blah, 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 just talking to everyone. And it was just like, yeah, this is not going to happen. Click.
Yeah, that last guy that just left, right? I engaged him on the English hub, actually, and he came across with the same thing. And I said to him, really, we flat earthers do not look to the stars to determine the shape of the Earth, the surface. And I said to him, does that make any sense to you? Can you look at the stars and start saying you're on a globe? Where's the connection? Do you know what I mean? You know, he tried to do it his way and explain it. I said, yeah, but that's not methodical. It's wrong. It's incorrect. That's not how. That is not accurate. That's not the gold standard. The gold standard is to measure the surface. It's measured flat. Now, why are you not accepting that? And why haven't you gone out to measure it? That's the other thing. You hadn't done anything anyway. So I said, yeah. So you can't say we're wrong. But from the minute you say you're wrong. Okay, because you haven't even checked. But that's it. So I have engaged that guy before. But it didn't take too long for him to get to the point where he realised that, yeah, he's got to go and check it because I wasn't moving from that position. But yeah, they do try, don't they? They do try.
I was on a server. We're talking about flat Earth, and out of nowhere, the normal conversation, nothing wrong with it. People are like, oh, that's kind of cool. Going back and forth. A mod jumps in. What's going on in here? Like, oh, we're just talking about flat Earth. And then he's like, well, who's the flat earther? And they're like, well, Crit is. So he mutes me. And everyone's like, dude, what the hell? And he goes on to explain that all flat earthers do is mute people. And the chat just roasted him. He goes, so you're a flat earther too then? He's like, no, Crit's a flat earther. What you said all flat earthers do, by definition, is mute people. You came in here and said, who's a flat earther? And then muted. And he's like, yeah. And they're just roasting the dude. And he's like, kicking people and muting people, just completely destroying, just ruining the conversation. And then eventually they ask him, like, why do you care about this topic at all? Like, why do you even join the channel? We're in here fine without you. And the guy said, flat earthers make me laugh. So they're like, well, why'd you mute the only flat earther if they make you laugh? And the dude just popped. Just like absolutely thermonuclear meltdown. Like started banning people, and we all had like open tickets to get unbanned and everything. We're like, what the hell? Like it was like like this is the mindset of their minds are so fractured, so broken that is a behavior you'll see.
Wow, everyone's ducking for cover. Get out of the way quick. Oh, I'll go hit.
Yeah, like a functioning normal person can have a conversation with basically anybody. These guys who are just cracked, like their mind just fractured into 1,000 pieces, they ultimately define themselves as a flat earther they're looking for.
Yeah, sad story, but there you go. The psychology of the mental case who's a mod, and he's mental as well. God. See? Just don't get it, do they? That other guy was just unfortunate that he wasn't really getting to his point quick enough. And we already knew where he was going anyway. And it was pointed out to him that the gold standard, Crit said it, the gold standard and Matrix, the gold standard was to be measuring the surface of the Earth. I mean, that is it. What more do you want? Come on, man. Bloody hell. Really don't get it.
We knew what he was like. That's why we give him a taste of his own, Jin.
Yeah, you knew from the beginning. Yeah.
Some of them, you just sit back and go, yeah, I know what you're going to be like. I'll give you 20 seconds if you're not going to behave yourself in that. But what I did find interesting, Crit's answering his question. Yeah, this is sort of taking too long. Can you, I don't really want to listen to you anymore. And he had the right to cut Crit off because he didn't want to listen to it. And then he got offended when he was cut off. It's like, dude, it's just a taste of what you did to someone else. Like, seriously.
And 90 seconds is not really a long time to actually get the full understanding of what the question he asked. Get a full answer to your question. Come on, man.
Especially when he comes in here and says, I've heard flat earthers say, oh, okay, well, let me tell you what they actually said, not what you think you heard.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, sometimes I say I'm going to require 2 minutes here. So just allow me to speak uninterrupted 2 minutes, you get the full answer. Sometimes I know when I have to say that, and I do. When you get a customer like that, that's when I tend to say that. I'm going to need 2 minutes. Okay, so don't want an interruption. Okay, put yourself on mute. All right, there we go. Go ahead.
He might have been glad he wasn't in here yesterday, Jen, when I was reading out that fella's thesis off of Facebook. 40 minutes of my voice. Don't worry about 90 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically that young man was just trying to use the stars to determine that he's on a globe. There's no connection. Even T-Dub put it, 20 cups, put it there clearly, how do you then conclude from, all this, what are your conclusion? That's what you had a disagreement with. 20 cups disagreed with the way he was concluding, because that doesn't make any sense. That you're looking at the patterns of the stars every day, yeah, they're slightly changing position. He didn't actually say that, but that's what's actually going on, okay? And then, well, how do you know you're on a globe from there? Where's the globe coming into it? Right. He just wasn't getting there, was he? He was never going to get there. You do not look to the stars, okay, every day, ladies and gentlemen. You cannot be looking to the stars and then say you're on a globe. That is absolutely incorrect, inconcise, flawed, not perfect. It's not even anywhere near perfect. You're standing on the ground that you want to know the shape of, and you're looking up. Yeah? And that's logical, concise, accurate. Okay, now you can see why we sometimes lose our patience very quickly when you know the direction the individual is going. Okay? So just bear that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, because it might have come across we were being a bit unfair. Well, no, not really, no. And we did put it across to him crystal clear that you cannot do that. And he half knew it anyway. He himself half knew the position that when you look to the stars, you cannot determine the shape on the ground. He kind of knew. So, and has he actually gone out to measure the ground himself? He hasn't done that. What the hell is he doing in here? Saying we're wrong. Can you see? The man was wrong on several ways. Go ahead.
Well, what's your thoughts on what Shane and Alan, the Space Odyssey guys, are doing with the celestial theodolite? Have you looked into that one at all?
Me? No, I haven't looked into that. That's something that's new to me.
I'm probably going to butcher it because it's kind of complicated, but it's super destructive. They're using stellarium. I'm going to say this as brief as I can, and hopefully it comes out right. So they're using stellarium to determine the position of a star, and then they will find a mountaintop where that star is going to be occluded by the mountaintop. So it can't be refraction because a refracted image isn't going to occlude something. And then from that, they're just destroying all the globe measurements to the stars in the sky. Everything's coming out as flat.
Yeah, I've actually heard that. Sorry, yeah, I have actually heard that now. Yeah. Yeah, it's a complete globe killer. Exactly. So it works against them. Someone was trying to say it was working for the globe, but no, it's not. It destroys the globe again, yeah. So it destroys the globe. It really does.
And some of those guys are saying it's like their new favorite globe destroying observations. Like it's that destructive to the globe, what these guys are doing. So maybe you can look up to kind of figure out what's wrong.
How's using a model a globe destroyer? Isn't it just a model destroyer?
That's right. That's why I don't use it.
That's a good point, yeah. But it's destroying their most advanced model, I would say.
Yeah. But people like myself and Matrix and all the other flat earthers, especially those who are into construction, you're going to be wanting to measure the ground because that's where you are going to feel more safe and you could lay your life on it because you've actually touched it and you've measured it. You see what I mean? That's why it's the gold standard. That's the one for me. Always will be. As they say in the trade, measure twice, cut once.
Well, I think this is easier for construction workers because the term level, you're never gonna. As soon as you start talking about anything curving, your boss tells you they want the walls better be level and plumb, and if there's any deviation or curve anywhere, you're done. You're gonna send you home.
Yep, absolutely. You got it. Yeah. You better know how to use those tools, boy. And then again, when you look into the stars from the ground, you're going to need a horizontal baseline, ladies and gentlemen. Without it, you're not going to get any accuracy.
Imagine a curved datum line. That would get, telling your boss the datum line that you just created is curved. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah. Yes, that datum line, exactly. Retractable data line coming up. Let me just hang on. Let me get my data line out of my pocket here, datum line, and extract it out. Yeah, okay, let's start to use it. Yeah, we were laughing the other day. Instead of a spirit level, we called it a curval. Not spirit level, a curval, because it's got to be curved. That's what you're going to need, one of those at different size curvature spirit levels, curve levels. We were just cracking up the other day. And then I remembered when I spoke of especially, I said it in Gen Panda server. I said, if I had my way, I'd have you lot live on an island that I would make, and there'll be nothing but curvature everywhere. Nothing is horizontal, not even your damn table. Everything's going to be curved, and I want you to take into consideration that and make your horizontal. See how much you like that on curved world. Yeah, everything's curved and spinning. Can you imagine living on that? Especially for the Globers. Well, they should be used to it. They've been living on a globe all their life, so they think. Get on with it. Curved roads, bumpy, curved roads. Go to the shop. Nothing is horizontal. Nothing. No horizontal there.
Hey, I got the diet. Popeye's chicken sandwich.
Hello, guys. I believe that the Bible teaches that the Earth is flat. So
No,
I don't
you
believe
don't.
that
You're just
anyone can
lying.
debunk
You're a
it.
fucking liar.
That's a belief, so it doesn't matter. We don't talk about beliefs here.
Yeah, we talk about facts and truths.
Yeah, my bad. Actually, my bad.
Like it's a fact that I got Popeye's
I
chicken
misspoke.
sandwiches and you don't. You globehead.
Yeah, because I believe
Hey.
in flat Earther,
The Earth
bro.
is
So
flat.
the Quran teaches that the Earth is flat. Can you
Okay,
debunk
no
that?
one here wants to talk about Sky Daddies. That's a different channel. That's a religion and politics, whatever. That you got all the channels that talk
Okay,
about.
so me, the person Anthony believes that.
Okay, so what?
Yeah, can
That's
you
awesome.
debunk
High
it?
five.
Yeah, so it's not that I disrespect your beliefs or don't value them. I'm
Yes,
just
thank
saying
you.
this
So I just
conversation.
won. I won because you can't
Okay,
concede.
this
You just conceded.
conversation is not about belief.
Thank you.
Your
Thank you for
beliefs are
conceding.
no one's
Anthony,
beliefs are
what do you
required here.
believe you won?
The argument.
You didn't have an argument. You just blurted some shit out and then went, I
Yes, do you
believe
want
I
me to
won.
present arguments?
What, proof of curvature? This will be entertaining. I just won the argument. That was easy. See, that's what you just did.
Can you hear me?
We can hear
Hope
you.
you guys. So the argument goes like this: if the Earth were a spinning sphere, we shall observe constant measurable curvature over a long distance. But the surveys along range observations often show objects visible far beyond the predicated curvature. Therefore, the Earth may be flat.
The Earth may be flat or is be flat.
Well, I define the Earth like my table. It's like really flat.
What? What about hills and shit?
Not really. Like really
So
flat,
it's
like
not
my
flat
table.
then.
No, not in the way you described it. No.
Interesting.
Well, it doesn't work. The gift doesn't work. Yeah. So basically, just imagine yourself like a straight table.
Yeah, but we don't live on a table, dude.
Well, that's how I define the Earth.
Tables don't have hills and valleys and mountains and rivers and
I believe the Earth
and
has like.
trees and shit all over them.
I believe the Earth has all of that. It's
Yeah,
all
the
underneath.
table does not.
It's all underneath
So
it.
why am I imagining I'm living on a table?
Because that's what the Earth looks like from an airplane view.
Airplane view. Hold on a minute.
Yes, sir.
From an airplane view.
Yes.
Oh, that's a little airplane. That'll do.
Yeah, probably.
Well, let's have a look here. So your picture of a kitchen table doesn't look anything like that.
Well, let's see. Oh no, it actually does. Yeah, it has some missing parts.
See, that's got shrubs and cars driving on it, and there's a road across it. There's not that on the kitchen table.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And sometimes
So
things fall.
So you agree with me that they're both different things, but yet you're trying to tell me they're the same thing. So which is it? Are they different or are they the same?
They're the same in like design.
Okay, Does the kitchen table have a road running across it with random idiots driving on it?
Yeah, sometimes because I have like cars that I play on.
Yeah, that's what we thought.
So you're still like not arguing against it. Like you haven't even give a good argument.
Oh no, I don't have to argue against it.
So do you concede?
Why would I concede when you're trying to tell us that the Earth is like a kitchen table, and when I try to bring forth comparatives like the picture that I showed, you're saying yes, they're identical, but your kitchen table doesn't have a road, it doesn't have trees, it doesn't have hills, doesn't have valleys, it doesn't have an ocean on it. Like, what comparatives have you got from kitchen table to Earth?
That it's flat.
But I just explained to you quite clearly it's not. There's hills and valleys and rivers and mountains and trees and buildings. There's none of that on your kitchen table image.
Well, that's not my point. My point is not that my table.
Your point
has
is
to have
flat,
mountains.
and I'm showing you your point is broken.
All I meant is that the Earth is flat in the sense of the ground.
Well, maybe, just an idea, try showing something else that you can compare to. So when someone says, like you, the Earth is flat, and some other clown goes, "Nuh-uh, what proof have you got?" Maybe you should have showed the picture that I put up. That looks pretty cool, doesn't it?
Yeah, give me a second. I'm pulling it up.
I saw your one. I know what it is. It's all good.
If the Earth were a spinning globe, then the horizon will curve noticeably in all directions and distant. Objects will disappear over
it's
the
too
curve.
big.
But when we look at the horizon or long distance landscapes, the Earth appears flat and objects remain visible. So some argue. Exactly. There you go.
Are you reading
That's
a
my
script?
argument. No, it's actually like a thing that I wrote.
Thing that you wrote. Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
mathematically, if it's a ball, you wouldn't be able to see any curvature until you hit some ridiculous level anyways. Even at ISS altitude, they're only supposed to be able to see 3% of the Earth. So you telling us if it's a ball we would see this much curvature being noticeable, technically no.
So what is your point?
My point is, your point is not true. You saying that if it's a ball, the curvature would be noticeable on the horizon, this is incorrect. Not true.
Okay. Well, you're simply saying it's not true.
The reason
What's the
for
argument
this
for it?
is
Okay.
that mathematically, if it was a ball tard with the given radius, you would have to be a lot higher and or you would not see your curvature. It would look flat.
Well, I disagree with that because
So you're saying if it's a ball, you'd see curvature. Because it's not a ball, we don't see curvature.
Exactly.
I'm telling you that mathematically, you wouldn't see the curvature anyways. So you claiming that it's one thing, mathematically you can't see it anyways. Because you're too small. You're too close to it.
And what shape would you say the Earth is?
I'd make no claim to a shape.
You're asking me like the Earth is like the table that I have. It's really straight.
Okay.
Yeah,
And I believe that because there's good arguments for it. Like, if the Earth were a spinning globe, water will curve and fall around the planet, right? Like, this is logical thinking, guys.
I'm trying to see how you're tying those two things together. You're saying it's just logical, but if Earth was a spinning ball, water would fall around it. I don't see how the two would be tied together. What has a spinning ball got to do with water, whether it's falling off of something or not?
Well, if you grab like a ball, right, and you put like water above it, you will see that the water basically flows out, drains out from the ball. So that's my point.
Yeah.
So like, why isn't the ocean draining out?
So who's holding Earth up? Is Atlas there holding Earth up and
I just
someone else
told
tipping
you.
water
I
on
just
top?
told. That's why I told you my table.
So how is you holding a ball analogous to Earth?
A table has like.
Okay, Anthony, we're trying to compare the two. You holding a ball, tipping water on top of it, is analogous to Earth in what way?
Well, I just told you, like a table has like its feet, right? That holds the table on.
Okay, so Earth has feet under it now.
Exactly.
Okay, so you've got to verify that now. How are you going to prove that Earth has feet under it?
Well, by the logical thinking, because
Where are the feet
from an
standing?
it's underneath it. You can only.
Okay, but if it was the shape of like table, wouldn't it still be floating in space unless it's grounded to something?
Yes, something actually holds it there.
Yeah, what is that thing though?
It's hard to explain actually. Well, I have to use my article. Let me read it again. Hold on.
All right.
Yeah, Matrix, are you there?
Yeah, mate. What's up?
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, do you remember that guy that came in that I said was Russell Brad? What was his username? Do you remember?
No, sorry.
Okay, never mind.
I'd have to go back through to the bot and have a listen.
Yeah, you couldn't do that for us, could you?
Hello?
Or would that take too long?
You know
So
how many hours ago
basically-
it was? Oh,
Yeah, about 3 hours ago.
Yeah, so basically back to the article, right? So imagine an ice block analogy. Imagine an ice block of ice floating in water. The water holds it up without sinking. Maybe the earth rests on something like that, right?
okay, so that's awesome. So how are you going to prove that? Prove it, validate it, verify it.
Well, by logically thinking, brother.
So logically thinking, logic. Okay, so what logic? Link me the chain from step A, step B, step C, maybe even more. I don't know how you got. We are floating on like a big block of ice. How did you come to that conclusion?
Okay, so basically, can I give you like an syllogism?
Oh, you can go for it, mate. This is your proof. You're going to tell us how we're floating like a big block of ice. So yeah, go for it.
Alright, so premise one, right? A major premise. The objects that do not fall through a medium are supported by that medium. Premise two. Minor premise. Ice blocks do not fall through water. Conclusion from the analogy. Ice blocks are supported by water. Apply this to the earth. Earth does not fall. Maybe it is supported by something like ice.
Oh, you forgot a step. I think you forgot a step. You believe Earth is a big ice block.
Right.
So we're not an ice block. I'm not some kind of abominable snowman. I'll get that out. Yeti. And, yeah, so we're not an ice block. So we're not floating like an ice block because we're not an ice block.
Yeah, of course not. So ice floats.
Okay, so that logic train is broken. Try another one. I'll give you another go.
Yeah, give me a second. I will grab another analogy. Give me a second.
Yeah. Whilst he's grabbing another one, Icy Fierce, what's your stance on this situation?
I do believe that the Earth is round, and but I am interested in hearing what Mr. I don't know this guy's name, but I'm interested in hearing what he Anthony. Yeah,
we got another analogy, guys.
Oh, here we go.
The analogy goes like a balloon analogy. So basically, the Earth is Earth in space. So the analogy goes like, imagine a balloon floating in the air. The balloon doesn't sit on a platform. It's held in place. The surrounding air pressure and gravity acts on it equally in all directions.
So are you a globe earther or a flat earther?
Like a flat balloon earther, basically.
Yeah,
He's a troll, Matrix, like all the time. He's so bad trolling.
That's what he just sunk himself. He's a flatty and now he's using globe analogies.
I was
It's
just
only a matter
playing
of
around
time.
with you guys, man.
Yeah, I know, you're a globetard. I'm not going to hold that against you. So anyways, there's our young friend here, Icy Fierce. You believe you live on a ball, mate. Why is that? What brought you to that idea?
I'm pretty sure that there's, like how we see other planets using like telescopes. We see those are, balls. I don't imagine with evidence that we've got. I don't think there's a reason to try to challenge that.
Are there balls?
Well, aren't they?
So let's get this straight. You go out, you grab your little telescope, and you're looking at other things, and therefore you just assume that we're the same. So when you're looking at Jupiter, do you see trees and houses and cars and rivers and valleys and shit like that? You don't. So they're not the same. Okay, just checking. So if you were to go for a walk out into the forest, and all there is around you is just trees, 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 thousands of bloody trees. That's all you're seeing. Would you think that you are a tree?
Oh.
Right, just checking. Right.
I'm not a tree.
Right, so you seeing other things doesn't mean that we're the same thing.
Well, of course.
Excellent. So you looking through a telescope, seeing lights in the sky, you're not just assuming we're a light in the sky. That's excellent. Yeah, because we wouldn't want to be silly like that now, would we?
You're awesome, bro.
I know.
I like you, man.
Most people don't.
If he's awesome, then okay.
So the reason we're flat earthers, this is one thing that absolutely blows quite a few of us away, is a lot of guys will come in here with their beliefs and they'll tell us about how it's a globe and how we're idiots, but they never actually ask, why are we flat earthers? You know, like,
yeah,
are you bored? Do you just wake up one Sunday morning and go, ta-da, I want to be a flat earther, mum? No, it's because the ground is measured as flat. That's all it is. It's so simple. The ground is measured with no curvature. And you're sitting back going, what? That's it?
Yeah.
That's it. There's no measured curvature. So if there's no curvature, how can we live on a ball?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Fair,
you know,
fair.
It's so simple. And just something to think about. You know that water is flat and level when it's at rest. You know, you fill your drinking glass up, you let it sit still, it's flat and level. You fill your bathtub up, you let it sit still, flat and level. You go out to your swimming pool. Maybe you don't have one, your next door neighbour does. Water's at rest, flat and level. You go down to the local lake. At rest, flat and level. You go to the ocean. Oh my God, it's a ball. Hold on a second. When did it change? When did water magically become a ball? It doesn't. Water stays flat and level whilst it's at rest. So now the question for you, if we know that water is flat and level, how can we have a ball if 72% of it is water?
Well, we can't.
Ouch.
All right.
That's why people are flat earthers.
But we also do cool stuff. Guys actually do get lasers and they do like that too. So they'll shoot lasers over large bodies of water because water is the A-grade standard for flat and level. They'll shoot lasers over large bodies of water. So 10, 20, nearly 30 miles. Some of them go over 30 miles. And what they're doing, if you live on a ball, you should be able to measure drop over distance. So when you set your laser up horizontal, from the starting point, you work your way along the laser, and as you get further and further along it, the difference between the laser and the ground should get bigger and bigger and bigger. That's deviation or drop over distance. You'll probably hear some of the lads say, and ladies, they'll say drop over distance. So the distance is how far along the laser, and the drop is how much drop there should be. And there's actually charts to calculate this stuff out. So at 10 miles, there should be a 66-foot drop. So that's like a 7-story building. You know, at 20 miles, it should be 266 foot. 30 miles, 600 foot. 40 miles, over 1,000 foot. You know, these start to add up in a hurry. But the issue is, when these guys do these laser tests, bet you can't guess how much drop there is at the other end.
Zero.
Zero. How is it? One of the tests, they sent their laser up at 5 foot. When they got to the other end, it was at 4 foot. Obviously didn't set it up horizontal. But still, at the other end, it should have been 271 feet of drop. So the fact it went down one. I'll post a couple up for you so you can watch them in your own time. How's that sound? They've got a whole heap of them. When that loads up. There you go, inside chat. Mad list.
Thank you.
Did that young chap just run away?
For the technical side, I think the lasers are pretty powerful, obviously. There's also like radars that will even go further. But I don't think anything beats like for you, your own senses to expand that. It will be like infrared opticals, like looking far distances with your own eyes through an infrared red or something that can see through the air, a little better, helps you like clear the air. The long distance observations are my favorite. So you can see distances pretty far away with them, and it's what you can see with the with the radar or the laser. They're doing that thing, but wow, yeah, the laser. When you combine all of those things together, it just gets pretty obvious from there. Cannot get any more obvious than that. It is obvious and verified. There's no curvature. Well, that those observations falsify the curvature claim. But it is obvious that it's a horizontal frame of reference and orientation that is horizontal, is not curving away from you.
Are you guys actually flat earthers or just chilling here? All right, sick.
I don't think so.
Oh, I'm just confused as to why nobody's talking.
I wish I had a fucking answer. I don't.
He's live on YouTube?
Yeah, I guess it's just the wait for something magical to happen and then clip farm it. I don't know.
I have no idea, bro. I was gonna ask why they believe the Earth is flat, but nobody's here.
Don't say that word. No.
Oh, what word? What word?
Belief. They don't. To them, it's not a belief. It is. They know for a fact that the Earth is flat.
Well, they would have to justify that.
It's because it's like supposedly measured that way, like from your own.
I'd love to hear an argument.
Yeah, I'll try to like devil's advocate. I've been in here long enough. I could probably like piece some shit together of what they've told me.
Okay, what's
basically it all? To sum it all up, it's basically just your perspective of it and measuring. They do like a test where there's with the what you call the proposed like circumference that like NASA or whoever says like it is, or the radius and shit, that would give like a certain like drop over distance, like a curve, obviously, like because like a circle is not a straight line, and it's something like every 8 miles it's like an inch or something like that. It's not really the important part, but just say it's every 8 miles it should drop an inch, like your viewpoint, or like the straight line should be an inch above where whatever. So then they take like a laser and shit and then put that shit out like a couple miles, and then there's no drop like over distance. It's just completely
You
parallel.
fucked that up really good and proper, haven't you?
It's close enough.
1 inch per mile is close enough. Try 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, no, that's okay, but like that wasn't the point, as you heard me say. Like the numbers isn't what I'm trying to like explain to the guy. Is it just the way it's measured? There's a certain drop over distance, and then when you try to measure it with like a straight laser, there's no drop.
Yeah, I mean, Batman, if you want to correct him and give me the argument yourself, feel free to go ahead and do that.
Well, it's 8 inches per mile squared. That's the actual argument. There's no curvature.
Can you lay that out in like a formal argument?
No measured curvature.
There's no measured curvature at all. So, I mean, what sort of formal argument would you want?
Preferably a deductive argument, so like a syllogism, so like premise 1, premise 2.
I'm not into that type of rubbish, mate.
That's
I'm
okay.
into reality.
That's okay. Yeah.
Bro's like, I don't want to.
That's okay. Just give me an informal argument. You seem to like informal arguments. Just tell me what's on your mind. How's the Earth flat?
You can put it into
my mind is the Earth is flat. If the Earth
why do you believe that to be the case?
If the Earth is the proposed size that we've been told, there should be a drop over distance of 8 inches per mile squared. Now, that's very easy for everyone to go out and test for themselves. The thing is that most globe believers won't even bother. Now, I was a globe believer, and I couldn't believe it when I heard the fellas talking about, the Earth's flat, blah, 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 and all the rubbish that goes with it. And I looked at both sides of the argument, and I thought, you know what? The flat
How
Earthers...
long ago was this?
Hold on.
For me, 5, 6 years ago.
Can I ask you a question? You said something interesting. I have a question. So you said if the Earth is the proposed size, we've been told there should be a drop over distance, correct?
Specific rate of curvature, 8 inches per mile squared. I was going to put that into modus ponens for you.
Well, sure, that's just an inference, I don't know why you'd say that. That's irrelevant. But
no, because you can eliminate the sphere based on it using modus ponens.
Sure.
So when we measure the surface, of water for that 8 inches per mile square, we don't find it. Therefore, the Earth is on a sphere. So if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So I was just putting it in you asked for an argument, bro. I was just going to be 5 fucking seconds, you impatient prick.
I'm just what Batman said, so you're like derailing the conversation. So anyways, Batman.
Yeah, fuck off.
Not interested. Yeah. I know, you're angry. I get that. It's okay. Anyways, God bless you, bro. So anyways, within which geometric model and reference frame are you defining the drop over distance?
Tito, take a chill pill, buddy. Holy shit.
Don't fucking tell me to chill, right? I've
Oh
fucking
my God.
muted. You mentioned my name again, and it's not to do with the topic and my argument. I'm fucking muting you. Don't tell me to calm down, or I'll mute you.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Sounds great, brother. Anyways, Batman.
Yeah, I'm listening.
You said if the Earth is the proposed size that we've been told, there should be a drop over distance.
That's correct.
I'm more interested into which geometrical model you're using and which reference frame you are defining drop over distance. And
Okay,
also
one at a time. Just chill, one at a time.
Well, this is all
right?
conceptually relevant, and I let you go on. I let you talk. Right?
Did they not turn around and claim that the Earth has a radius of approximately 4,000 miles?
Wait, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
The Earth has a radius of approximately 4,000 miles. Right? Now,
That
that's
doesn't
not
answer the
our
question.
claim. That's your claim.
No, according to who though? Like,
I didn't make a
what reputable source or
yes.
NASA?
I feel like we're getting all over the
encyclopedias,
place.
all the space agencies? What, are you saying that I'm getting that figure wrong?
No, I think you're just getting all over the place.
If
So I never made a
NASA's lying, so then they're probably are giving you like a false number as well. If they're going to lie about the shape of the Earth, wouldn't it?
Well, there you go.
Wouldn't you also,
there you go.
wouldn't
You
it
just
also be
answered the
safe to?
question.
No, I'm saying if you
didn't
think they're
answer-
lying about the shape of the Earth, it would be safe to assume they're lying about other things. And so if they give you
Without a
like an
doubt.
approximate radius of like 3,800, they might be wrong about it.
Right.
Is that not a possibility?
What do you reckon it should be?
Batman, that's what we're asking you, brother. So we're asking you because by appealing to NASA as authority, you're just assuming the reliability of institutions as their, or rather, and I should say, and their methods a priori. We're asking if you have an independent criterion.
Hang on. My criteria is when I go out to measure a curve, there is absolutely none. Do you understand the word none?
That's not a criteria,
Zero.
brother.
Zilch.
Also, I'll just ask you.
Criteria. The criteria is.
I mean, what if you measured out further though? Maybe you're just not measuring far enough, and there is
How
just
far should I measure?
lower slope.
Where I measured. Okay,
I don't know, man.
Where I measured.
Measure as far as you can.
Listen. Well, there are
You guys are all over the
limitations.
place. I hope you guys
There are limitations to measuring as far as I can. But listen, okay? Where I
Yeah, as
went
far
out
as you
and did
can,
my
but other people
measurements.
can measure it.
Well, how far do you think they can measure? There's been a laser test that's nearly, well, I don't know, 25, 30 kilometres. Pretty far.
What is that? Hold on, what is that in miles?
No, 20.
It's only
10
15 miles.
is 16 kilometres.
Yeah.
So let's say 20 miles.
I would say, yeah, that's 20 miles. You can probably
it's
go
8
further.
inches per mile squared.
Well, no, that's according according to NASA, which you say is lying about the shape of the Earth in the first place. So, like, why are you taking their numbers?
Well, we've gone out to test their numbers.
Yeah, but have you gone out to test like a bigger number or a smaller number? You're specifically measuring like
what sort of
testing
number?
for like
How can
one
I test the number?
curvature.
Do you want to give me? Do you want to give me a number that I
You
should
can
be testing?
measure out further. Well, if you're only measuring out like you said 20 kilometers, do 50, do 100.
There is, but wait on. Who says that we can see that far? Like limitations with our eyes.
Yeah, with your eyes. Yeah, there are tools that help you.
Okay, what tool? What tool are we talking about?
I don't know. I don't work for fucking NASA, but there is. I don't have that. I don't have that off at the top of my. Okay, but like, why does it need to be that you do the test? Other people have the tools to do the test of 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers out.
Well, there are other people that have done the test, right?
Oh wait. Because earlier you said they didn't. They went 50 kilometers. How far did they go?
There is the FE core test, right?
What is the farthest someone's tested?
Well, that's pretty far. The one that the FE core did, that's pretty far.
It's not to do with the distance. It's not so much to do with the distance as the deviation from horizontal and the surface of a body of water. It doesn't deviate at all.
It's cute. You got him to tag in because you couldn't like continue your weird schizophrenic ramble. Because I was having a conversation with you, Batman. I don't know why T-Dub jumped in for like the 5th time today.
This is an open panel, fuckhead,
I know,
and you're going to get on mute now.
Oh
Why do
no.
I need specifics?
You're
Yeah,
soft,
you
brother.
you better unblock me, bro.
Where? Where?
Unblock
No.
me now.
You better unblock T-Dub.
Bro, what?
He's a mod. If you don't unblock him, we're just going to ban you.
I don't care. I'll be unbanned in 2 days anyway.
I'm just banning him. I'm sick of these debate bros anyway.
Yeah, just ban
It's
him,
a
mate. He's a
debate,
fucking
bro.
clown.
That's not how that word works.
What? The fucking clown part?
No. Debate, bro. He said debate, bro.
Yeah, but you don't go banning people.
I think he's misusing the term.
People. Look, you
I didn't
don't
mute anybody.
people because it makes the conversation.
I didn't mute anybody. Wait, I didn't mute anybody. Why are you lying? I didn't mute anybody.
Okay, that's fine. If you didn't mute anybody, that's fine then. Right. Now,
anyway, you said that they measured it. How far was it measured? What is he further
the
someone
FE
has
core
measured?
test. Can someone tell me how far they measured the FE core test? I haven't got the paperwork in front of me. Do you want me to get the FE core test out? There we go. I'll get him out myself.
He's gone, man. I got rid of him.
He's gone. Okay. How far was the FE core test anyway? What was the longest one? FE core experiment. Let's have a look.
Sorry for my language. He really got on my goat.
Cool, mate. Who cares? Yeah. They were trying to say that the Earth is bigger than what we've been told. Who gives a shit? It's not what we're being told.
Yeah, no, I mean, he just would have. You've got a long distance observation of 150 kilometers. What about 300 kilometers? And you'd meet that expectation, and he'd go, what about 500 kilometers? You haven't measured that. Like, it'd just go on and on.
No, it's ridiculous. As soon as someone says to me to give them a logical syllogism, I think that's fucking ridiculous. Go out, measure it yourself, and you'll see that it doesn't curve anywhere. It doesn't curve anywhere, mate. Fucking idiots.
Yeah, no deviation of the surface of the Earth from horizontal. Exactly, it's parallel. Like, I mean, that's enough. And I offered him a logical syllogism, and they weren't interested in talking to me at all. They didn't want to hear it.
No, because obviously you sound a lot smarter than what I do. I'm not into.
Oh no, I don't think it's that. I don't know. I just think that they just honed in and targeted you for some reason, and that was their focus.
Mate, I just pull up my video. If they target me, I'll just pull up my video that I did, and they can't say nothing. Nobody can say anything when they see my video. Right? It's my own one. I did it myself. I can do it again. Right? And they just shut up. Right? They never bring it up again because they know they can't disprove it. All right? Was it measurement 3? 13.21 miles. All right, I've got one here from FE Core. What else we got? To me, all of this, it's just, I won't say it's rubbish, but it just goes on for nothing. Like the FE Core, what were they trying to prove, right? If the horizon is not where the horizon's supposed to be, here, if you do a laser measurement at 50 miles, what's the difference? The horizon is not where it's supposed to be. Not even close. Just ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's quite a feat to try and to get everything precise and then they went above board and accounted for their so-called refraction and all that as well. Like they didn't have to do that. I mean, and they're using very expensive equipment, and you can't account for every change in condition and temperature across that sort of distance, without having a station every few hundred meters or every few meters or whatever,
Yoda just texted me or tagged me and said we can give them 500 kilometers. We can give them 500 kilometers.
Right, exactly, yeah.
That's that that one where the sun's behind Mount Canigou? Is that how they pronounce it? Mount Canigou?
I think this one it says Colorado Rocky Mountains.
Okay, 500 miles. That's a long distance. That's unbelievable.
Yep, you look at that. Like, there's no saying that's cloud banks or whatever. Like that's because the clouds are there under it. Under all
the
that.
thing is with these
Look at
laser
that.
tests, anyone that's used a laser will know that the beam starts to like bulge out as it goes further. I mean, it's light as well. So how far do you expect to like point a laser? And these guys are just delusional, I tell you.
27,000 feet. Geometric horizon of the globe should be 200 to 225 miles. It ain't there.
It's not there. There's no curvature, mate. No, these guys can, I don't know, they're just dumb. That's all I can say. They're dumb. I've had Robert Utah in my DMs for the last 3-4 weeks. He's a clown, that one, mate, I'll tell you. We need to get Peter to debate him. That'd be a good one.
It'd be like, like Rocky and Bullwinkle.
It'd be interesting. It'd be interesting because I tell you, I know that everyone's been having a go at Peter lately, but I'm not sure. I think he might be telling the truth about being a flat earther now. But Robert Utah, he's just so fucked up, mate. I don't think I've ever come across anyone that's as stubborn as that Robert Utah. There's another level, right? Another level. You know what he said to me the other day? He goes, the Earth's the globe because we can see atoms. And I said to him, you can see atoms, can you? And then he gave me some, I don't know, link that said he could see atoms. And I said to him, so you shoot electrons at an atom and then you can see an atom. So you're shooting an electron to see an atom. He goes, yeah, that's why it's a globe. What do you say to people like that?
What the heck? What kind of reasoning is that?
Because we can see electrons. Yeah, we can see atoms. And I don't reckon he can see an atom anyway. I reckon it's all bullshit. But yeah, can see an atom. The amount of bullshit that's out there is
that's
just
insane.
It goes on and on and on, It just doesn't stop at the globe. It goes on and on and on. They've made up lies about everything, basically. It's got to fit their model. So we'll just make something up. See? Nothing more. If it doesn't work, we'll just change something so it does work. Get to reality, mate. That's all I say. Reality is there's no curve and we've been lied to. That's it. Maybe it's for our own sake. I don't know. It could be for our own sake. Maybe they know something we don't know. I don't know. I don't care.
I don't think so. They back engineer. Like they back engineer all these equations and stuff, right? So like they figure out like what's happening, right, with certain things, and then they go, well, what's occurring here has this value, right? That's this constant or whatever, right? And then they find this really an unknown variable, right? That they give it a value. Right, and then they can use this equation to make predictions and stuff, and then they make up what the value actually stands for, like what it's representing, like in some sort of physical sense, right? But they never they never go ahead and demonstrate that to be true. I mean, like, and for all intents and purposes, their equation works, right? But doesn't mean that they got they got a value that helps them make predictions or whatever. But it doesn't mean what they think it represents is true. It's just crazy.
No, you're right. No, I totally agree. Yeah. No, the lies are fake. It's just not fun anymore. Got time and you're sitting in front of a computer, then maybe you can pull up instances and show him different proofs that we have. But never sitting in front of a computer. I'm always on the go, talking to people, noise in the background. Right? Oh, fuck these people, I tell you. Even now, I'm working away, I don't have one of these sedentary lifestyles. I'd be dead if I had a sedentary lifestyle. I'd really like to see Peter go at Robert Utah, but he's banned. So, he keeps saying Flat Earth is dead. He must, somehow check into the server or something and see there's nobody there. I don't know how. If he's banned, he can't even see it.
He makes a new account now and then and drops in. Yeah, he knows as soon as we hear his voice. We've entertained him before. Like, he's dropped in and it was quiet, and we've entertained him for a little while. He always ends up actually. One of his sticks is you get him on the ropes, right, and he's just disappears, just goes quiet and then drops out a few minutes later, and then he'll come back half an hour later and he goes, "Oh, sorry, brother, I got a phone call," It's oh, yeah, sure. And it's oh, so where were we? You'll try and pick up the conversation, and then he'll be just red herring off to something else, try and avoid what we were talking about before.
Have you been to his server?
I think once, to tell him that I'm not interested, and then left.
Yeah, I keep deleting and closing his DMs. They just don't have time for his shit, to be honest with you. It's just ridiculous. I reckon he's the biggest clown out of all of them. He's bigger than Peter Mackey.
Scott Mackey.
Scott Mackey, that's it. I don't know where I get the Peter from. Scott Mackey, yeah. He's also a very stubborn one, I tell you.
He's not quite as obsessed, though. He hasn't spent much time here since his ban ended, right? He was allowed back. And, he hasn't really been in here, regularly and frequently. I saw him in here, earlier today, I think. And he might have piped up and said one or two things, but he wasn't really engaging, and he just listened for a little while and then left. But these other guys, they'll listen on YouTube for hours, and then that's why they get in your DMs, because they've heard something that we've said, and then they're and it triggers them, and they've got to say something to one of us, and Phil Bell used to do that to me all the time. Just out of nowhere, I'd get this DM, and it was to do with what we'd been talking about in here, and he wasn't in here, so he must have been listening on YouTube, right?
Oh, he won't DM me anymore. He did at the start. He tried to at the start, and I shut him down straight away. I don't care. He's a fucking professor. I used to turn around and prove teachers wrong all the time when I was at school. Not hard, right? They think they fucking know it all.
Yeah, I used to hit my science teachers up about religion, spirituality, stuff like that.
I was more into the technical stuff, not that sort of stuff.
Well, I was interested in it, but I challenged them on it, because I was at a point in my life I'm questioning, reality and everything, and where did we come from, and so I'm asking them questions about, the idea that everything's just a chance occurrence, you know.
Yeah, right.
Or
A
you know,
chance
all that stuff.
occurrence. That's another joke. A chance occurrence. That's definitely not it. There's no chance in life. There's definitely no chance. It's too complicated to be chanced. You can hear me? Can you hear me spraying?
No.
Yeah, my bobcat stopped working about 6 months ago, and I just left it in the paddock. And the grass has grown that high that it covered the bobcat completely, like you couldn't see it in the grass, because we're trying to bale the grass at the moment. And I couldn't start it. It just wouldn't start. So the other day I turned around and went down there and, went through the big long grass, and there's cobwebs everywhere. Right, everywhere in this thing.
Damn.
I still couldn't start it, so I grabbed my telehandler and I picked it up with the telehandler and drove it across the paddock and brought it to where my big warehouse is, and I got it started now. I'm just trying to spray to get rid of these fucking spiders, mate. They are everywhere. Everywhere. Come on, just start on me. Imagine you get a bobcat started, but you can't get a Mortein spray started. Probably
What are you
kill me
using
all
your
this.
bobcat for?
Well, I live on a 40-acre property, so we use it for everything, mate. We got two bobcats, two excavators, telehandler, a big tractor, right?
Nice.
Heaps of machinery. Right? Getting too old to be doing things by hand. Getting the shovel out. Just use machines. It's easier. Yeah, but I live in Mum's basement.
Say again?
I live in Mum's basement, Flat Earthers, we all live in Mum's basement,
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Fucking imbeciles, mate. Probably more successful flat earthers out there per capita, right, than what there is globe earthers, to be honest with you.
Maybe.
Because we're sort of open-minded, When I first came into this subject, I was open-minded. Both sides. Both sides of the, I had, who was that pilot? What's his name? The Australian pilot?
Wolfie.
Yeah, Wolfie 69 or whatever he's fucking called. Watched lots of his videos at the start, Well, I've done certificate of electronics, so I had a scholarship from the Department of Aviation, believe it or not. So, I know about the instruments that go in aeroplanes and that. And when he started talking about them, I thought, this guy's fucking talking bullshit. So then I started watching Mr. Superats. And look, it was actually quite good. He was pretty level-headed with the way he was asking questions and that. And then in the end, I said, look, I can't make heads or tails. I mean, the flat earthers look like they got proper arguments, but I need to check this for myself. So just went out, bought a P1000, a drone, started just doing my own observations. And you know what? Even then, I wasn't 100% sure because I didn't know the figures. I didn't know the 8 inches per mile squared. I didn't know the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height. When I found them out and went back to my videos and plugged the figures in, I was blown away. I was absolutely blown away. Phillip Bay, you literally see straight across Port Phillip Bay on a good day.
Yeah, they don't they don't teach you the dimensions and how to calculate distance horizon or that. That information's not shared widely.
No, because I think that's what wakes people up, don't they?
Yep.
You know, you go to the beach and you look out and you go, oh, well, yeah, eventually you can't see, so it must be a globe. But when they give you the actual measurements and you put those measurements to the test, that just changes everything. Absolutely everything. How can they make these bloody Mortine fucking spray things that won't even pick up? It's ridiculous. The spiders would be hating me by now. They're probably laughing in a way. You know, he can't get his Mortine to work. We'll get away by the time he gets this to work.
Yeah, it's Matthew Learns. How are you?
Oh, hey, how's it going? Happy weekend to you.
It's late in the morning.
It's 11:58 here, 11:58 p.m. Friday still. So, hello from the past.
Yeah, I'm 3 hours ahead of you in the future.
I was just talking to somebody 3 hours behind. I had no idea, but New Zealand's only 3 hours different than Pacific time zone right now. I thought it was like way different, but it is really far, but only 3 time zones because they have daylight saving time and we don't. It's part of it too.
It should be more than that. They should be crossing the international date line, so it should be the next day.
Well, it is, but I'm saying that the time of day is only 3 hours different. You know what I'm saying? It's almost midnight here, but it's only 9 p.m. there. Well, 9 p.m. Saturday.
Yeah, right now it's 9 p.m. on Saturday, December the 13th in Auckland.
Sounds right.
And you're aware that time zones only work on a flat Earth?
No, I think they'd work on a globe just fine too. The interesting thing is that in Auckland, the sun is going to set in the south, like southwest.
Yeah, that's because the sky is an illusion.
I find that hard to believe. I think the
You
sun
guys
and the
are-
moon and the stars.
You guys are
pretty much
so
where they
funny
are.
to me, man. You guys make me happy.
So, there are 24 hours worth of time zones in the northern hemisphere and 24 hours worth of time zones in the southern hemisphere. So it's symmetrical. How would that work if the Earth is flat?
Well, if you go further north, there's only 19 time zones. And if you go further south, there's like 31 or 32 time zones, depending on how you count.
Right. That's what I meant. It's depending on how you count. Those are political or politically decided time zones. I'm talking about how many hours worth of time zones there are. That's why I said 24 hours worth of time zones. Doesn't matter how you split it up.
Yeah, but it's strange that Australia, which is pretty much got the same width as USA, but Australia only uses really 2 time zones.
It's a little bit less wide than the U.S. is, but it has about the same, like, solar time zones as the same amount in the U.S. or the same distance in the U.S. But again, those are political time zones that they decide in the legislature.
Can I ask a question of flat earthers to find out how it works?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Solar and lunar eclipses, right? When the moon passes between the Earth and the sun, it leaves a circular shadow on the Earth. And when we pass between the sun and the moon, and we cast a shadow on the moon, we cast a circular shadow on the moon, which you can see. How do you explain this?
Well, during the lunar eclipses there's actually, the moon gets dimmer and dimmer and dimmer and then turns red. Or orangish. Which, if it were in Earth's shadow, it should be black.
But if
it's
the
lit up
Earth
by
is-
all of these sunsets and sunrises that are shining from the Earth still, so that's why it's red.
Okay, like if the Earth is flat and how does the sun move around the Earth so that like half of the Earth is dark if it's flat?
Yeah, it's a good question. And
So,
to
I mean, if you
understand
had
that,
line of
one would-
sight to if it's flat, right? Like actually flat, then and the sun had a line of sight to part of that flat plane, then it would have line of sight to the entire plane. Right?
No, not because of the atmosphere. If it was a vacuum, that would be correct. But because we have atmosphere, the atmosphere absorbs and light and actually causes. There's actually a limit to how far light can travel through an atmosphere.
What is that limit?
Well, it depends on the light. But say the tallest lighthouse in France there, the limit of its light beam is 27 nautical miles.
Yeah, but that's not as bright as the sun.
That's pretty damn bright. It's brighter than most objects on the that we have. It's brighter than any kind of reflected light off, except for a mirror. Because if you look into what's known as transmission factor, and that's the limit of how far light travels through the air medium, it can even disappear it's the same thing that happens with like water. If you're at high noon over the equator on one of the equinoxes, then you'll find that the sunlight can only penetrate the water realistically up to 200 meters because the water is absorbing the light rays and prevents it from getting down there. And usually the red light of the sun, that can only penetrate a few meters, like 10 meters or 20 meters maximum.
Okay. When you look through a telescope and you see Jupiter or Mars or any other planet that we can see in the solar system, which we can see them, right? Or do you dispute that? You can see them.
We see the light from those objects. We don't actually see the
light reflecting off of them is that's how you see things. So
what you actually see, you don't see a solar system. You see the sun and the other luminaries revolving around another system. The sky is not sun-centric, dude. Nothing is sun-centric. But you calling it solar system as that's what you see, but that's not what you see. You see the sun revolving around the sky just like the other luminaries.
Okay, but when you look at Jupiter with a telescope, heliocentric in the sky. When you look at Jupiter with a telescope, you can clearly see that it's a ball, and you can clearly see that it's rotating.
And you can see 4 of the Galilean moons.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can. You can see 4 dots that are typically right next to Jupiter.
Yeah, but then you look at the ground and that's not curving. That's a different thing. So you can see trees, but you're not a tree.
Yeah, the problem with spheres is that the sphere shape is the worst shape to see at a distance because the light does not reflect back to you. Yeah, from all angles.
And you don't clearly see that it's a sphere.
I've clearly seen pictures of it.
Yeah, you see
that's not through a commercially available telescope that the average person can use.
So are you saying that the expensive telescopes that aren't available to just everybody, or what?
They're not even from any ground-based telescope. I doubt it very much.
Yeah, if you look at the best
you can see stuff in the sky.
Telescope, it's still a terrible picture.
You can see the sky moving like clockwork. Yeah, that debunks the globe.
Like when you look at objects in space through the atmosphere, right? It's distorted because of the atmosphere, and you can it almost looks like you're looking at it through water. You know, like if you're looking at something like zoomed in enough, it almost looks like there's occasionally ripples that travel through the object that you're looking at, right? And if you put something in space or in orbit rather, where it doesn't have to peer through our atmosphere, you can see much further. I mean, that's why the Hubble telescope, or what's the new one called? You know, that has the
JWS,
and it can look at that's the one, and it can look at faraway galaxies or whatever it is, whatever the case may be. But certainly, they've used those telescopes to look at things like Jupiter or Mars or other, whatever you want to call them, in our own whatever you want to call it. And we can clearly see that they're spherical bodies that are rotating, right?
No, bro. No, you don't. Let's see that, man.
Yeah, that's a non sequitur.
Is it not? Tell me where
it wouldn't matter if they were anyway.
Where I went wrong.
Wouldn't matter if they were anyway.
Well,
it has no bearing on the shape of the Earth. Because it has no bearing on the shape of the Earth.
But they're also okay. So you can't just say that. Why don't they have any bearing on the shape of the Earth?
Because those are those things, and this is this thing, and it doesn't share the same characteristics. If those things are spheres, their surfaces would have curvature. This place doesn't.
But you can see the argument that those things and this thing are related.
I'm not even thinking of this thing as being in a place that shares a space with those things. It's like, this is the floor, those things are above the floor. So I can't tell you with any certainty where Earth is. For all intents and purposes, it is the place, right? It's not in a place, it is the place, right? Not like a disk in space sharing room with these spherical bodies. It's not a flat surfaced object floating somewhere in a void sharing that room with spherical bodies.
Are we the
it's not like that, no.
Are we the only flat-shaped object?
No, that's what I'm saying. We're not an object floating somewhere, right, in like outer space, sharing outer space with other bodies that they're spherical, and this is the only flat one. No, that's not what we're saying. We're not even saying that. We're not even claiming to know what the sky is, what those things in the sky are, right? Like the medium that they exist within, how the light's produced, whether they're even physical bodies, made of solids and liquids and gases, or whether they're the result of some other phenomenon. We don't know. We're not claiming to know what those things are. They're not like bodies that we're sharing space with. They're just an unknown phenomenon in the sky that move across our field of view over this flat and motionless plane that we live on.
Man, I just, I don't know. I have problems with it, I guess. Like, okay, here's another one. And you guys may disagree with the premise that we at some point went to the moon. But when they went to the moon, they put mirrors on the moon's surface so that a scientist on Earth could basically fire a laser at the moon and get precise measurements as to the distance away. And then they could find out what the perihelion is of the moon, like the point at which it's closest to the Earth, right? And things like that. And you can verify it today because those mirrors are still there. If you have the instrumentation and you have the, like the lab equipment and ability, you can fire a laser at the moon and have it returned to you, and it wouldn't happen if there wasn't mirrors on there that we put there. How do you explain that?
Yeah, the Soviets also put 2 retroreflectors on the moon. Doesn't mean they put man on the moon.
You can clearly see the moon without a telescope. See that it's circular. It doesn't rotate because it's, geolocked.
It does. It's like in the paradigm, it is claimed to rotate in the heliocentric narrative.
Well, it does rotate, but it just rotates at exactly the same,
pace that it's orbiting. So like therefore, tidal locked. Yeah,
like
it's tidally locked.
I mean, they've taken pictures of the dark side of the moon. They mapped it.
The far side, you mean?
Oh, the side that you never see from Earth, which is why
it's a cool story.
It's just bullshit.
And once again, spheres are the most terrible object to photograph at a distance.
Well, it's just a story that's being presented to you. Oh, they're just claims. Oh, we did this, we did that. Oh, we mapped the moon. Oh, we saw the far side of the moon. Look at these pictures. Cool story, bro. I mean, you don't even have to be a flat earther to want, more evidence for some of these claims that they make.
Okay, here's my last question, and then I'll leave you guys alone and stop bothering you. What is the point of lying? Like, okay, like let's say that's true, right? And that it's bullshit, and that like everything you're saying is true, right?
Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Yeah, what are they gaining?
Why would they lie?
Why would they tell you the truth?
Yeah, why would they tell you the truth?
Why do parents lie to their children about Santa Claus?
I didn't.
Why would they tell you the truth?
My children about Santa Claus. In fact, my ex was really mad at me when I.
Do you think you're special?
Told them Santa,
Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy. When people are in power, they get a thrill out of lying to the peasants.
Well, I mean, why do you lie to your child about Santa Claus? It's so that they can have a childhood magical experience of, like.
No, so they stay good all year round, or else Santa's gonna bring them
Well,
fucking
that's part
coal.
of it. That's but that's
it's a discipline thing.
No, I mean, if you have undisciplined children, then that's not going to change anything. They're still going to be shitheads, even if Santa's coming.
Santa's making a list. He's checking it twice. You've got to be naughty or nice, right?
Okay, but what is the government getting out of, or whoever it is? Like, I don't even know if it's the government. What is whoever it is getting out of lying to everybody about the flat Earth?
Well,
Do you know how much math was spent on space since 1958?
Yeah. Good sheep.
Why does it matter? Who are they that should care whether they're lying? What makes them so special that we should say, why would they lie though?
Because
I don't even know them.
It needs to make logical sense, right? Like if that's the claim that everything's fake and all of these pictures that they're coming up with and like all of that's just bullshit and stuff, which fine, right? But there needs to be a why.
Okay. Yeah, but Fred in England told this guy that he's got a dragon in his garage. Man, I don't care. I don't even know these people. Why should I care what they say? What makes them so important that I should pay attention to them and answer this question? Because, I mean, okay, so they've shown the world some pretty pictures of balls apparently floating in space. Okay, cool. And who are they that I should care?
Right, I get that. That's fine. But if you're going to claim that they are lying to everybody, it seems to me that it would be a pretty good thing to have a reason why.
I'm not claiming I wasn't even thinking about them. I was just pointing out that the surface of the Earth isn't curving and it can't be a ball. Now, as a consequence, that means that somebody presenting imagery to the world and saying this is the Earth and its surface is curving, again, necessarily have to be lying, right?
Yeah.
But I don't really care. That's not my problem.
But it is.
We could speculate about why.
Because that's someone making the opposite claim to you with evidence. And you'd have to come up with some reason that, why their evidence isn't real or is false. Or
because the surface of the Earth isn't curving. That's why their so-called evidence isn't real.
Okay, a sail ship sails away at sea. When it gets a certain number of miles offshore, standing on the beach, you can't see it anymore.
Yeah, that's physics, not geography.
But then if you were to get on a tall building that was also like right on the coastline, right on the shoreline, and you had really good binoculars, you would be able to see it again.
Yeah, that's physics again for you.
But if you had those same binoculars and you weren't in that tall building, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Yep, and that's physics for you again. That's how physics work.
What physics are you talking about? Because the only physics that would make that work would be the curvature of the Earth and not being able to see it because of line of sight. And that makes perfect sense.
I've made objects disappear at 500 meters.
Wait, what?
I've made objects disappear at 500 meters.
And then do you look at it from a different parallax and you're able to see it?
Yeah, then I raise my camera and they come back into view.
And what I don't know, what principle of physics is making that possible?
It's a combination of angular resolution and law of reflection.
What is resolution?
Angular resolution, it's the diffraction limit of optical devices to see objects.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it's not well taught in most classes. It took me about 30 hours of study to fully understand and grasp that concept. But basically, it's like if you're building a telescope and you're spending $1 billion on building this telescope, you want to know what it can see before you start building. So they figured out angular resolution of devices so that they can determine how big of a telescope do I need to see an object that's this small. And they figured out the human eye isn't really good angular resolution wise. That's why they built all these telescopes, and they build them larger. So the larger the telescope, the more it can see. So let's say for the human eye can see well about a meter object at about 5,000 meters, right? But if I wanted to see something that was a meter tall at 50,000 meters, the iris of my eye would have to be closer to 4 centimeters in size. So that's how they calculate the limit of the optical device and what it can and cannot see at a distance. And then you throw in reflections of water surfaces, which can destroy the ability to see further. Most of my clearest pictures over water I take at nighttime when there's no sun.
So I just looked up what angular resolution is the smallest angle between two closely spaced objects like stars or details in an image that an imaging device such as a telescope, microscope, or camera, or even the human eye, can distinguish as separate rather than blurred together.
Correct. And that's like when most people look at the Jupiter, they cannot see the Galilean moons. There have been some people who have vision good enough to see them. That's rare. But if you use binoculars, which improve the angular resolution of your eyes, then you can see the moons.
It's basically like megapixels in a camera. Like the more megapixels you have, the better your angular resolution is.
No, not necessarily. It's more of how much light you can gather and how clearly you can see that light.
But if you were comparing two digital cameras, right, and one had 8 megapixels and the other had 20 megapixels, you would say that the 20 megapixel camera, all things being equal, like same lens, same everything else, would have better angular resolution.
Correct. Yeah. If all other factors were equal, yeah. But if I wanted to take the highest, clearest photographs, I wouldn't go for like a DSLR. I would go for a medium format camera. As the sensor's bigger on it, and the lenses are bigger. So in the case of angular resolution, bigger is better.
Fair enough, man. Well, hey, man, I appreciate you guys answering my questions. I wasn't trying to, I'm trying to be respectful. I hope I was.
Yeah, your questions are all fine here.
Fair enough. Sounds like it. All right. Well, have a good night, but everybody.
Yeah, take it easy. Come back soon.
I still think the globe has better answers for the observations, so that's why I still am a glober.
You're the biggest flat earther here, Matthew.
In what sense?
You know it's flat. You know we measure it flat. You're on this page more than any other flat earther.
Yeah, I don't think that the flat Earth ideas are a good explanation for what we see in the sky. So I don't think it's flat.
Forget about the sky. Are you okay with measurements?
Yeah, but I don't think it's possible to directly measure the curvature of the Earth. So I've always said that, like, we can't measure any curvature.
Do you agree we can measure it locally flat?
Yeah.
And how big would local be, roughly?
Well, I mean, it depends on what precision you're talking about. But if you're building buildings, building size, you can treat it as flat. Even if it were curving, you would still measure it as flat. So I don't think it's going to. You won't be able to tell the difference in that case.
What about when the Romans built aqueducts, where they had to erect bridges and carve through mountains, and allow for 5 degrees tilt from source to reservoir?
Yeah, same thing for building modern railroads for a dozen miles or something. You don't have to account for the curvature because it's smaller than the amount of precision. So if you lay a railroad track a mile long, you wouldn't notice that it bends 8 inches down. Whether it bends 8 inches down or 0 inches down, those rails aren't gonna, they'll flex more than that. So I don't think you can tell when you're building things.
So what we do is we just basically treat things as flat, and we build on it, practically do everything on it flat, because there's really no way of measuring curve.
Right. It doesn't, when you're building things, you don't have to, whether it's flat or whether it's curved, it wouldn't make any difference. So you have to look to see if the globe answers questions better than flat, and it does. Like sunsets and seasons and moon phases and GPS and satellite TV. Like there's dozens of things that are better explained if the Earth is a globe.
Friends.
Friend.
How you doing, Jamesy?
Doing alright. How about yourself?
I could be, I don't know. I feel like it is what it is, you know?
Yeah. That's the way it is.
And it ain't what it ain't. Oh man, I don't know, guy. What is life, guy?
Leaving?
Yeah,
That's life. Living.
I know, man.
And then there's a lot of other things.
Yeah, man. You know, it's just fucked up, guy.
Is it that fucked up?
Well, I don't know. When everything seems like everything's just fucking all right, you know, it's just I don't know, but everything's not all right, you know. It's kind of weird.
It is kind of weird. I agree.
Oh shit, we got somebody. No way.
What up, Dad?
Are you a Glober? You must be a Glober.
Glober.
Yeah, you believe in the spinning water ball in the vacuum of space?
Huh?
All right, never mind.
The thing wrapped around space.
What's wrapped around space?
Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to join that, dude. I got kicked out of the Christian chat. Oh, shit.
Oh shit, no way.
Yeah, they kicked me out, dude. Oh, it's
What
a
were you
fucking
saying,
the
man?
flat earth stuff. Hey, but the earth is totally round.
Like a pizza?
No, not like a pizza. Like a ball.
Okay, so it's a sphere. It's not round. It's a sphere.
Yeah, it's a ball.
In the vacuum of space?
Hey, is a ball a sphere?
Sure, we can agree on that.
Cool. So when I bounce a basketball, that basketball is a sphere, right?
Sure.
Cool.
You bounce the Earth?
Conversation's done.
I don't know. Is it?
Sure. Why wouldn't it be?
I have
Do
so many
you think
open-ended
it's
questions.
How could it be flat? Explain to me how it's flat. Why it's flat? You think why is there day and night? Does the sun rotate around the Earth, or does the Earth rotate around the sun?
Well, the sun floats above the Earth, and as it moves away, there's a thing called light attenuation. That's why you see it go.
Attenuation, yes. This is a camera.
Light attenuation.
That's a camera trick. Continue.
I mean,
Sorry for
light
interrupting.
Light attenuation is a thing, not only with cameras.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you got a light source, right, and the further you move away from this light source, right, depending on the medium, the light will be absorbed, scattered, or attenuated through the medium. So you're not able to see things too far. So that's why when the sun moves away, it becomes darker, yeah.
What about pictures from NASA?
Well, I mean, most of that shit is CGI forgery.
What about pictures from the Japanese Astral Society?
Even worse.
It's the same thing. What about the Russians? The Russians have pictures from outer space.
Oh, horrible. They're all garbage pictures, like CGI garbage.
So not only do you have the Americans, you have the Russians, the Chinese, the Indians, the Brazilians, the Japanese. You have all of these countries that take pictures from outer space that show the globe, show the Earth as a globe. It's a sphere.
Yeah, pick one. Which one's the real one?
Yeah, because
I'm just asking, what organization is trying to trick you?
All of them are tricking you. They all work for the same people.
Who?
I don't know.
Who?
I don't know. Orange juice, grape juice. I don't know.
He said orange juice.
What up, Crips?
The orange juice. They all trying to trick you, man. The juice. They all the juice.
The
Japanese photos of Earth from space. The Americans and their photos of Earth from space. Which one's actually showing you the Earth from space? Because they're all different.
That's what I asked Kim, and he said it was the juice.
Ooh, wait, someone just turned on a drone for a DJI product.
Why
I
don't
heard
you
that.
tell me which one is real? Because they're all different.
Same, but different.
No. Pick one. Which one's real?
The American product is false.
You're okay with having contradictory evidence and saying, "Oh, this is proof that the Earth is a globe." I need you to tell me.
How is that contradictory? When you have Elon who lost his entire clearance, he has no clearance with the U.S. government anymore.
You know,
he launched his drones up. Sorry, no, not drones. He launches satellites up every other year. Actually, he launches satellites up every month. And the guy has a clear picture of the world. And everybody thinks it's still somehow flat. How is it flat?
That one is the real one.
Explain.
That one is the real one then. All of the others were false because they're contradictory to the one that you've been given by him. It's also contradictory to the time where he launched that.
Look.
Saw the blue ocean.
We can look at a bunch of pictures back in the day, so the 1970s up until like 1990. All of those pictures were probably fake. Yeah, they were.
So you're not going to get.
They're probably fake. Yeah, but when Elon launches a fucking rocket up into space, or even past Elon, because you had the Apollo missions. Apollo 9.
He doesn't get past level.
Apollo 9 was totally real. All of these missions were real.
Oh my god, bro, this guy.
All of them are contradictory. You don't pick one and say, "Hey, this one's it." You want to say all of them and allow them to be contradictory at the same time.
And also verify any of them. Right?
Why can I not say that some of them were bad, some of them were false, some of them were doctored, and why can I not say that maybe one or two were real? Why does it have to be all of them? Why does it got to be all of them?
I don't know which two are real. All of them are contradictory.
Yeah, so can I just throw in here, dude? You have a couple problems, right? So as Tactical has pointed out, you have all these seemingly contradictory things that you seem to have the inability to pick one and actually declare that that's the real one, in spite of the fact that all the other ones contradict it, right? So
I just said 7 and 8.
So you can't be doing that, okay? And then at the same time, even when you do pick one, if you actually do, right? If you can provide the ability, can you like stop like mumbling while I'm talking? Okay. Can you actually provide a means to actually verify this one that you declare is the right one, and tell us how you did it, and then we might actually consider it.
Yeah, and show us the documentation that's stating what it is clearly, right? The claim that goes along with it, not just a picture. The author, the photographer, right? The time, the day, the distance away from the said Earth, right? All that, all the details.
And these are, and all be, that being the case, that these details are actually very interesting. Okay, the tricky part is actually confirming what's depicted in the image without using the image, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you can do that, then we actually have something to talk about if you do want to hold this as being your primary evidence for your claim. Otherwise, try with something else maybe that we can actually dig into. Otherwise, this is like basically a Hail Mary, and it's kind of the end of it.
Perfect.
To be quite frank with you.
Explain this.
Except for the measurements of the Earth's surface.
Right.
What is that? What is that?
Then we have to contend with these other contradictions, right? So you have on one side,
what is that?
Unverifiable third hand or second hand knowledge or claims based off of imagery, right? And on the other hand, you have real world hands on thing and measurements that defy that. So what do you do about that? So you pick the road, man. We'll go down that route, however you want to approach it.
That looks pretty real.
Okay.
Which one?
The rocket launch. That looks pretty real to me.
Okay. Cool. Rocket launch gives you satellite in space, gives you picture from space. Which picture is real?
All right. I'll give you a picture too. How about this?
Thanks.
Right here. Well, that picture says visible right now. Oh, shoot. I can click that motherfucker. I'll click that motherfucker and it gives me a real-time photo. Dang, that's crazy.
I like that headline. Blast off. SpaceX launches classified NRL 77 mission for the US military. It's not very classified, is it?
Yeah, that's not very classified, but the Starlink stuff is crazy.
You're not allowed to know what we're doing, but here's what we're doing.
Well, I mean, Elon did smoke a joint on Joe Rogan. That happened.
I'm wondering if you see it yet. How you started off with photos from space, and then you moved on to a rocket launch, and now you're talking about Elon Musk smoking a joint. Like, how are these connected? Do they somehow tie into the first point and, validate it or something?
I'm wondering how you think they don't connect.
Okay, so you started talking about photos from space.
Sure.
Right? And we asked for the validation of those photos. And now you're talking about other stuff.
The validation was Elon smoking a joint.
Yeah.
No, I said Elon did smoke a joint. He smoked a joint on Joe Rogan. Okay.
Yeah, that's all very well and cool. And, I took a shit this morning. Like, big deal, right? Like,
so what do you want? You want a legitimate picture from space? Here,
no,
I remember when Dick was the legitimate.
you want a real legitimate picture from space? Go look at the Hubble telescope. Are you freaking that dumb?
Okay, so how about you calm your fucking tits? Okay, and let's roll back the clock a little bit and recall something, right? You made the claim, photos from space, that proves the Earth is not flat, that it's a ball. We asked you, okay, which one? And you brought up basically, we got photos from NASA, from, all these different agencies, right?
Yes. Japan's done it. Russia's done it.
Yeah,
millions of, hundreds of different countries.
Thank you very much. Okay, and then it was pointed out to you that, hey, well, there's a problem because all these things kind of contradict. So then it was asked of you, which one is actually the legitimate one? Okay, and how you actually came to understand that. How do you know that that's the right one? And then we didn't get anything from you, as a follow-up to that. Okay, so if you want to mumble away, then the conversation's over.
You have mumbled the entire time, dude.
Did I mumble? Did you not understand what I said? I could have tried and rephrased it, but instead you want to be a complete jackass. And
you have been a jackass because you've been demeaning me the entire time.
I'm not demeaning you, dude. I'm asking for clarity and follow-ups. So instead of calling me a jackass because I'm pointing out that you're actually obviously full of shit, you can either concede that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, okay, or actually engage with what's being asked of you.
Did I engage the entire time? I gave you a photo. I gave you a video. What do you want?
Right on. Okay, so that first photo, the question to you was, how is that validated? What was done? And how can we double check? All these, those sorts of scrutinizing questions, right?
Yeah, I'm going to back up 20 cups here, yeah, because photos.
Yeah, I'm going to back you out. I'm going to back you out.
Yeah, because photos can be misleading by perspective.
What a fucking cunt.
Incomplete. They can be staged. They can be edited or altered. You haven't proven.
Whoa, has he got something against Oscars? What's going on?
Yeah,
He left.
He's upset.
Yeah, he's a complete retard.
He took away his world and now he's mad. He wants his ball back.
Yeah. And my apologies if I was mumbling the entire time or if he was just trying to, deflect, I don't know. But that was very evident that, he was trying to make a mockery of the conversation. And it's over. It's over, right?
You weren't mumbling.
No, you weren't mumbling.
Okay. All right. Appreciate that clarity.
Coke because he's got nothing left.
Yeah. Sounded like he was drunk also, so it doesn't help.
Yeah.
That's just my opinion. I don't know for sure, but kind of can clue into that shit. Well done.
Got all these space agencies giving us photos of Earth from space. You got Russia and Japan and the United States. All right. Which one's telling the truth? They're all different. Pick one. I can't. I don't know which one. They're all true. That doesn't work. it's up to. Got anything for us, Jim? morning, Kimbo.
Good morning, brother. How are you?
Tired like you.
Yeah, I got off earlier, got home, and relaxed a little bit. Now I'm just on the computer, and I'm just popping in to say hello. What about you? Are you on the road?
Yeah, I'm headed to work.
Oh, you had work. Okay. Are you going out of town again?
Always.
Wow, crazy. I hope they pay for all the gas.
Yeah. I get my money's worth.
And the mileage. And good morning, AJ. Morning, Cubs. Good Dubs. Batman. Couple other homies in here. Tactical Droid, you took a break for a while too, huh?
Yeah, I think I did 10 months.
Yeah, I remember you were not around for a while.
Yeah, I was on the YouTube. I stayed in there watching YouTube.
I see. Well, welcome back.
Thanks.
I was not around for like a few months myself. Just moving to a new place, different city. Just move out here about like 2.5 weeks, almost 3 weeks now, I think. Just trying to settle down.
You like it better than the last place?
It's okay. I mean, it's all right. A lot of issue. Not trying to complain, but a lot of issue. The place was not ready. They trying to fix everything when we already moved when they're ready.
Oh. But they couldn't have had it fixed while you was there.
Yeah, I mean, they supposed to have everything ready before we move in. When we move in, there's a lot of stuff that was not ready. And yeah, I mean, I was pissed about it. I was upset about it. Over it now. Still issue. And hopefully I'm gonna get everything done before Christmas. Anyhow, anything new with the flat earth, bro?
No. Maybe 30 minutes ago, we had a dude try to say that all the photos of Earth from space are true, even the contradictory ones. And he would not pick one and hold that one as, yeah, this one's true. Because he was told as soon as he says, hey, this one is the true one, he's going to have to validate it. He didn't want to do that. He just wanted to toss all of the evidence onto the table and say, yeah, that's it. Doesn't want to.
I mean, they so gullible, bro. It's like blindly believe the mainstream, and they so gullible. Like how would you verify that? The picture or the photo from outer space. How would you verify that? You have no way to verify it besides just blindly believe, in people. And that's the problem. And a lot of them would say, "Oh, there's no way they lie about it. We have satellite, we have ISS in outer space,
Uh-huh.
And I think a lot of time they had misconception about the whole, like satellite and stuff. Like we not denying the technology, we not denying that that high altitude stuff can be up there, like planes, drone, jet aircraft, satellite on balloons, right? But where we disagree on would be where they claim they put things at, in the vacuum of space. That's where the disagreement, start be right there. But I think a lot of them just assume that we don't think that the technology exists, right? And you have to kind of break down to them. You know what I mean? I do break down for a lot of these guys before, to open their eyes, and some of them, they take it quite well. Some of them didn't. You know what I mean? I was so close to open up to my coworker about flat Earth today, earlier. I was so close, man. But then I'm like, maybe that's not a good time right now, because it's at work. I mean, so I stopped myself, like, because we were talking about, some stuff, whatever, and he brought it up to Chevy. The dude, supposedly, executed, whatever, kill, and stuff like that, and he couldn't remember the name. I said, "Oh, you talking about Dr. Chevy?" And I was gonna, go a little bit more and extend it, I was gonna mention about flat Earth, but I don't think it was a good time.
Oh.
Maybe later. Maybe later.
I've been at my job so long, and I've been talking about it. I got off a night shift. They put me back on day shift. And then the first job they gave me a new guy. And I explained what the task was. I explained how it was going to go down. We grabbed the tools, taking off hardware. And the guy's like, "So I heard you're a flat earther." And then, like, that whole 8-hour shift was spent talking about how the earth's flat. And the globe was a fucking lie. And then at the end of the day,
did he take it?
Like, no, I understand where you're coming from, and I see your point, but I don't think it's true. And I was like, I know you do. I know you don't. But he listened. He having the conversation with him was like he was he was ADHD, hard as a motherfucker, and
Yeah.
kept trying to jump to a different topic, but didn't know he was going for a different topic, right? And then I was like, well, do you understand what I meant? And he's like, well, yeah, I understand that you meant this. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll tweak that a little bit. But, I mean, other than that, he was receptive. Like, it was a good conversation.
That's awesome. Plant the seed, bro. It's all that matter, because let's say, a few months from now or a few years from now, he might wake up the conversation he had with you. Let's say he, just sitting there later on and come across another flat earth video, something, right? And sit there and listen and start doing more research, and yeah, maybe he gonna become a flat earther later on in the future. Who knows?
Maybe. And then, I think it was last week, I got introduced to another new guy, but we got started on video games, and I was like talking about Space Marines 2, and then I got into the lore of it, and then that conversation morphed into, where did the pantheistic religions come from? Because a lot of the character names are like Horus and Kronos and all of this other stuff, and then eventually it led into the Earth being flat. Because I think his question was, it was something along the lines of outer space, and I was like, yeah, space ain't real. And then he was like, what do you mean? And then conversation morphed into a flat earth conversation. And then one of the other guys who's already heard me yet was like, shut up. I'm like, no, you can't make me. And he was
It hurt
like,
his feeling. It hurt his feeling, bro.
Yeah, and he's like, you doing all that talking? You're not working. I'm like, look at me work. And then I'm spreading sealant. I'm like, it's just like on deployment. You sit there and talk about all the nonsense while you do the thing that you're supposed to be doing. It's too easy. All you got to do is talk. Your hands will do the rest.
Right. Yeah, well, some people they can't they can't stand hearing it because it hurts their feeling in their brain. Even if you're making sense, right? They don't want it to make sense. That's the thing. And the more you make sense, the more it hurts their feeling because they love outer space and fairy tales and the story that comes with it.
Yeah. They're like, but you like Warhammer and you like Star Wars, but you think the Earth's flat. I'm like, yeah, I can enjoy the entertainment value of something, but I don't have to believe that it's true. It's just because I like Warhammer. Someday, sometime in the future, people are going to be in outer space on all the planets in the galaxy fighting aliens. No.
Yeah. Talking about video game, yeah, I just talked to Roots yesterday, and he got me into this game. Like, well, he would just explain to me. He said I should get that game. I usually don't really play game that much at all. Only game I play is Counter-Strike 2, right? And I do play with him from time to time. But he got me into this game called Ark Raiders. And I just got it yesterday, and I haven't played yet. Have you heard that game before?
I've heard of it. I haven't played it. I probably won't play it. What I usually do when I get into a game is I try to get all the trophies, and then I won't move on to a different game until I've got all the trophies. And I'm playing a video game where I can play the game with my wife and my daughter and my son, and I'm just enjoying the sandbox.
It's awesome. There's nothing better than family times, you know.
Yeah.
Are we in politics, or are we in what you call the English hub? Yeah, let me see.
Politics.
Are we in politics? Okay.
Let me check.
See, can I see English?
Or politics.
Okay. Oh, would you like to go to English hub? There's a bunch of dudes in there. There's like 6 people in there right now. You want to go?
Sure. Let's go to
All
Star
right, let's go.
Travel. I'll be there for like 20 minutes.
Okay.
Hello. Is anyone talking? I know someone's listening to me and they're avoiding unmuting their mic, and I find it really offensive.
Oh. The Earth is round, guys. You're fucking stupid. No one's even here.
Hollow. Yeah. The problem is also say the word orbit. You have to imagine something in your mind to even say that word. Not from memory.
Yeah,
when is the last time you seen an orbit? You looked up in the sky, you saw orbit. When?
I can't see the orbit. Like I can only see stuff moving over a process.
Yeah, what I find to be the problem here is you had no reason to double down or even claim that flat objects cannot orbit. That's just fundamentally not correct, and people, globers, would slaughter you on that. Like, there's no reason to go into that or make that claim that you believe that it couldn't happen, because then people have to try to correct you, and then you get sucked into this line of thinking, or the line of argumentation.
Yeah, I'm not. Could you explain why a flat plane could not orbit the sun on their models, or could orbit the sun?
It's very simple. Like, if you have something that's orbiting another thing, it doesn't matter what that thing is, how it's shaped. Like, it could be like, if you look at the asteroid fields in the globe model, for instance, they're irregular shaped. They're still orbiting. So claiming that they can't be irregular shaped, they have to be something, is bad. Like, because that's not, doesn't fit with their story, doesn't fit with any story. It's just like somebody's pulling it from a hat. It doesn't help put solidity into your arguments. It doesn't help you seem credible. So it doesn't make any sense that even in the globe model, flat objects couldn't orbit. However, if Earth were a pizza in the heliocentric model, floating like the third rock in the globe model, then yes, that you wouldn't see the things we see, because it would look very different. But that's not what we're claiming. We're not claiming to be the third rock from the sun. We're not modeling beyond what we can actually test and measure and see.
I see. All right.
Think about it this way, dude. There's only three ways you can think about something. You can imagine, you can experience, and you can remember. It's the only way you can think about objects in the physical world. There are no other ways.
Yeah,
like, you can imagine a chair. Yeah, you can imagine a chair. You can experience it, like just seeing a chair. There it is right in front of you. Or you can remember seeing a chair. When you start talking about orbits, you're completely in imagination. There is nothing that you remember, that you've never seen it. You can't say, I'm looking at an orbit right now, and you can't remember seeing an orbit, so it's 100% in the imagination, all of that stuff. And when you actually apply this objective truth of how you think about things to the entire globe cosmology, you'll soon realize that there's a very few things that actually you can say come from memory. You could say, yes, we experience a day and night cycle. Yes, I experience it gets colder or hotter. Maybe those things. Yes, I experienced tides. Yes, I saw an eclipse. Now, maybe those things. But why those things happen is not evident from your experience. It has to be constructed abstractly in some idea or model or construct. It's not actually how you experience it. You have to imagine it's happening in some other way than the way you see it.
I get that, yeah.
Well, don't you think that's a little insane?
That that orbits, that they're saying orbits exist.
No, it's insane that you have an entire cosmology based upon imagination.
Like me, or what the globers have.
Not you specifically, but the globe, the whole heliocentric, Big Bang, whatever cosmology, 99.99% of their claims are based upon imagination, with 0.001% based upon actual observation in reality, where the observation actually looks like and is experienced like exactly as they claim it should be.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've changed most of science, not just astronomy, but most of science to just be about imagination instead of observations and conducting experiments. Like, uh, if you think about what kind of species they say existed in the past, a lot of it aren't based on fossils or like evident fossil records. Like they find like a few fossils, then they construct an entire new species, right? Instead of what they can find from observation. So it's not just astronomy. They've kind of shifted most of science towards more theoretical instead of observations and experiments.
Have you heard how like whales are supposed to have evolved?
Whales?
You ever heard this
No.
story?
No.
So they say everything was in the water, in the oceans, and then some things crawl out of the oceans and crawl onto land. But whales decide they're going to go back into the water.
Yeah, I've heard how like they say whales became mammals because like they to crawl out of the water or something and breathe air.
And then they decided that they're going to go back into the water for some reason. It is insane. Dude, that story is so crazy. Yeah, I was a fish, and I became a mammal, and then I was like, oh, fucking mammal on land, that's boring. I'm going to go live in the sea like I was a fish, but as a mammal. It's dumb. It's so dumb. Dude, it actually hurts my brain. It's so dumb. It's dumb that there's probably people that actually believe that crap.
Yeah, exactly. If whales did indeed like do that enough to evolve into a mammal, like you'd see that happening until now. Like animals don't just change their behavior random.
Behavior, they had to change so many things simultaneously, it isn't even funny.
Yeah.
Well, think about it. Say you're a cow, right? Because they say the whale evolved from a cow-like creature. How many changes would have to happen to a cow to be ocean-worthy and live long enough to fight off predators and have a food source and like all the things you need to survive, right?
Yeah.
You need food. There's no shelter in the ocean, so you can forget about that.
So let's say I take a giant swimming pool that has a shallow end where the cow can stand, and then I wall it off and I raise multiple generations of cows. How long until I get a whale?
No one knows.
So here's the other thing. When they were land mammals, they drank and lived off of fresh water. How did they acclimate themselves to? Did whales drink salt water? Did whales drink anything? I don't know. Like this change in and of itself, just going from fresh water to salt water, that's just kooky. Like, how would you even do that?
Exactly, and they claim a lot of weird stuff about humans as well. Like about Neanderthals. They say they once said they were very stupid. Then they're saying they're actually much smarter than humans and like taller than humans. So, and they say all these different human species suddenly disappeared the moment Homo sapiens came about, and they say, "Oh, we killed them off," or like they don't even know, and they just claim, and they can't even find enough human bones to actually prove all these different species exist, because they say so rare for like Homo erectus bones or Neanderthal bones to come about. But then they're having all these crazy claims that they're smarter than us, they're taller than us, but somehow we still manage to defeat all of them, and every single human on Earth right now is Homo sapien.
Well, most of them also have, at least big part of the Nordic countries has some Neanderthal supposedly DNA.
Yeah,
interbreeding is the other thesis. But then they wouldn't be a different species, right? If they were just interbreeding. Because species can't interbreed. And like you can interbreed species, but the offspring are sterile.
Yeah, it wouldn't work.
No, but they say it's all the same species, like Homo species, like but then they say it's different subspecies. But so like how could mate a lion and a tiger, you get a liger, but they say something like that. But that's the thing though, liger. Once you mate a lion and a tiger and you get a liger, the liger can't reproduce. So when you mate a human, Homo sapien, and a Neanderthal, and you get a baby, that baby will not be able to reproduce. That baby is sterile, even though both are like, subspecies. Uh, like, so I don't understand how it works.
Yeah, neither does anybody else. Because it don't work. Because I'm sure they've tried, made significant efforts to get a liger or even a mule, because a mule is a donkey and a pony, right? So
yeah,
and they have horse and zebras, right? There's a bunch of different combinations that have been made, and they've tried very, very hard to get reproduction, right? They probably use hormones, artificial insemination, gene splicing, knocking genes out. They probably tried so many different things to get them to be able to actually reproduce. Try to get the liger to reproduce with a tiger, try to get to reproduce with a lion, you know what I mean?
That's right.
Exactly.
Who said that's right?
I said, it's not long ago when I saw another TikTok about the ligers and stuff, and they were talking in the comments that it's not possible to do this and do that.
Yeah, but they've tried, right? Certainly they've tried.
Absolutely, of course. Like, you guys know about the breeding of the dogs. Many dogs have been completely. They ruined many dogs because they're trying to get the best features out of the things that they breed or something. They're trying to do that in every species nowadays.
I mean, they're clearly lying about their cosmological model of the universe, or what they say is the universe. But they're lying about that, which I don't think they're lying. I think they just don't know. They make up stories to make it make sense to themselves, and then share it with us. I think they probably do the same with humans, because you look at the human evolution, right? Well, there's so many missing pieces, and they act as if they know everything. Just like when it comes to cosmology.
I do not know about that. But yeah, the more they trying to breed other things together that should be not, the more fucked up it gets.
I really don't know how a Homo sapien can reproduce with a Neanderthal, and then that baby still can reproduce. Like, that goes against everything we see in nature.
Well, that just means that just like you can take a Mongolian or a white person and then a small like African tribe and have them like mix, like that just means they were closely related.
No, that's completely different. We're all the same species, bro. We're different races, but we're all the same species. We're talking about completely different species, like white people and black people and Asians and all that. We're all the same. We're literally all the same species.
Yeah, the point is the difference. There are genetic differences within humanity. The point is the difference between the Neanderthal and the human must have been that small that successful breeding was possible. Otherwise, they wouldn't work. Otherwise, we wouldn't have that small percentage of Neanderthal DNA.
But if it was so small that interbreeding were possible, then why are they classified as a different species?
Well, that's just arbitrary classifications that we made. Just like we arbitrarily claim like this is a different species because it looks different and it has a small genetic variation.
I mean, like, it wasn't long ago when they claimed like black people were a different species as well. Like, so I really don't know, man. Like, they could be lying, and they could, like, they're saying all sorts of species existed before Homo sapiens. I don't know to what extent that is true, and I don't know how they're getting that information when they don't actually have.
And the way I see it is there's people are classifying things and putting labels on things, but we actually exist in reality. We have life, and life comes in all different forms, and we keep continuing to find new life and new types of organisms, and scientists don't know where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Same with humanity. We see all sorts of genetic abnormalities happen. We see people changing with environments. So we see humanity changing over time, and same with like all of humanity, for instance, has the identifying markers of domestication syndrome. So perhaps the Neanderthals were simply undomesticated humans. So they had different genetic structure because their genetic structure was isolated from the genetic structure of the other humans, what we call Homo sapiens, and then the Homo sapiens had more exposure to bad chemicals and other things that could disrupt or change their DNA slightly. And so when the two groups meet again, they can still create fertile offspring because they're still similar enough, but they're both there in looks and bone structure, brain capacity, all those are differences. And so in retrospect, we might look at them and be like, oh, well, this is a different race. But they might still have just diverged from the same basic society, and one remained uncorrupted, whereas the other one got more degraded, and so there's an apparent difference. But it doesn't mean that they're not the same thing. Like, you can take a dog breed and you can have it like become a mixed dog breed, and you can have like he has genetic problems, but he can still have a baby.
Yeah.
And so those problems will be passed on to its baby, and so on and so forth, and eventually it looks completely different. And so yeah, I can see why they think this. Just like with a lot of the I think Darwin and his Sphinx are a good example. You see like what he calls microevolution, or like the small adaptation to the environment or stimuli in the environment. that's not a change in species. And they don't say it is, but enough of those things, enough of those factors over a long enough period and long enough generations could lead to effects on the life form itself, and we try to classify those effects as different species, but it's all just life. That's how I see it.
I see. But yeah, I mean, just want to say that like 99%, all humans have like 99% identical DNA. So, or like 99.9%.
That's also a problem because they're just talking about what they don't call the junk DNA, and the junk DNA is the majority of the DNA. And so in the beginning, a lot of the same code is similar. And you can say this with all of the animals. They have similar code. How the code is structured, where the different paragraphs of code lines are, is different. And some might have extra code. Some might have the code but inverted, or some might have codes others don't have. But most of the contents of the code is kind of like if you have a book, there's going to be a bunch of words in the book, and most books might have started with like in the beginning, and so that's a common phrase in the beginning of the book. But the order of the words changes the context of the book, and so DNA is very complex, but at the same time, like in the starting aspects of it, it's not like we understand that there are certain proteins and we can detect some of those, and because we can detect some of those and untangle some of that becomes the focus. But there's a lot of stuff we can't deal with, and so that becomes kind of the junk we throw under the table, and we focus on the tiny bit we can deal with. It's kind of like with the globe, you don't have enough information, so you kind of focus on that little thing you have, and then the rest of it is kind of like thrown under the carpet or covered over, in the case of the globe, with like belief in the globe or like mathematics to reify the globe into existence. But with this, the DNA, they kind of focus mostly on the similarities in the tiny little thing they're looking at, and not the rest of it. And so that kind of creates this false belief that we're like, oh, we're just almost like monkeys. There's just this tiny percentage off. It's not true.
Yeah.
You just have this similar text. We have the similar amount of chromosomes and that kind of stuff in the things we look at. So that's where the similarities are. But we're also like very similar to spiders in the DNA in that little part we look at. But that doesn't mean we're anything like spiders.
I see.
There's also the thing with people changing with their environment and the way they think. That's like how your environment or how you think or how you react to situations, how you learn to cope with things, can change your epigenetics, and so can modify you over time. So you might not have like the same exact genetic profile as your mom and dad as a consequence, because we are always changing. We're always adapting to everything around us, and not to mention like the outside stimulus from toxic chemicals or toxic exposure or too much radiation. All all that can cause some slight variations, and depending on where those variations are and how severe they are, they can be big or small. Like 90% or more, like the majority, is inconsequential and has like no real like effect that's gonna impact you in the long run, because your body kind of self-regulates and tries to keep itself safe. And so it's your constant struggle in the biological to try to keep alive, because being alive is pretty special. But I'm off on a tangent.
Can I just ask, what's the most interesting conversation you've had with the Globa?
The one where they follow the logic and then realizing the globe might be wrong.
The most interesting ones are when they have that eureka moment.
So you've never like talked to a Glober and then questioned yourself? It's never happened.
We've already questioned it to begin with. That's how we got here.
Yeah, you gotta understand, we didn't come to this subject from a place of we believe the Earth is flat. We came to this subject, we want to know if the Earth is a globe. And so we're like, it's really easy to believe the Earth is a globe. You can really easily believe the Earth is flat. It's harder to know, and that's why we are here.
I see.
Yeah, like at some point, you kind of slow down trying to find evidence for the globe, and you start telling everybody what you found so far.
I see.
Right, which is nothing. Like, I've looked here, I've looked there, this is what I've done. When you have enough stories and you have enough experience, you have a lot to share and talk about.
I see.
Globers don't tend to provide very interesting conversation. They are just regurgitation machines at the end of the day.
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta think about it this way. If you talk to Globers and you ask them about what they believe, they will all tell you similar things, And then when you look into what the religion says, the global religion, you find out that, oh, well, majority of them are actually wrong about how their belief system works, but they believe it anyway. Okay, that's fine. And then you try to teach them how their belief system works, because what we're debunking is their belief system. So generally we have to start teaching them their own belief system before we can debunk it, because they don't even believe it.
Yeah, like anytime I get into a discussion with a Glober who offers up their evidence, I've almost always looked into what they're sharing with me, and I've looked into it more deeply than they ever have.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite parts about this discussion. Even though the Globers don't bring much to the table, because 99% of it is something we've seen before, so it just becomes very repetitive and easy. However, on the rare occasion they bring something that I haven't read or I haven't seen, I study that. I read through everything. And so by the time we're done, generally, that thing does not support what he's saying, or in some indirect way or directly in the thing he's presenting, it supports our position. And so 9 out of 10 times they try to bring some evidence, it generally helps us more than it hurts us. So we recommend everybody to look at the evidence that's presented to you, regardless of what side it's from. I do this to the flat earthers as well. They show me something, I'm like, ooh, that's interesting. I take down the information. I look at anything I can look at in relation to that to try to understand what they're trying to present to me. I try to fact check everything they show me, because that way I know I can look at this guy as a trustworthy individual, even though I don't just auto-trust everything everybody says. Like, Indio has almost never, I've for thousands of times I've looked at what he said, I look it up, I read through everything, and I'm like, okay, dude, he's on point. And that's why I give him credit. I don't auto-believe him, even though I give him credit. And that's something that Flat Earth has given me, because that was what we all did. He's a professor? Oh, auto-belief. Well, his works on space stuff, auto-belief. That is a trap, and that's what we're trying to avoid here by just looking at the facts, looking at the evidence, seeing where it leads. Yeah, I don't think I remember a single time Indio has told me something or presented something to me that when I read all the documentations and the sources, it doesn't match what he's saying. So the only thing that ever appears to speak against anything is the opinion of the author, generally, not related to the actual data. And those are the only times where, the Glober might be like, well, he said sphere here. And you're like, okay, where in the math? And he's like, oh, well, I don't have anything. And that becomes the most fun part, because you kind of watch them go like, oh, shit, maybe my belief isn't as solid as I thought. But the annoying part is when they come the next day and they act like they've completely forgotten everything that happened yesterday, everything that showed how they were wrong, and you kind of have to go through that all over again, because they kind of reset and scrub that memory.
Yeah, most that come in here don't want to know the Earth's flat if it actually is flat. Then they get that massive system shock that this is a serious discussion and there's serious issues with the globe claims. and what is supposed to substantiate it, and then they kind of skip town, you know?
Yeah, I think part of it is also the demographic that wants to go into a flat Earth server to try to debate them. Like, the best characters aren't maybe I don't know how to say that. Like, they don't have the most incentive to come in here. Just like the scientist doesn't have the biggest incentive to come talk to flat earthers, because some of them think, well, that might reflect poorly on me. What if they dunk on me or something? Then, like, that wouldn't look good. Even though I think I'm right. Like, and I'm pretty sure I could, like, dunk on them if I wanted to. Like, it's safer for me not to.
That was exactly Neil deGrasse's reasoning for avoiding debating flat earthers, you remember?
I don't remember how he worded it or what he said.
He basically said along the lines that, you know, charisma wins debates. So there's a potential to get into a debate. He never specifically said with flat earthers, but there's, you know, any debate you get into, there's a potential for the other side to win for the wrong reasons.
Although they were setting him up to debate Eric Dubay, which I don't even think would have been a real debate. Right?
Yeah, I mean, that's like almost 10 years ago now. But looking back, yeah, you know, Eric Dubay wouldn't have been their best, like, opponent. But I think they went back on all that because they just couldn't afford to draw more attention to this topic than already was happening at that time, you know? Even if Eric made an arse of actually debating it.
I think that was their biggest fear, was that people would actually, like, look into it, be like the Barbra Streisand.
Yeah. Well,
I think the mainstream Globers avoid 24/7 because they know we've looked so deeply into a broad range of topics that they have no way to know how to prepare to talk to us.
Yeah, I'd agree. We've seen what happens when YouTubers or streamers come in here anyway, you know, anti-flat earther types. They get absolutely fucking dunked on, and they just go away and they cut up their footage, you know, to make it look like they've found some win, you know. Maybe they said one correct thing in 4 hours. You know, clip that part. Well, they never say a correct thing, but, you know, maybe they, you know, put together some words that sounded good, and then they clip that.
Yeah, that's why they're always trying to get you to, like, that's why I think some of them try to act dumb all the time, just to try to, like, get under your skin. Like, that's why they, like, for instance, Rolling My Boulder, like, in the beginning, I was like, yeah, sure. When he was called Sisyphus, he was like, I don't know any fallacies. I didn't know I was using these fallacies. And then I explained to him all the fallacies, showed him all the sources, how the fallacies worked. Like, please don't do this anymore. And he's like, yeah, I promise not to use fallacies anymore. I won't use this fallacy. And then whenever I was not on, I would catch him using it. And then, like, eventually he's just like, I can use fallacies, I can use whatever I fucking want. Because he's just there to try to manipulate people. Like, and those kind of characters kind of need to be cut off at the knees and just like you don't get to speak if that's all you got.
Yeah, he's a joke, man. Him and Eggshells and the lot of. You just can tell these types that they know better, right? But they refuse to accept it, fully internalize it, and move the fuck on and become something more with it, So they stuck in this artificial middle ground where one day they come in acting a bit more like a flat earther, and then the next day they come in and they're fucking playing Glober again, and they're always just like, oh, I'm just devil's advocate or something along them lines.
Scared earthers.
Yeah, I think it's just the dark tetrad personality types. People who enjoy like hurting others, people who enjoy the suffering of others, or even their own suffering. Like some of these Globers like come in here like they're masochistic, like, why are you subjecting yourself to getting wrecked every day?
Well, for them, I guess attention is attention, right? Like some people out there that are like that. But the thing I was going to say too is like outside of the most frustrating person is a person that won't follow the logic, right? Like you'll corner them into a section, and you'll just get them like a if-then statement, modus tollens, and they just refuse to follow the logic in the conversation. So you can't agree on anything. But to say what was I going to say? The second worst one was, I guess it would be the person who like knows the truth and then continues to spout the lie. Oh, the person that doesn't know what a hostile witness. I think that's probably one of the more frustrating experiences on here is when you use their own priest against their words against them. Like, oh, you're using Einstein, so now you believe it's a globe. That's not what was said.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Oh, Einstein believed it was globe. So, is that what you're saying? Yeah, I mean, of course, we should expect them to drop their use of fallacies, but, that's like asking someone to change their walking style in a day. It's not going to happen quickly. These people don't know how to think in any other fashion than fallacious. So, but you can tell the ones that are trying because, they'll point out their own, oh, I think I might have made a mistake there or whatever.
But to what Drace was saying, yeah, there's people that come in here, they'll say something and then act like they never said it. Then we have to go get the clip from the live stream to show them and everybody else how they're lying.
Many times they are not even aware that they're lying, which means they're probably just confused. Some people will protect their ego knowingly and lie. But, I mean, how much of this is cognitus? Their brains are so addled.
A lot of it is cognitive dissonance, I think. Look, before people even reach this topic, like they probably suffer in major cognitive dissonance in kind of lower level ideas that are floating around the world. It's like everybody can see clear as day. Governments don't give a shit about their existence, right? don't give a shit about their voice or their vote or anything, but they have to walk through life convincing themselves otherwise. That's major cognitive dissonance right there.
It's not even that. They're walking around looking at the world knowing something's wrong. They're missing something. But they refuse to acknowledge the thing that's right in front of them.
Well, they're so easily deceived because their knowledge of physics is near zero.
They thought that if they could read physics, it's their knowledge on people, their knowledge on how societies function and organize, the lack of knowledge on how deceptions have been used throughout human history to maneuver populations in certain directions.
They thought they could regurgitate pop culture and it would make sense.
Well, they know who the top music artists are. They'll spend thousands of dollars on music tickets, won't spend $20 on a book. Like the other day, somebody on Twitter, now X, is talking about, oh, look how successful the NIH in the UK is. And I went, yeah, they did it by stealing the savings of seniors and retirees and pensioners. Now they're all dependent on the government. We have access to this knowledge, people. Learn something.
Unfortunately for most people, if they're not directed by some authority figure, they never choose to study anything, you know what I mean?
Exactly. They're the kind of people who would say, if the earth was flat, it would be on TV all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, TV, the medium that is meant to lie to you constantly.
Oh, if the earth was flat, you could go and present it and get a Nobel Peace Prize. As if the governments don't reward the people that go along with what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, if gravity existed, you could get a Nobel Peace Prize in physics for that and win $1 million. How come nobody's done it? I guess they don't need the $1 million and the recognition.
People have the impression that flat earthers, at least that we're proposing some alternate theory or alternate physics, alternate natural laws.
when we're really just saying, no, all the stuff that you think is happening in space is not happening the way you think it does.
Yeah, people think that everything is so simple. They would just tell us. Well, around the start of the 20th century, the medical doctors were trying to find a cure for a common illness called pellagra. And the doctors wanted to develop a vaccine for it. But once they learned that pellagra is caused by nutrient deficiency, specifically B vitamins, they had no more interest in discovering a cure for pellagra anymore. And they buried that knowledge for 30 years. And the main reason is that pellagra mostly affected poor people who ate poor diets, mostly of corn. No money to be made in that. So these people have belief in their governments, the same governments that's stolen trillions of dollars from them. And they believe them. That's definitely a lot of cognitive dissonance going on there. And Stockholm Syndrome combined together.
Yeah, there's that fallacious reasoning behind this, thinking that just because the government provides something, that if the government didn't provide something, then that something would never be provided at all.
Like, who would build the roads?
Yeah.
Except we've had roads for thousands of years.
In Pennsylvania, the roads were so bad at one point in this one area, the potholes and the cracks were so destructive that Domino's Pizza decided to pony up the cash to have the government hire contractors to pave the roads and fix them. Part of the reason was that their drivers were making so many claims and missing so many deliveries because of the terrible roads causing accidents and damaging their cars. The Domino's decided it was in their best interest to see to it that the roads would be patched up and fixed to facilitate commerce.
See, if we had flying cars, we wouldn't have that problem. But we'd rather spend $1.3 trillion on a useless space program instead of giving people flying cars.
If you had a place of business who requires roads to get there, you have an interested party who would see to it that those roads would allow people to get to their place of business.
Are you here, Josh?
Yeah, just listening.
Oh, okay, all right. I wanted to ask you a question, but I'll save it for when you're available.
I don't know. You can ask. I'm just working away.
Yeah, I was just going to ask when it was you came around these servers, these channels. I don't know which one you started with. Was it politics?
No. Aether Cause was the first one. And that was because Shane came and gave a presentation on Clubhouse, which is where I've been hanging out for the past few years.
Oh yeah, fucking Shane presents some pretty bad shit stuff.
But yeah, and then I talked to some folks on Aether Cause who introduced me to the politics server and English Hub and y'all's home server and Earth Awakenings and Debate Flat Earth and more, and you know, all the whole catalog.
So when about that? When did you come politics?
Like 2 months ago?
Only here, politics and Hub is like 24/7 division, you know?
I don't know,
Earth
like a month ago, 2
Awakening,
months
Shane
ago?
server, all that are pretty loose-lipped flat earthers, you know? They talk about a lot of shit we would talk about here.
Yeah. Talk politics and global affairs, etc.
No, they talk about a lot of different concepts and put forth a lot of ideas that they can't substantiate, you know?
Oh yeah, like their celestial theodolite.
Oh, you guys aren't a fan of the celestial theodolite?
Oh, it's the biggest heap of shit. I was on a tirade. So back in February, they presented it to me on the download, wanted my buy-in on whether or not this was a good argument. I gave them like 5 or 6 reasons why it isn't. And they basically said, okay, we'll take that under advisement. And they decided to proceed forward with it anyway. And then they took it public. And, well, the rest is history. I mean, they're on their, 34th, whatever, revision of that argument, trying to refine it. It's changed so much, they keep moving the goalposts without fixing the underlying fundamental problems.
Huh. But yeah, no, that's how I ended up here.
I'm kind of upset. I mean, mainly I was friends with all those guys. We had a falling out over this, though. I'm just kind of upset that they never addressed the issues, and they seem to be more interested in putting forth this. I won't name him, but this satellite engineer, an older one, who seems to be cozying up to Flat Earth. They're more interested in coddling some of his arguments, which were not that great, so that he would feel welcomed and accepted as a Flat Earther, rather than fix the bad argument.
I read some of his books. It's interesting. A lot of Aether.
Yeah.
But no, I've been doing Clubhouse for the past few years on and off here. To be honest, this is probably the most, like, it's usually for like a couple weeks at a time I'll stop by, but I've got a decent commute now, so this has been filling that time for me.
Yeah, promoting Ether's another thing. Like, I wouldn't be against it, but I wouldn't be able to prove it. And it's not exclusive to a flat Earth claim. I'm more interested in presenting the topology of Earth, its measurements, than I am discussing this theoretical, medium, if that's what it is.
Not a big Mickelson Morley fan, Yoder.
I think it's interesting. I think there are other ways to explain it. Like, you set up a light table and you got to spin the wheel like Pat Sajak on Wheel of Fortune to get the effect to show up. It's like, why do you have to do that?
That's funny.
And why if Ether is some kind of cosmic medium, then how do you know it takes on a toroidal geometry?
Yeah, that is a big jump.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so I got a lot of issues with that side of the community.
Is there any areas that I'm missing, right? Like 247, I see that Witzit's over in Earth Awakening is a good bit. Is there like any large contingents that y'all, interact with that you'd recommend I go listen to? Or listen to figure out why they're not, further flaws rather than for their content.
I mean, there are smatterings of independent groups all over TikTok and Facebook and X. And, a lot of it's the same. A lot of it's just kind of promoting David Weiss's app and promoting escapism. Seeing flat Earth more as an escape from a world that they hate so much, and so for them it's more of a fantasy. They're in this for the wrong reasons. They're in this because they love conspiracy theories. They hate the government. They're in this because, I don't know, they want to believe in an alternate reality than the one that they actually exist, and the one that we would tell them actually exists.
Oh, interesting.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know of any other like groups as big or as influential as the ones that you've mentioned, including us. But if there's another group out there, I'd like to scope them out and see what they're up to. But I mean, for the most part, like 80% of flat Earth content sucks.
Wait, you're telling me the Facebook pages are not the best high quality content? Come on, Yoder.
Yeah, and the X post showing the Frisbee map. Yeah, the tales of ice walls and, Antarctica's an ice ring around a flat Earth.
Oh, it's so bad, man. For some reason, my Facebook feed's getting all of these like flat Earth pages attached to it. I have no idea why, but nearly every single post from these like flat Earth groups is just terrible, like terrible arguments. I even had to leave a few comments saying, "Look, you guys are just getting it wrong, right? That's a bad argument."
Do you guys really honestly think they stopped at the Flat Earth Society?
Man, it seems like most of the flat Earth arguments out there, like on Facebook, TikTok, and even like my wife shows me like little videos from Instagram and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, it's all sort of David Weiss style stuff. I think like probably like high 90 percent of flat earthers like think that the AE maps, the flat Earth map and the UN flag is like all of those old arguments. What most flat earthers think, which is kind
They're
of
hiding
scary.
it in plain sight, DJ. Come on.
Yeah.
Quite curious they've never sent an investigative reporter in to have a conversation in somewhere like here.
Oh, USA Today has been here at least once, maybe twice.
Never with stated intentions.
That's right.
Yeah, we've had our
That's right.
suspicions when someone's been in here and they've been acting like a reporter. You know what I mean? But as far as I know, nothing's ever been up front regarding that.
I did a flat Earth meetup locally. I used to do these off and on, and one of them we had a freaking TV crew show up at a local restaurant chain where we were at. It's like, what the hell's going on? And one of us from the group went up to go talk to them.
I was at a Flat Earth meetup on Sunday with Nathan Thompson and some people.
And people who don't hang out with us, I guess.
And what kind of, interview did that person give? Yoda? They knowledgeable? Know the arguments? Know the pitfalls?
What interview?
No, I'm speaking to Yoda. The guy, whoever went up to engage with the camera crew, you know?
Yeah, so first they came into the restaurant. It was like a camera guy and some reporter chick, and they were looking around and she pointed over to our table and they started to make our way over, and then a guy got up from our table to go talk to them, and then the owner came out and intercepted them and basically pushed them out, and they waited outside on the curb for us to leave, but we just gotten started, so we were hanging there all day. We kind of just waited them out, and they ended up leaving before we were done. But, we put out word that we were meeting, and it was pretty much an open invite, so I guess word got around. But, I didn't really care for that. I didn't want that, and it just kind of felt weird.
No, of course. Nothing good will ever come from anything like that anyway.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
There's no fucking news organization in this world that's going to put their credibility on the line for Flat Earth. They're not going to say, oh yeah, the Flat Earthers made a very compelling point for why NASA may be faking a lot of footage is given to the public, you know?
Yeah, and that's it. Like, they wouldn't talk to those of us in the group that have been around a while. They would find like the few crazies that would show up to this meetup and get their take.
Well, that's what I was going to say, yeah. They hang about it, they're not going to jump in. They'll hang about, see who kind of the loose cannon looking dude is, and then corner him.
I've seen interviews.
Like, oh yeah, fuck, I woke up, Jesus came to me the night before, and yeah, just, the Earth's flat. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
I've seen interviews where they they'll take 5 words and put that on TV to make that person look like they're credible or or they're stupid. So I can only imagine what they would do in an interview, right? They would just try to ask as many questions as possible and then find the 5 words that makes Flat Earth look stupid and then put that on TV.
It's very difficult in an interview setting because most of this is pointing out the flawed thinking of the other person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right.
That's difficult to do in a 10-minute interview, you know? I mean, understanding the Earth's flat is fucking easy, you know? But it takes a lot of work unlearning all the globe shit. And once you dismantle the globe, all you're left with is, you know, what's self-evident. So yeah, that's very difficult to convey across in a short interview.
Oh man, the government shutdown's carrying on long enough. The FAA is only allowing rockets to launch at night. The first time the FAA has limited when launch and reentry can occur due to air traffic control resource constraints.
Why would night be preferable over day?
Because there's less commercial air traffic during the night. So basically, they're like ATCs have to like maintain a keep out zone.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the no-fly zone radius around the fucking launch site? Must be hundreds of miles, no?
Yeah, it is, but it's not like a circular zone. It's like a big rectangle that shoots off to the east.
Yeah, and that's in case the rocket blows up, right, and debris falls.
Yes, but also just like keeping planes out of the launch corridor in general, even if it is fully successful.
Yeah, I have my other ideas as to why that may be.
Oh, so we don't see the stuff come back down?
Don't want too many potential cameras pointing in the direction showing that it's going fucking nowhere. I mean, what trajectory do you launch from California?
No, California's for polar.
It's not like north.
No, south. You go almost pure south out of Vandenberg in California,
South, yeah.
And then
what
Cape
flight corridors
Canaveral
are
is,
even what flight corridors are even in that area?
well, I mean everything going west out of LAX, right? So Sydney, Hawaii, Japan, anything in Southeast Asia leaving from Los Angeles.
You launch directly south of California.
Yeah, but Vandenberg's up the coast from LA.
Wouldn't it be closer for California if you flew from California and you went north over the Arctic Circle to get to Japan?
I'm not sure. I think you go west, not north. But I mean, even if you you basically can't go west at all. You'd have to go like pure north, just because the keep out zone is, like I said, a rectangle going a couple 100 miles south of the launch site from Vandenberg. And then same thing over at the Cape. If there's anything from like the Northeast corridor going down to the Caribbean or South America, they have to get redirected during a launch. So when ATCs are calling out all over the place because they're not getting paid, it makes it easier to not have launches.
I don't think commercial
would fly in those directions, but there's probably people taking private tours and stuff like that. I can see that.
But yeah, it's the first time the FAA has done this due to a government shutdown. So a bunch of folks in the group chat are figuring out what the impact is going to be.